Dragons in the skies, fire from the boughs, wisdom flowing fast, ancient temples bow, mountains echo tales, ancestors crying loud, heroes of the past, legends worn proud. On golden silk roads, history unfolds, mystics in the night, secrets they hold, great walls shadow long, warriors in rows, in the courtyard's light, a lotus flower grows. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sin is bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, river serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design. Phoenix rise anew, feathers burning blue, forest whisper soft, mind open and true. Scrolls of hidden art, sages they confide, speaking of the jade, time won't divide. Battles lost and won, emperors do reign, people marching on, dreams still remain. Peasant to the king, stories intertwined, every single soul walking a fine line. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sin is bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, river serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. Welcome back. I hope you guys are having an amazing Friday. It is an absolutely beautiful night. I don't know if you guys have been out, but the skies are clear. Not a single cloud in the skies. The moon is out. The stars are out. Oh, amazing. Honestly, you guys need to get outside if you haven't done so yet, and try and enjoy this beautiful night that we've been given, because every day is a gift. Welcome back. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. It's Friday. We've got through the week. And I have got through the conversation that I wanted to in regards to the big nose. So I've finished doing the analysis, the breakdown, the truth revealed on the big nose. So that's all up there. There's a 4-parter. It's one big conversation, so you can imagine that like the conversation took a while. It was about an hour and a half conversation, maybe an hour. So I ended up splitting it into about 4 parts and tried to analyze it as I went along. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Hope you guys were able to learn something about how people will try and manipulate you, and how they will try and ignore what you're saying to fit their narrative. They will literally hear what you're saying and then choose to ignore it and then put words into your mouth and then argue that point. So there's a lot of techniques that are used within these videos that he does for deflection, manipulation, whatnot. So please do check out those videos, because for your own benefit, because it will help you understand the insight on how certain people communicate when they're not trying to communicate, but they're trying to mislead you. So those 4-parters are there if you want them. Madness of Life says, will there be a part 5 and part 6? No, I could. I've got a bunch more conversations that, and then I've also got the one where he pushes me, where he gets physical with me. But at the moment, it's more like I said, I just want to see people grow. I want to see people grow, and I see, what's his face, Jafu said the other day, oh, you know, there's different animals in the jungle and each one has their own role and blah blah blah. And I get that, but instead of using the jungle analogy, what I'll use is the orchestra analogy. So you've got an orchestra, you've got all these people playing instruments, and then you've got this one guy with an out of tune guitar going jing 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 jing. Kind of ruins the rest of the orchestra, doesn't it? Now, I'm not saying don't be a guitar. I'm saying tune that motherfucker. Tune it, get in tune, and do what you need to do, but just make sure you're in tune, you know? Level up a little bit. Madness says, so that was you talking to him in the videos. Yes, I was the young gentleman. Yeah, I call myself the young gentleman. I even, in one of the scripts I wrote for the AI to read out, I wrote the young handsome gentleman. but I took it out. I was just like, I didn't want to have too much fun. I was having fun in the entire thing while I was trying to analyze and do the whole script for the AI to read out, but yeah. You are young to man. Not that young. I'm 36. I'm 36. I want to say I'm halfway there, but who knows? I could end up getting hit by a bus tomorrow. So it is what it is. And you're only as young as you feel. I know people who are really old, but they're young at heart, and I think that's the most important thing. Just trying to stay young at heart. Physical, yeah, everyone gets old. And to be honest, I like getting old. I like getting these grey hairs and the wrinkles. Even though I haven't got any at the moment, I've got these wrinkles, the expression wrinkles, but no actual wrinkles yet, which sucks. Because yeah, I think growing old gracefully is nice. I'd like to grow old gracefully. I ain't into the whole painting my face and changing the color of my hair just to look younger. I am who I am. I am what I am. Cool. While I am saying all this, I forgot to add the link for the chat if anyone does want to come up and just have a little convo. There we go. The link is up. Open conversation for anyone that wants to join any topic, as long as it's a conversation. I don't want no lectures, Chris. If you're listening, no lectures. You can come up, have a conversation, no problem. I'll hear you out, but no lectures, please. Man that says I'm 58, 59 next month. Don't really think about it. Yeah, I don't really focus on my birthday. Like, I don't count the birthdays. As much as I'd like to get older and look older, I just kind of like, it is another year around the sun. Like, I'm not too busy counting down the years. It's like, just live in the moment, live every single day. And the other thing is, like, I'm a bit weird. I don't like ritualistic behavior where it's like, oh yeah, once a year we do this to celebrate life and whatever. Or it's like, no. Why once a year? Why once a year? Every day should be a celebration for life. Every single day. You know, even if you're just sitting around doing nothing, at least you're appreciating the fact that you can sit around and do nothing. If you are going out and seeing friends, appreciate the fact that you can go out and see friends. If you are living the best life, like best life, you know how people see in media, social media, like going on holidays and stuff like that. Appreciate it, because you never know how long you got. Like I said, I might get hit by a bus tomorrow. You never know. But yeah, so I've just got back from my little walk. Absolutely stunning outside today. So if you are in the London area and it's a bit cold, so make sure you take gloves with you. But I would suggest going for a little walk later on. Just honestly, there's nothing like a nice late night stroll through the park or through the streets and just like stunning. And the stars. I think there's a couple of planets out as well. I think I saw Mars. Where was Mars? Mars was that way. That would be southwest. So I think it was in the west was Mars, and then in the southeast we had Jupiter, I believe. I used to have an app that can show me all this stuff, but unfortunately I don't have that app anymore because I got a new phone. But yeah, beautiful night outside. Beautiful night, guys. Go appreciate life. Go take a breath of fresh air. And like I said before on a previous stream, the winter night breath hits different, you know? When you get that cold chill running up your nose and it hits the back of the throat, and then your lungs feel like lighter and brighter. Oh, it's amazing. Please, for your own sakes, go outside, get some fresh air, go for a little wander, and enjoy life. Damien, how are we, sir?
How's the man? The man. I was looking back on the the video you did with me in Speaker's Corner.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and when you told me your name in that video, I was, oh, the man, you are the man. And the funny thing about it is, well, was, I didn't know who Fu was,
Yeah.
but he was in that. He was actually in that video as well.
Ah, was he just hanging around listening to the
Well,
conversation?
no, he wasn't in the when you finished with me.
Mhm.
You saw him, and then you went up and had a chit chat with him.
Mm. Yeah, I
So
think it's because I hardly ever see him. I
yeah,
see him like once every 2 or 3 weeks. So when I see him, it's like, yay, Jifu. It's like, yeah, I know I can have a
right,
nice little
okay.
chat with
So
him.
it was just interesting that we were in the same video, but didn't know.
No.
You know what I mean? And obviously when he pointed out that he was in the video of the nose, one of the nose
Yeah,
ones,
yeah.
and then so I'll go back and look at that video that you don't know. I thought, all right, okay. So you're talking about seeing the planets. I
Mm.
saw the moon today,
Yeah, it's
as well
beautiful.
as the sun at the same time, and I always find that quite spectacular. That I'm seeing the moon and the sun,
At the same
at the
time.
same sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but um. So what? Sorry, did you say you saw another planet?
Oh yeah, I think I saw Mars in the southwest, and then southeast. I think it was Jupiter. I only think it's Jupiter because it was so bright. It was really, really large and bright. So typically,
Really?
yes.
Okay. Because
Uh,
there's supposed to be a lineup. I don't know if it's already happened this week
oh, is
or if
there?
it's coming. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. There's a lineup of all 7 planets.
I think they call that conjunction. I think
Well, I
conjunction.
think it happens every 80 years. I read a bit about it.
Mm.
Because I had a dream years ago, but probably 10 or 15 years ago. I had this dream where in the dream, I just seen all the planets all lined up in a line.
Mm.
And I had some kind of in the dream, um, it was some precognitive kind of thing that something was going to happen to the world in the dream.
Mm.
So when I seen it on the news the other day, I thought, oh really? So I thought, where would I be able to see that? Because it was saying you will be able to see with the naked eye, be able to see in the line of planets. So
Mm.
it sounds like you've seen a bit of it.
Well, no, they were in two opposite directions. Mars was this
No,
way.
but you were able to see them quite clearly that they were planets as opposed to stars, yeah?
That's only because I pay attention to the sky. I've got a telescope. I've loved looking at the stars before and the planets and stuff like that. So
But did you see these two with the naked eye
correct. Yeah,
today?
yeah. So with
And
the
yeah,
with the naked eye, I could see. I know it's Mars because it was tinted red.
that's a good indicator, man. That's a good indicator.
It
Yeah.
wasn't super bright, but like compared to the other stars around it, I was like, okay, I don't remember that star being there normally, and a red one at that.
Right.
So I was
I
like,
know, I
okay,
think
that
if it was red, yeah. And what in comparative size wise, to say the moon or the sun, how would you compare the size compared
star size,
compare
star size,
it was?
just star size, just dots. It's just dots, but
Oh
one
right, okay.
one was tinted red, so that one was Mars, and then the
Right,
other
okay.
one was larger than a star, slightly larger than a star, but it's nothing. It's not going to be the size of Jupiter. I mean, the moon or anything. It's still like a dot, but it's a larger dot compared to the rest around it.
I'm sorry, and what do you think that was?
Jupiter, Jupiter or
What you
Saturn.
thought was the
Yeah. Let me
right.
just.
Yeah, you do look. I'm not sure if it's happened yet. So um I've just put a stew into the oven to cook. I was watching you. It's quite funny. I thought I'm gonna call you the wizard because you were sitting. I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
You were sitting with the brick wall 1 second, and next minute it was room. Do you know what I mean? The new living room. So
Yeah.
it was quite funny. Yeah. So
No,
yeah.
my system's not set up. I lost all my images on my because I'm not using StreamYard to stream at the moment. I'm using a separate program to stream. So I lost all my
Okay.
images there, and I was like, I need to stream. I've only got 30 seconds left. Here's a brick wall. Cool. Throw that on the
Right.
back. Uh,
Well, that was the same option I had when I initially kind of it's only in the last week I've um, started playing around with changing the background
mhm.
rather than showing viewers my dishes. You know what I mean? Not that I particularly care. You know what I mean? I think I know myself well enough and comfortable enough with myself
Mhm.
not to be affected what people
Yeah.
goes through other people's minds.
People
you
will
know
always
what I
have an opinion regardless. I'm sure they'll
mean? Yeah, and
complain
it's
about
not.
your
It's
piano needing a dusting or something.
do you know what I mean? And it's just not my stuff. You know, I have enough of my own stuff rather than taking on other people's. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So
I'm
that's
just
how you thought. Yeah, go on.
I'm just looking at this thing now. Yeah, so Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus will be lined up in not in close succession. You won't see them like with the naked eye like that part. They'll still
Yeah.
be quite far apart, but they'll all be out.
Right.
They'll all be in the night sky in a general line on the 25th of January this month. So in
25th. I
about
think I
15
remember
days.
the 20. Yeah, I think I remember the 25th. Yeah.
That'll be cool. Maybe I'll try and do a stream from outside. And
Well, yeah. I mean, if you were able to capture it in some way, I don't know how you would do that.
I used to have a digital camera which I used to connect to my telescope, and then I'd used to take pictures from that, like
Right.
of the moon and other Jupiter and Saturn and stuff. So I'm gonna
Mm.
see if I can try and get that working, and if I can, I might even be able to stream what's coming out of the camera. But I don't know for sure because it's a really old digital camera.
Right. I mean, it would definitely be. I'm sure it could be on the news, you know, but with the imagery. But is there? So is it only four? So it's
Yeah, Jupiter's. Sorry, I just closed it. Let's have a look. It was Venus, Mars, Saturn, and I think Jupiter.
and the Earth.
Well, we can't see the Earth. We're on the Earth.
Well, right, sorry. Excuse my Irish.
It's okay.
Another way.
Yeah, Mars, Jupiter,
Yeah,
Saturn, and Venus. So yeah, Venus would probably be
Okay.
the brightest, and then Jupiter, then Saturn, and then Mars, or maybe Mars and then Saturn.
That'd be interesting to say.
Yeah,
So you wouldn't be able to get that on a video.
it'll be tough. You need like
Yeah.
a low light camera, something that's able to pick up the stars.
Right. Well, sure. There will be, there will be stuff of it online.
Yeah, there's a lot of the UFO guys. They tend to have low light cameras because they're just
Right.
facing up and trying to catch all the UFOs. So they may end up
Yeah.
doing one of those for us. Hopefully,
Have you been following all this drone stuff in America?
I did see some of it. I wasn't particularly following it religiously. How about yourself?
I have. There's a couple of good guys. You might be aware of them. There's a few people I know often talk about them as well when we're having coffee. So there's a guy called Casper Sight.
Capacite. Yes, I've heard of him. I
Yeah.
think what's his name has mentioned him before. The Wizard. You know the Wizard?
The wizard with the word. The wizard of the words.
Yes, the Wizard's words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's in the doghouse as well?
Yeah, apparently everyone's in the doghouse.
Everybody's in the doghouse. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. Yeah. So. So Casper Sight. Have you ever watched any Casper Sight stuff?
Not myself, no.
You should have. He's an English guy, yeah, and his stuff is so well put together. He really does. It's not sensationalist, and when sometimes he'll show you something and he'll say, "I think that's AI." You know what I mean? He's not. He's trying to build a channel. He's part of the. I think he's got 200,000 subscribers.
Damn.
Okay, so
And he's building a channel? No, he's built a channel.
well, yeah, so he's doing quite well.
Yeah, definitely.
So he sits in his office and he does all the editing stuff and obviously I think because he's so well known now, people send him stuff through from everywhere, you know, and he does. But he's very good to watch because he's not sensationalist in how he does it, you know. And then there's another guy called Skizzle.
Not heard of that one. I like
Yeah,
the name though.
that's obviously not his real name, but he's an American guy, and he's very funny. He's very funny to watch. So he does good stuff. So when he was originally running computer games, doing something with computer games, and then basically when this all kicked off, he moved into that. And what I admired about him was he was quite honest by saying to people, "Please don't subscribe to my channel."
Why?
You wouldn't normally hear that.
Yeah.
Because he was thinking, this is not what I normally do. I've just shifted into this arena temporarily because of what's going on. So, but normally what I do is the games. So don't subscribe because I'll be going back obviously onto games at some
Mm-hmm.
point and won't be giving you. You know what I mean? I'm assuming that's what he was about. But he's very funny, and he sits there with a kind of a fake gun shooting at the aliens in the video in the footage. But then when he bring out something that's quite shocking visually or something that's whatever it is, and
Mm.
something quite shocking, he does this thing with the eyes, and he just kind
No,
of
no,
looks
no,
at.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no.
it's very funny to watch. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, he's quite good, but I think Casper Sight is definitely um, he really puts the work in,
Hmm. It does the
and I kind of
research, finds the videos, yeah, stitches
yeah,
them
he
together well.
does all the stuff, and he does a very balanced. Um, he doesn't get caught up
In
with
the
it.
hype,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, the hype basically. So he kind of he is really grounded. So he's probably he's an English guy, probably about 40. Sometimes I don't know if it's his daughter or his son who comes into the office and he
Has to
gets
hush him
them
out.
to. No, he say to him to thank the super people doing the super chat.
Oh, wicked.
Some people will be kind of sending super chats to go. He kind of interacts. So he's a married man with a kid or two. I don't know how many,
Mhm.
but his stuff's very good. Yeah, so I would definitely recommend it.
So
So,
what's your
so
thoughts
yeah.
on the whole drone then? What's your whole thought? What's your personal thoughts on the
Well,
drone
look,
situation?
I kind of Well, do you ever watch Sean Ryan?
Sean Ryan?
Mm.
No.
He's got 4 million subscribers.
Damn.
Right. So Sean Ryan is ex-military,
Mhm.
and I think he's an ex-Navy SEAL. Right.
Okay. Mhm.
Very grounded, very factual and just on the stuff. So he does a lot of stuff around UFOs, but he'd have really top people in,
Mhm.
giving, people from the military,
Yeah,
people
he's
like,
got the connections. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, he gets all the people who want to go onto his. He's very Joe. Basically, he's like Joe Rogan.
Oh, cool.
He, yeah, he's
Yeah,
at that level. He's at that level,
yeah, with 4 million.
and yeah, he's got 4 million subs. And so he had this guy in who basically said that he's an ex-military, he was an intelligence officer or something.
Mhm.
He was interviewing him,
Mhm.
and it was a breaking news story. It was like an emergency interview
Mhm.
with Sean Ryan saying, blah blah blah, and it was basically, the Telsa vehicle that went up, that exploded outside Trump Hotel in Vegas.
Yes, yeah, with the
Yeah,
fireworks in the back or something. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So apparently that guy, I don't know who it is, but apparently that guy sent an email. The guy that did it.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Zaman, if you hear my music, let me know.
I can hear it, but it's fine. It's just cutting in
Is
and
that
out. It's not. It's
is
not too
it
loud. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
right? Because
You
I
got. You got to
realized,
stay chilled.
yeah, because I have the mic obviously on the
Oh,
lead of the headphones. I need to get new headphones, so I'm aware that
what is that?
would.
It sounds kind of operatic.
No, it's just a channel on my radio. It's
Okay.
that I turn on Classic FM if I'm not in the mood
Classic.
for listening to it. So yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's one of those classical opera, one of those kind of
Hmm.
things. So I have that usually. I'll have that when I'm getting dinner ready. I'll have that on in the background, doing stuff. So so basically, so this guy says that this guy who carried out that explosion
Hmm.
sent him an email,
Okay.
and he links the email to the drones, saying basically what he's saying is the guy that carried out that attack.
Hmm.
Now I looked at some stuff on the actual guy who has been interviewed, and there are some credibility issues around him personally.
On the person who's being interviewed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
not Sean Ryan, obviously, but
Hmm.
the guy who's interviewing. So there was another guy's site I seen who's ex-military, very very focused, very grounded, and was basically saying there was. No, I don't know. You have to be so go checking everything
Hmm.
because you don't know what's what you're being fed. But
What
he was what
what is the story he's saying then? So he's saying that
so what
he blew up the Tesla to bring attention to the drones, or
he said he blew up I thought he said, well, I think if you go to Sean Ryan's website, he has the email. He shows you the email in
mm,
the as part of the thing.
mm,
So the basis of it, I can't remember why he said he'd done it, but he sent the email a few days before, and basically said, "Don't release this until this date." Obviously
okay,
after the date.
yeah.
And even the police, when they came out and done a news conference
Mm.
about in relation to that incident, they were talking about Sean Ryan's show and the email.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it's got some kind of
yeah. They said we were aware of this email and this show and this is blah 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 blah. So, but this other guy that I was saying that when I looked at another video said that this guy who was being interviewed had done a bit of a stunt before to
mhm.
try and as a clickbait thing. So we don't. So there's a question over credibility,
Mm,
basically. But
mhm.
what he was saying in the email, what was being said in the email was that all the drones, um, most of them are coming off the ocean,
Yes, I've heard. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and are Chinese in origin.
Oh, Chinese.
Yeah. Because you remember we had the balloon. Remember the balloons?
Yes, I remember the balloon. Yeah. That
And
was
do you remember how long it took for them to take them out?
so.
Do you remember that? Sorry,
But
Limon, yeah.
the balloon was literally a balloon. Like these drones are different to the
No, but
balloons.
the balloon was a spy balloon from China.
Yeah, no, but
Do you remember?
I understand that it was that's what they
Hmm.
said. It was a spy balloon from China. We don't
Yeah,
know for 100%
what we don't know.
sure,
Yeah, no,
but
100%. I know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
the spy balloon from China, and
Mm.
then drones underwater or ships underwater.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't see the link to say that. Yeah, it's all Chinese.
Well, I kind of think I don't know the proven link, but I think the link that's kind of been put out there
Mm.
into the viewers' kind of mind is that what he said actually he came out quite clearly and said, "Listen, guys, this is the end time. China is getting ready to attack America." Was the message basically. Um,
Okay.
that was the one thing he was saying. I mean, the other thing I heard not from him was that there was a nuclear warhead had been gone missing. Did you hear that?
No,
In
definitely.
yeah, in Jersey. So that was the main narrative at the beginning. That there was a nuclear warhead had gone missing in New Jersey from a vehicle or whatever.
From a
Um,
vehicle.
whatever, yeah. And that basically they're obviously worried about it turning it so it's being turned used as a dirty bomb,
Oh wow.
and that the main drone, the really colorful drones that we were seeing up in the
Hmm.
sky were actually military drones. Um, they're not all normal drones, but military drones trying to find this warhead,
Mm.
and that they were using some kind of sniffing technology, trying to sniff for it,
Yeah.
because they thought they would pick up gas or something. So there was a few different things, yeah, kind of going on. But the China thing would make sense to me because I feel it's all kind of there's a lot of stuff. Trump coming to power, and he's very anti-China
Y- Um. Yeah. He's always like Chinese steel and stuff like that. Yeah, he's always complained about.
with the tariffs. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He's
Yeah.
really, really, uh, and now he's talking about the same thing with Mexico tariffs and with Canada. He's talking about nickel, stealing Greenland from Denmark, although I don't understand how Denmark has the rights to Greenland. It's so far away. I think Canada would have I go by location. Whatever is the nearest
Mm.
proximity to that, well, I would say that's who would have
Some kind
the
of right
entire
to it. Yeah.
right to it, not somebody who lives thousands of miles away. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. But so I think we're going to see. I think when Trump, as we get closer to the thing, I think we're going to see a lot of stuff heating up. So yeah, so I don't know. I think I think things are. But what there was some stuff I was watching that were saying that when the nuke thing went,
Mhm.
so basically you had all these orbs. You had basically um the drones, but then you had all these orbs.
Yeah, I
Like
saw like I think there's a video I saw like Mexico or something. It was just like all these different lights, and then they were going down towards the ocean. There's a good like 20 of them,
hmm.
and you got videos from different angles and stuff. And yeah, I've seen a lot of different orb videos. Um,
And some of them were very like they were having they were give orbs were coming out of them,
mhm, mhm.
and but they were kind of shining. You could see inside in some of them.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they were like how would you describe it? It was kind of like something that lived. It was an orb that had an energy to it.
Mhm, mhm.
It had a living. It was like a living organism of some description,
Yeah.
and it would shake. It would start to shake really quickly, and there was loads and loads of stuff. So some narratives were coming out saying, "So have you seen any of the the UFO stuff at Congress?"
Yes. Well, they just talk about it mainly, and then they've got some footage from like the Navy, whatever, just
Hmm.
following it
The
with the
TikTok.
heat signatures. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
I've just seen a couple of those things, but I haven't really, like I said, I've not really followed it religiously. It's just something I was like,
Right.
okay, this
Okay.
seems interesting for a few minutes, but
Yeah.
they're not going to tell
Well, that,
us in the next few minutes that, oh yeah, this is definitely real and this is exactly what it is. It's just them just
yeah.
probing them and saying, oh, why don't you talk about this? Why is no one knowing about this? And
No, I just found it. What I found it interesting, Daman, was where my head goes. I look at the dynamics,
Mhm.
you know, and when I see the level, I mean, also it could be a psyop operation as well.
Very easily, yeah,
Very, very, very easy. People being put in place to give us red flags and false information.
that's it.
But totally, Um, so, but I kind of thought that. So they've had two major government, at the Senate,
Hmm.
so to speak, witnesses kind of coming and giving testimony about. Uh, but I think the thing is their level of seniority in the military. These people
Hmm.
who were coming to give evidence, you know. So that's where I kind of, I find that very interesting. That when you have somebody coming and there's, one of the main guy was actually given had top secret clearance,
Hmm.
and he was giving Trump in the last administration when Trump was in, was giving him documents as part of his daily briefing
Interesting.
directly to
Yeah,
Trump.
yeah.
Yeah, so we're not talking about somebody down at the bottom of the pile or even anywhere near the middle. These are top stuff people. That's what I get it. I
Mm.
find it interesting. There's a lot out there. There's a lot of stuff going on, but
There's been
that,
other people in the past who've been like military people and they've come out and said something, but
mm.
then they typically get discredited straight away. But these
Well, they did
guys
this. Yeah, they
being
did this
in
with David
Senate,
Grush.
sorry?
Yeah, sorry, Dylan. Go on.
I was just going to say, these guys being in Senate kind of gives them
Yeah,
a sense of credibility, which wasn't afforded to anyone who came out before this performance was being conducted in Senate. You know what I mean? It's like anyone else
right.
who said anything before the Senate meeting is like, oh no,
Mm,
he's a crazy person. Oh no, we can't trust him. Oh no,
mm,
whatever excuse they could think of. And
mm,
then now all of a sudden these high ups are like, oh yes, 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 we've seen them, and they've got a sense of credibility now. But it's like, wait, why were the other people who were coming out in the past saying any of this? Why were they
mm,
discredited?
yeah.
Why is it now that you're choosing to now give this some kind of credibility and want to listen to what they have to say? That kind of
Well,
just makes me wonder.
the interesting thing with David Grush, who was the number one in the first whistleblower thing they had at Congress, it was a
Mm.
panel of three, and David Grush was the number one. And then there was the guy with the Tic Tac video, who was the head of that Navy ship
Mm-hmm.
that recorded that thing flying over very quickly in a kind of a I think it was called the Tic Tac video. There was something flying over the ocean very very quickly, and they got
Mm.
it on the sensor or whatever it was. So, but David Grush, almost instantly after he testified, and it's quite. There's a guy called Ross Coulthart
You're
who
really
works
good with these
for.
names. I'm
Yeah,
always
I
like, "What's
know.
his face?" And like you said in the
Yeah,
comments on the other video, you're
yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, you watched that," and I couldn't remember Mohammed's name, and I called him "What's his face."
No, and that had me in hysterics, Simon. I'm telling you,
The most
that
common
had
name
me
in the world, and
in.
I couldn't think of it at the time. I was like, "What's his
I thought
face?"
you. I'm sorry. I didn't think you were. I thought you were being. I thought you. I didn't think you were being serious. I thought you were joking. I thought you were. I thought you might. I thought the point of why you were saying that was like, I'm not really giving him any credibility here. Like, what's his face? Do you understand what I
Yeah,
mean? I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
that's where you were coming from.
No, no,
Well,
it's just
you
purely
yeah,
like
yeah,
that guy,
I
you
know,
know.
sorry. That guy, what's his name? Mohammed, yeah. I thought that was so hilarious. I was absolutely cracking myself up laughing at that. But no, but David Grush, when he spoke so he done a few things. He done spoken comments, gave testimony,
Mm.
and all about alien craft, and they call them non-human biology, meaning aliens.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
There we go. Um, so, but very quickly after that, the media went to town on him, trying
Oh,
to say, kind of going back to what you were trying to say earlier on about trying to discredit people.
discredit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and tried to say he was an alcoholic and all. Like, what they did was they got hold of his medical records.
Well, they're not allowed to do that, are they?
When you're talking about the CIA, they hadn't won. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they did basically run a discrediting campaign against him. Is the point? Is basically the point. Too. So you following all this stuff in LA?
Uh,
Completely bonkers.
the fire. Yeah, I've been seeing bits of it. Last I heard, there was 10 people dead. Uh,
But the Paris Hilton, her place is gone.
oh, okay.
You know Paris
Yeah,
Hilton,
yeah, yeah, yeah. From
yeah.
back in the day.
Her,
Yeah.
yeah, her place is gone. James Woods, you know James Woods,
James Wood. Is he the
the
English
actor.
actor?
No, American, wasn't he in Jaws?
James Woods. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
thinking someone else. I'm thinking.
Or you're taking Fox? Are you thinking
No,
of
no. I'm thinking about a young guy who used to be slightly chubby. James Corbin. Some. I don't.
Oh, James Gordon from Gavin and Stacey.
Yes, that's what I thought you
Yeah.
thought. No, no. James Woods.
Well,
He. Oh yes, I know him. Yeah, 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 yeah. He was a good
he's
actor.
yeah, he's a huge. He was a huge actor. Yeah. He was. Let me see why.
He's in The Specialist, Casino, White House Down. I think that's where I know him from. White House Down.
Right. Well, yeah, but I recognize his face straight away. So he was on crying his heart. You know, he's lost his face, crying his heart out. Um, apparently, he was very anti the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
So you know the usual culprits who you've done interviews with have come out and said, "Oh, look at him crying. He's lost his house, and this is karma because of his comments about supporting Israel." Yeah. So that's kind of all played out, and
I hate when
oh,
people
sorry.
do that. I hate when people do that. It's like, no, you can't just say that God's taken your side. It's just someone's going through
Yeah,
something bad.
totally, no, absolutely. But it is completely mad. But sorry, did you see the comment I left? Did you see that the tide has turned against Andrew Tate?
No, I didn't see that one. My thing's a bit funny. I did notice that I got some emails in regards to a
Hmm.
comment you left, but then it wasn't
Right.
showing up in my comment list. So yeah, I need to go through each video and just double check
Right.
that all
I
comments.
left. No, this is a few days before I left this.
Okay.
So basically, Muslim community completely thrown Andrew Tate to the wolves. We don't want nothing more to do with it.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you. I did see this message. This was the Ali
Mm.
Dawa one, right?
Ali Dawah, now loads more have come out and are on the thing as well.
I saw the
Um,
Ali Dawa video and I just thought it was ironic because he's like,
mm,
listen, what we do is we give our brothers the benefit of the doubt, regardless, even if they've got alcohol
mm,
all over their face. We assume that
mm.
someone poured it over their face, and
I've seen that.
I was just like, bro, what?
I thought, really,
Yeah.
really.
And then
That's
then he says like, "Oh, look, Andrew Tate, we believed you when you said that you didn't do anything, and you said that there was no evidence, and they were trying to target you.
mm, mm.
But now you're saying that Muslims need to kind of keep each other accountable.
Yeah,
We're done giving you the benefit of that. No, wait, I thought you
I
said
don't.
he.
I don't like Andrew Tate.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I'm
I
no
don't
fan of his.
I don't mind him. I don't think he. I think he's not a bad guy. I don't think. I think he's more.
No.
He's agent of chaos as well, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
But I think
Um,
agents of chaos can be used for good if they are provoking thought. If they're just
yeah, I agree with
provoking,
you. I mean,
that's
yeah,
bad.
Yeah, yeah. But I just worry about the whole. He's very sleazebag around women, and that whole that whole rep around that he has around women and how he treats women. You know, we don't know what's true or what's not true.
Mm.
But so I would just worry about people. You know, he had a massive influence on young men.
Yes.
You know, teenage men in schools and
Yeah.
stuff like that. They've seen him as this kind of, big hero, father figure, or whatever. I don't know, but and it's just like if you see somebody and they have this thing about them,
Mm.
you worry that people then start to take the negative behavior that he's portrayed as doing
Mm.
into their behavior. That's where I'd have the issue. Do you know what I mean?
No, same. Well, what I
Mm.
find the issue with his rhetoric is the idea that, listen, you're in a matrix, okay? And you're a slave at the moment, but you don't want to be a slave. How you avoid being a slave is by becoming a slave master. And it's like, bro, you've not come out of the matrix, you just joined the matrix.
Do you know what I mean?
So that's a hypocritical. I understand the point of being able to have some kind of financial freedom for yourself, because obviously when these celebrities or these other people get this much money, they do have this kind of freedom that other people don't have. I can understand that aspect, but not to just do it the same way everyone else has done it. You need to be
Mm.
doing something that's providing value, where you're not just replacing the person at the top with yourself, and then you've got a bunch of
Yeah.
slaves that you're hardly paying anything. I think it. Like I don't know if you caught my stream the other day where I was like, business shouldn't be like a pyramid scheme. You shouldn't have a pyramid scheme of a CEO at the top, then his managers, and then this and that, and then
Yeah.
the hard frontline workers, the guys who work the hardest at the bottom, they get paid the least.
Well, yeah, absolutely, 100%. But that's always how that's capitalism. It's 99% working their backsides off for very little to give profit to the 1% at the top.
Yeah, and
That's totally what it is. Isn't it?
I don't think it's bad to be like, because they always say, oh no, but the person who started the company deserves something. I'm like, yeah, no, of course they deserve something, but they don't deserve everything.
Yeah, not disproportionately.
Yeah.
So, and Thames Water.
Yes.
They're almost bankrupt. And it's because they just were borrowing. They borrowed something like £11 billion
Mm.
against the asset of Thames Water. Okay.
Okay.
Uninflated, whatever, terms, and it was all to give to shareholders.
Oh
And
my days.
you know what I mean? And none of it went into the infrastructure. It should have been used to fix the issues with the sewage going into the oceans, whatever.
Yeah.
And
Into the
we
rivers.
still,
Yep.
and it should have been used to fix just basically the infrastructure. And we still have a very, I think, Victorian and antiquated sewage system throughout the country. And they just never done it. And now the customer is paying the price. So the bills go up in April.
Mm.
and they're saying, it's going to be ridiculous.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I actually almost got a job working for Thames Valley Water, but it
Really.
wasn't directly for them. I found out
Mm.
that they've been basically giving all these other companies contracts and then getting them to go around fitting water meters. So instead of fixing
All
the
right.
problem, they're like, how
Yeah.
do we charge you more accurately?
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, like
Mm.
you said, there's sewage water going into the local rivers and people are
Mm.
swimming in that crap. It's horrendous. And then they're just focused on, oh, wait, how do we secure better finances from the people? It's
Well,
like,
totally, 100. Yeah, I mean, they're just not. There's not going to be conscientious thinking
no.
at play. Um, I've been thinking about the people at the elderly people who are having to put on 3 or 4 layers of clothing rather than turning their heating on. And that's the issue.
No, they're the ones who
And
get affected most with all these bad decisions. It's
yeah,
always the elderly.
yeah, and we'll hear the figures come April of how many people have died because of the extreme. I mean, because the weather at the moment, I mean, I'm kind of okay with it because I get really, I have a big winter sweater that I bought just for winter.
Yeah.
So, and then I dry clean and I take it out just for the winter time, and the minute I go out, I check the temperature. If it's 11 degrees, I can wear a normal one of my everyday sweaters. But if it's down, and today was like -3,
Oh, was it?
and
Damn. Okay.
yeah, so I went out and I had this on, and I have a very heavy winter kind of a nice jacket. I've got this colorful Nepali kind of jacket that I have. It's all very very colorful. A lot of people comment on it. So I have that on, and I have my new my sweater and my
Bring it down
scarf.
Speaker's Corner this weekend. I might turn up. If you're
Well,
if
I
you're coming
will.
down to Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Well, I think the temperature's going to be very low. I might go there. I'd like
Yeah,
to go
two
there,
minds.
but
Yeah, I'm in two minds at the moment,
mm,
but I'm thinking it'll be nice to just pop by just for a quick little walk
yeah.
through, get a bit of
Well,
fresh
what?
air.
God, it's still -2.
Yeah, I've actually ended up pulling up I sit here in a blanket while I'm doing the stream because I've got the windows open, so I always have like a breeze
Right,
coming through.
Sunday 3 degrees. No rain forecast, but 3 degrees.
Okay, that sounds quite
Yeah,
doable.
well, yeah, I think as long as I've said to a few people, in conversation recently, I think as long as you're wrapped up and insulated in your clothing, you should be okay.
Yeah.
But I was with a friend of mine today in the market, and where I really felt it was in my feet.
You had what? Sorry.
Where I really felt the cold
On
was
your feet? Yes.
in my feet. I
Mm.
thought, oh my god, So I might have to start putting on extra socks. You know what I mean?
I was actually just thinking that as well. I was literally just thinking
Yeah.
that if I do go on Saturday, I'll double up on my socks because
Sunday,
Sunday. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, doubling up on the socks I think is the smartest option. Quick question from business to you. What are you snacking on?
Oh, Nicorette chewing gum.
Oh, so you're quitting?
Um,
You're a
I'm
quitter. You're a
the quitter.
quitter.
Don't tell anybody. Don't advertise it to man. To the world that I'm a quitter. Um, I want to do. I buy the Nicorette. I was on the vape. I got rid of the vape about a month ago because I really felt the vape was affecting my gums. Um, and I heard so many bad stories about the vape generally from medical people. Different people said the vape is just not good. So I thought I'd get rid of the vape. So I basically tried. You're a heavy smoker, the man, aren't you?
um,
Or is it only when you're on the streams?
I'm not gonna lie. I used to be quite light.
Right.
But then I was working where I would, as a coach driver, as I was sitting around for hours doing nothing, and I'd keep myself busy with other things as much as I could, but it was like smoke was just typically like a good way to just refocus the mind, because the way I do
Yeah,
smoking is more not for the nicotine but for the breathing, because
Okay.
when you take a puff of a cigarette, you take a small puff
Yeah.
and then you take a deep breath in
Mm.
and then you blow out,
Right.
and if you do that enough, it's more
Mm.
of a breathing technique rather than a smoking
Okay.
thing. So yeah, for me, I could quit tomorrow if I wanted to. I quit years ago, just because someone asked me to.
Well, I tried to stick to a packet.
Mm.
You know, it's expensive. It costs me like 50. Like if I'm motivated enough to go to my local Sainsbury's, which is just down the hill. You know.
Mm.
So, but I tend to make it a packet last 2 days.
Yeah, I used to do
So
that.
I'm not.
Mm.
Yeah. So I'm not like where I was like a few years ago. So where did this news comment?
In the chat, he's in the chat at the moment. He's because he asked what you snacking on, and I thought he said it to me, but
Mm.
he was actually talking to you.
I
So.
know. I know business. But I'm not another one in the doghouse.
We got all the
start,
dog houses.
we should start a new thing, the doghouse crew. But how can I not see him, the man in the private chat or the comments?
Oh, you're looking at the StreamYard comments, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, like I said, I'm not streaming on StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard's facility to host people, but
Right.
I'm actually using a different
Oh,
program
sorry.
to.
So he be in the right. Okay.
So if you go to
So
the
he,
actual YouTube video, if you open
yeah,
up the YouTube video
yeah.
on a
Hold on.
separate bit, that will show
Yeah.
you all the comments.
Okay. Now I have to kind of yeah, yeah. Business.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't want to turn this into the We Hate Big Nose Club.
no, totally. Yeah, no, totally. I'm not. I'm saying.
But I do see that there are a lot of people that feel the same way we do in the fact that he's not consistent and he's not very logical or doesn't
Well,
use reasoning.
do you want to hear something funny? I mean, he did have a rant yesterday. He was quite, I won't go into the big thing about it. Um, he was kind of quite threatening. So he obviously watched a lot of the stuff, yeah.
Mm.
And I think maybe he watched the live stream because he referred to me, okay.
Yeah.
And he was, and he went through the names. The whole lot obviously went through. I told us we have to be careful. We could have people knocking at the door.
Yeah.
And this gets funny. He goes, "I'll have you for defamation," and I thought, "How can you have us for defamation if we don't know who you are?" You know what I mean? Who's going to have us for defaming who? You don't know your name. You don't know what you look like.
He does this
Yeah,
all the time.
yeah.
Some of the actual conversations when I had with him at Speaker's Corner, when I said to him, "Look, I'll record you being retarded. I'll just keep recording you," and he was like, "Oh, you're messing up your own credibility. You're doing this. You're doing that." So what he was trying to do is what he's doing in that last night's stream is he's
Yeah.
trying to scare you into silence. He's trying to say, "Oh, if you say anything, it's gonna harm
Yeah,
you." But it's like,
I
no,
did feel, yeah, I did think that. I thought, oh, he's been threatening.
yeah,
I thought he was threatening.
yeah,
But he was actually saying that he doesn't mind the funny videos,
yeah,
your trilogy,
yeah.
but watch what you say. And then I kind of thought, oh man, just get over yourself.
Well, the funny thing is, he could just
Basically,
respond. He could respond if anything I've said is wrong. He could just
you
respond.
happen, the man, you haven't done that wrong,
No, but
And
if he feels, because obviously
mm,
he is in his feelings a lot, as much as he says everyone else is low EQ, he is in his
yeah.
feelings a lot. So if he feels like I've said anything wrong, he's more than welcome to
But
address it.
yeah. Well, he basically said, "Oh, I don't know what's his demand and what's his problem, blah 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 blah."
Oh, he could
I
come
said,
here and
"Look
have a
it,
conversation with me. It's like,
well, that's the point. He's saying he can come and have a conversation with me. I thought he rang you. He came on the street to try and have a conversation with you. Cut him off. You want him to send? You want him to send a carrier pigeon? How do you want him to communicate? He's tried.
yeah.
So man, just give me a second. I just need to take something out of the oven, otherwise it'll be burnt.
No worries, no worries. I'll just
Yeah,
bring you down. I'll put you back up as soon as I see you.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, so if you guys did see Big Nose's stream yesterday, he has seen the videos. He does know what's being said. He's not able to respond to the actual comments in the videos and the analytical deconstruction of the conversation, but he rather kind of threatened people that, hey, listen, if you continue talking about me, that's defamation. It's like, bro, No, it's not. It's not. All we're doing is just looking at the video and just reviewing it and saying what we see. If you have a problem with the big nose, like I said, you're more than welcome to make a video and answer anything that I've said. You can even make videos on me. I've got plenty of videos here where I've probably said a lot of stupid stuff. You can pull those up and you can do whatever you like. I really don't care. But yeah, threatening people or scaring people into silence, that's another manipulation tactic. And it does not work on me because I don't give a damn. If you want to sue me for... If you want to sue me for whatever little I have, which is nothing, you're more than welcome to.
I gotta get a new set of headphones. Yeah.
That's all good.
I've got a set of I have a set of headphones on the man, but you know where it just keeps curling.
Yeah.
Wire, it's a nightmare, and it's not that old. You know the headphones. So I'd say it's less than a year. But it's just all curled
Yeah, I
together.
could see it curled up and it's just pulling at your neck.
It's like,
You know the trick to uncurl it, right?
Oh, I've tried everything. I'm gonna get a new set of headphones.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
Bluetooth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy some Bluetooth as well.
Bluetooth are
But
handy, but they do tend to need to be charged every once in a while. So that's the downside.
no,
It's like when you're about to use it, you're like, oh damn, battery's about to die.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to do was have the Bluetooth and the normal plug-in ones.
Mm-hmm.
The Bluetooth are handy. They just have their own kind of value Bluetooth.
For sure,
But
for sure.
I didn't come to Bluetooth only till I'd never used Bluetooth before. And only in about 2 years ago, I got a set of headphones, and I thought, oh, God, this is great. Do you know what I mean? It's a different kind of listening experience.
100%, 100%.
You know,
Especially if you're going for a walk or a jog, you don't pull on the wires, because that was a big thing. It's like you're going for a walk and you pull the wires, and then all of a sudden they stop working, and you're like, oh.
the whole thing of that. So I mean, it's just about I have a USB port cable with the Bluetooth ones I had. So it's just keeping an eye to make sure that
Charged.
You have a few hours charging it. But I do find the Bluetooth very good. And then I think something happened that I threw them. I got it in inexpensive. I need to invest in some decent tech. But when I went to use my TV with them, so I have a Sony TV I bought maybe 15 years ago. But it has Wi-Fi and all the apps. I bought John Lewis, and for some reason it didn't have Bluetooth.
Oh.
So I don't know. That's about.
You could get one of these things. It's like a tiny little USB thing. It's absolutely tiny, but this has the Bluetooth capability. So you could potentially stick one of these into the TV. This is only like £2, £3 off Amazon.
Okay, right.
It's literally tiny. It's just a USB thing with a little bit that sticks out, and this then is able to use the Bluetooth from this for the TV or any other particular device.
So that can pick all the information up from the TV and transmit it to the Bluetooth.
Exactly that, yeah. And it's like I said, it's £2-3 off Amazon. It's like an easy investment. It's nothing that's going to break the bank.
I might get a new TV. It's such a long TV I've had, so I might get myself a new one.
Treat yourself. Why not?
I'm just waiting for some 6 planets plus the moon, J-Fu.
Yes, I saw that message. Unfortunately, the 6 you can't see. You can see.
I did think it was 7 in the line.
Well, he's a 6 and the moon, so that would be 7 celestial objects. But 2 of those planets you can't see without a telescope. You need some kind of optical aid.
Right.
So with the naked eye, you'll see 4 plus the moon.
Right, but they'll probably have some good NASA images of it or something like that we will be able to see it.
Hopefully. J-Fu says, "Come on, guys, bring some fire."
Bring some fire.
What fire are you after? What fire are you after?
Fire stick, Amazon fire stick.
You could always come up, J-Fu. You could bring some fire with you. But But I did want to ask you, Damien, what do you think about
Yeah.
this idea that people are like, oh, the aliens are demons, the aliens are a
I don't,
fake
I don't believe
invasion?
that. I don't. Well, I believe there could be psyops going
Hmm.
back to what a lot of the stuff I've said, that they could try to create a false flag thing that and make it so like COVID. I wish I'd
Hmm.
never had COVID, the
Oh,
COVID
you
vaccine,
got the
because
jabs? Oh.
well, I got the jabs. I had both parents in hospital with COVID.
Hmm.
My father he was in a care home. He's passed away now in Ireland, so he was at the beginning,
Sorry
and my
about.
mother was in a hospital in Bournemouth in Devon here.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, I did get them. But since I've had them, and I'd say mostly in the last year,
Hmm.
or possibly in I don't know the next, I get terrible spasms in my
Really?
legs. No, I mean like really
Yeah.
frightening. So that it's I try to stretch the leg, and it feels like the spasm's not going to go away. You talk about like it's like a cramp, like a muscle cramp in
Hmm.
the muscle behind behind the leg, but and it's like, oh my god, this not going to stop. Yeah, so I
Wow.
don't know if that's it. I heard, but I have heard um people talking about that kind of a symptom of the
Yeah,
link
I've
to the
heard
vaccine
like
side.
yeah, I've
Yeah,
heard that as well.
yeah.
People losing control of certain
Mm,
parts of the limbs. I've heard myocarditis, which is like
yeah,
a
that
sac
was
around the heart, and
yeah.
that causes
I've
people to
seen
have
that quite
issues.
a lot about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um. I, I,
I
sorry,
was
go
gonna
on.
say I've got no issues with vaccines themselves. Like before I did my airline
Yeah.
job, I had to take about 4 or 5
Mm.
different vaccines, like yellow fever and malaria and all this stuff. I had to take these
Before
vac.
you did your airline, did you
Yeah,
say?
yeah. I was cabin crew
What?
for 3 years.
Oh, where you coming? That doesn't surprise me.
The emergency
Who are
exits
you
are
coming
here,
to for?
here, and there. I was with British Airways.
Were you?
Yeah, yeah,
How long for?
for about 3 years, and
All right. Wow.
I was mixed fleet, so I had best of both worlds. So I had like
Were you
local.
were you in business class?
I was all over the place. I was first business
Right.
and in economy. I
Right.
preferred economy because
Yeah. Yeah.
there was a lot more to do and a lot more passengers, and you get to have a bit of a bounce with them. Whereas in business and in first class, most people just kind of want to go to sleep or whatever.
Right.
Where in economy, it's like, oh yeah, cool. You guys want some wine?
Yeah.
Here's 4 bottles, and here's another
Yeah.
4 for
Sweet.
later,
Yeah.
so I can have a bit of fun with
No,
them.
how did they treat you? What was it? A good job? Salary was what's the, I mean, we're saying
Salary,
salary is not particularly good, but
yeah, salary wasn't great, but it was a great job. I loved it. It was my favorite job of all time, honestly. I was traveling around the world, seeing places I never would have got to see otherwise,
right.
um, and staying in like 4 or 5 star hotels. It's like I wouldn't be paying for this normally, but if the company's
Mm.
keeping us here, that's cool. Um,
Absolutely, they do treat you well in the sense of the perks, don't they?
yes, yes, definitely. And
Yeah.
like even China, like I was talking to some people, they were like, "Oh, it took me a year and a half to get my visa." Like on the flight to China, they're telling me that it took them a year and a half to get their visa just to go see China, and just because I had a
Mm.
working visa, I was in and out of China
Mm.
every other week.
Mm.
And I even got to go as
Right.
one of the best perks was sometimes you get flown out to a particular country as a
Mm.
passenger, and then you work on the way back. So a couple of times I managed to get into first class, and I got the first class treatment all the way to China, which
Oh,
was like a good
okay. I
13-hour
never heard
flight.
that. Oh, because they knew they needed staff at that leg, that end of the leg
Exactly.
coming
Yeah,
up.
somebody's calling
Okay.
sick or something, or someone's gone down.
Mm.
So they're like, "Oh yeah, you could go as a passenger and come back as crew."
Mm.
So yeah, it was
Okay,
amazing,
that's
amazing job, amazing job.
why did you leave?
COVID. Uh,
Oh, really?
yeah, COVID
I thought it's
happened.
quite recent, so it's quite a recent thing.
Yeah, yeah. COVID happened, and then they were saying that, oh yeah, you need to possibly get a vaccine to go into America and
Mm.
all this stuff. And I was like, "Do you know what? I've done it for 3 years. I've ticked off all the places I really wanted to go. This
Mm.
is a sign from God for me to walk away, because I ain't gonna be getting no experimental drugs pumped into me just for a
Mm.
job."
Well, I think the thing with the COVID thing, my local street, where I meet like a load of people that I know on a day-to-day basis,
Hmm.
might just say hi or have coffee. We're not over involved with each other, but they're kind of people like buddy. I just call them buddies. But I'd be hard pushed to find somebody who's actually had the COVID job.
Really?
Yeah. Mm,
Wow.
yeah. They were totally, on the ball about recognizing it could be because it was just tested. It was so quick. You never get a vaccine to market that quick in anything. So,
No. And then
um,
it wasn't just that it was quick. It was like then they were pushing it on everyone, saying everyone needs to get it. It's like whoa, 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 whoa.
yeah.
And they're calling it safe, and they're calling it all these other things, and you're like, what? How do you know? We're the guinea pigs.
We are the guinea pigs, yeah. And I think when I get those spasms, I think, oh, I mean, that's something linked to the vaccine. But I haven't. They've been sending me texts to get the most recent one. I thought, no, you're not. I'm not having any more. That's it.
Are they
So
still doing that? Oh my days.
yeah, yeah. So and they say now that the next thing is going to be bird flu.
Oh, back to the bird flu again, are we? Yeah, because
Well,
bird
20
flu came out
people.
many years ago.
Well, no, I think they said 20 people died or contracted it. So we know now that there will be something that will come out to try and control us and
Hmm.
lock us down and control our behavior, so we can't, so we. But back to the alien thing. What you're saying is, yes, I'm more open to the actual idea of a psyop,
Hmm.
of they could create something that looks like, oh, what the hell,
Hmm. Hmm.
and then we have to respond in a way, to the narrative where we lose a lot of rights or we have to do some whatever,
Lockdown, essentially.
yeah,
Lockdown
yeah,
with martial law. That would be
yeah.
the next
I
step.
can,
It would
I can
be.
see it. I can. Well, I just think it's a very, I know there's always been fires in Malibu. We've seen them through the years on the thing,
Mhm.
but I've never seen nothing like this.
Yeah, it looks bad, doesn't it? It looks bad, and they had a fire a couple of years ago, so there shouldn't be such a big fire so
They
soon.
should be prepared. They should be
Yeah,
prepared.
yeah,
And they said, Sunset Boulevard.
yes.
Yeah, they're saying that's practically gone. The
Oh,
Hollywood sign it was getting ready to go as well.
wow.
All these landmark places, So um, it's just kind of like, what the bloody hell? So I just think it's a very strange stuff, just very, very, very. And now we have the Antichrist himself coming into office
Oh,
as the most powerful person of the world, Donald Trump.
oh. I was gonna ask who? Okay, he's known as
Yeah.
the Antichrist. Is that what people are calling him?
Well, I think when you look at him closely, you just look at we're in. I mean, he has been in before for 4 years. I
Hmm.
didn't do anything. He had that. Remember that mad meeting with the leader of North Korea, where they crossed together from each other's from South Korea across that little borderline.
Hmm.
Um, but I'd be worried him coming in now. That he could end up with a god complex.
Hmm.
Where he might see himself. This is what the people want. They vote me in again. I've got past all the stuff that was thrown at me from the courts legally.
Hmm. Hmm.
Really, I'm on this. He could really see
It
himself.
could end up going to his head. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I would just worry. I mean, do you remember the speech when the COVID was going on?
Mm.
And I had an argument, not an argument. I had this discussion with my friend, and he couldn't get it. And I said, David, when you have the most powerful person in the world saying that it's okay that he thinks that if you inject bleach into your body that it
I
might
knew you
kill
were
the
gonna say
virus.
that. I knew you were gonna say that.
Remember that? And I thought, seriously? And my friend, of course, like twisted it around. Oh, he didn't mean that. He was just saying this, that. I
Mm.
said, David, he said it. Okay, he said it to the world. If we think if you put bleach in your body, it might kill the vaccine.
Yeah.
And so and I tried to basically explain to him the responsibility and importance of language. But
Yes. Yeah.
My
No,
friend
no.
David is really, really right wing.
No, languages is super, super important. This is why, like, when people typically ask me questions, it may seem like I'm trying to avoid the question or I'm trying not to answer it straightforward, but it's just I need to be careful with the language I use. Even with
No, you're,
if it's just
you're,
two people on the stream, I still have to be
yeah.
careful because
No,
of
but
that.
you're good. You're. I think your channel, the man is. You have a nice channel.
Thank you.
You have, but what I like also is that you have. I like your artwork within how you put it together. I like the artwork.
Oh, like
You know,
the
the graphic,
yeah.
just generally, just everything how you do it.
I just try to avoid anything clickbaity or anything that's just uh like you see people with like big red
mm,
arrows and then someone's face like, huh? I try and
yeah,
avoid anything.
yeah, gotcha. I've had a
Yeah,
few of those done on me. It's
same,
just funny.
same.
Yeah,
And it's just like,
with the Dawa teams, you
yes,
know.
Dawa teams and
Um,
the nose team. Yeah.
and well, I was going to say, and I had it from the nose team as well. So I think I think if you do, I put a lot of content on my channel because I was in the acting business for a few
Mhm,
years, so I had a lot of my filming and short films, that kind of stuff I did. So I uploaded that. I've done a lot of traveling in India. So
mhm,
I went to all the Buddha places, where the Bodhi tree,
mhm.
where Buddha sat under the tree,
Yeah.
and the cave where he meditated before the tree. So I
Cool.
put a lot of traveling around, and then a lot of spiritual stuff, a lot of stuff talk to camera about my my thinking, and got 60 subscribers, 59 subscribers. But I never put it up there to, what I like about Facebook and YouTube. It's great. It's great. I find it a great place to store my content, like
Yeah.
keep memories.
Store it and
So
share it with people that you want to share it with without
yeah,
having to go, oh, where is it? Yeah.
yeah, basically, So, so I quite like that. I quite like that, and like sometimes I might be having a conversation with a stranger. So I used to be an actor, and they say, "Oh, do you have something?" And I show them something. Go, oh, bloody hell! And usually the first question is, "How long ago was that?" And I'm like, "All right, okay, I can see I've changed." You know what I mean? So, so I was on Hobby City. You know Hobby
Yeah,
City?
you mentioned, yeah, you were the
Yeah,
nurse, right? You said, and then
yeah,
some other
yeah.
bits and
Just back
pieces.
up. Yeah, but it was a good gig. And then through that, I got into acting. I started doing short films and basically for had about 5 years where I was full on, doing all different stuff, but only acting, not background. Yeah. So
Mm.
did you chase up? Did you have a look at that site? That stuff I gave it
Which one?
for the link. Remember I said the first night I gave you the link for the agency.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I've just been kind
Mm.
of procrastinating because I was working on something else, and I
Yeah.
I need someone to take pictures of me. So, and I'll need to
Right.
go up.
Would them the only one selfies?
Oh, it's just selfies. Oh, I thought they wanted like
Yeah.
full
Yeah.
body because that's what I had to do last time.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
If
that's
you
good.
look, if you look through this stuff, um, it's not. They're not looking for professional shots,
Good.
which before it was. Do you know what I mean? But no, they're not doing that. So. Mm.
I'm just going to share a a video I was in. If it
Okay.
decent quality, no, that's low quality. So this was
Do you know
many. Sorry.
do you know who I got into the business? He's done a few things actually. Do you know Naz?
Who?
Nazam.
Nizam? No.
He's a Muslim guy with a very long beard.
Does he call himself
He's all
Gus or something?
no Naz. He calls himself.
Naz.
He
Yeah,
does a lot of stuff to camera.
yeah. I think I know who you're on
Um,
about. He's a comedian, right?
no.
Oh,
He's
okay. I'm thinking someone else then.
very quiet guy. Um, he spends a lot of time with Paul Williams.
Okay.
So when Paul Williams is in the park, they normally be together walking around.
Hmm. Uh, I'm just gonna share this. This is
I'm sure.
from many moons ago.
But,
Uh, have you seen Bride and Prejudice?
no. I kind of remember. I remember The film.
Yeah.
I remember. I remember it was a Mickey take, wasn't it?
It wasn't too much of a Mickey take. It was actually pretty. It was kind of running along the sidelines of Pride and Prejudice, just with an
Oh
Indian
yeah, no,
twist.
I know. Yeah, was that? Sorry, is that an Indian flick?
Yes,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
and this is a song, and I'm not going to play the entire song, but
Yeah.
where am I? It's There we go. That's me there.
Where are you?
This tall fella with the little black turban thing.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's me.
What, how old are you there? 16 or something?
Yeah, 15. I just missed the threshold. It was like a couple of months before my birthday. So if I was 16, I would have gotten the higher pay rate. But because I was 15, I
Right.
got the
Okay.
lower pay rate. But yeah,
Okay.
I was there for a couple of months doing whatever they. It was most of the time. It was just sitting around in a tent, just drinking coffee and.
Sorry, where did you film?
I don't remember the location. It was in the UK. It was in the UK. It was just
All right.
we
Okay.
drove for about an hour and a half, and then there was just this massive white mansion in the middle of nowhere,
Right.
and they decked it up to make it look like it was in India.
So were you sitting on the location buses all day in between?
So, it was. I wish we had the buses. It was just the tents. It was just tents because there were
Oh,
so many
really? Oh,
extras.
really?
There were so many extras that
Right.
they just got tents.
I
Uh,
worked with Shah Rukh Khan.
oh,
I know
cool.
I told you.
No,
Yeah.
I've always
For
wanted to meet him. I thought
2 days.
it'd be an interesting character
Yeah.
to meet.
He's nice. My experience of him was he was a nice guy.
He
Yeah.
seems like it.
He's
Yeah.
very. Yeah. He's very mischievous in
He seems it
a
as
kind of
well.
very childlike. You know.
Yeah.
So I worked on a film called Ra One.
Oh, cool.
So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so I was in the song "Smooth Criminal" with him and Akon.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, yeah. So we filmed in Mumbai, and this guy came up to me in Mumbai in the Colaba district, this the tourist kind of district,
Mm,
and he said, do you wanna work on a film?" Like he was all like, "I'm giving you a gift."
yeah.
And they paid me 700 rupees a day, 7 quid.
Decent.
Anyway, yeah, I'm like so generous compared to what I get here. But anyway, so he said, "Do you want to work in a film with Shah Rukh Khan?" And I said, "Who's Shah Rukh Khan?" And he's like, "You don't know who Shah Rukh Khan is?" It was like I'd really said something terribly blasphemous. You know? So I had a couple of days on that, and when we were filming in a place called Goregaon.
Okay. I've
It's
not heard of it.
it's film city in Mumbai.
Mhm.
And somebody came up, this guy, he's up working on another production there,
Mm.
and he basically said, "I was having my lunch in the open." Everybody was laughing at me trying to, because there was no cutlery. So everybody was laughing at me trying to use my fingers and the food slipping through my fingers, you know. So that, which is quite a funny thing. So basically, this guy came up and said, "Listen, we have a drama we're putting together. You know, we've already filming for it,
Mhm.
and we can give you a 3-month contract on it."
Wow.
And they said there's a character in it, a Western character that you just really good for. So it's obviously a small thing, but it would be more than a background, obviously. But
Obviously, yeah.
yeah, but he said, and I said, "Yeah, okay, that's fine, great." And he said, "We'll give you 5,000 rupees a month
Mm.
towards accommodation to pay for an apartment or whatever in the area." So basically, I thought, right, oh, that'd be interesting. You know, yeah, I was able to show him my stuff that I'd done from from online storage,
Mhm.
and basically we exchanged numbers. And then when I finished round one, I went looking for an apartment in a place called Juhu
Mhm.
in Mumbai, Juhu Beach near Bandra. It's where Shah Rukh Khan lives. It's a really expensive
Oh,
part of
okay.
Mumbai.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Mumbai.
that must have been the posh ends.
Yeah, yeah, very posh area.
Yeah.
So I was in this area called Juhu, and I just remember I was going looking for an apartment, and I just was so ill from food poisoning.
I was gonna say Delhi belly.
I was like so in terrible pain, and I was sat at the side of the road
Mm.
in Juhu trying to get a rickshaw. I was dying. I mean, the man, I really was dying. You know, not obviously literally, but
Yeah.
you know, when you have that kind of a thing going on.
Yeah.
And because it was such a wealthy area I was in, the rickshaws they didn't need the tourist bit, so I couldn't get a rickshaw, and I thought, oh, I've had enough of this. So I came back to Goa, and the guy rang me and said, Damien, blah, blah, blah. I said, I'm really sorry, but I got so ill. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So that was it. So I could have ended up doing. I never say never. It could happen again, but
Yeah, no, for sure.
but, you know. But so yeah, so
Plus,
it was a
everything
good.
happens for a reason as well. So who knows? Maybe it
Everything
was a
happens.
blessing
Yeah,
that you didn't go down that road.
yeah, absolutely. I tell you, an interesting thing on that thing was I was doing a theater piece. Do you know Riverside Studios?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
remember where it is, but yeah, I've heard of it.
yeah. It's in Hammersmith. It's where they used to initially film Top of the Pops. Yeah,
Hmm.
before it moved to the BBC. And so I was doing an Irish musical there, and
Hmm.
I had the main part in it as the singer. I was a singer in a band on this one night in this dance hall in Ireland in 1920s Ireland, and I was the singer Frankie in the show. So basically, we've done a lot of work on that, but at the same time, just near the end of it, uh, a company called Tiger Aspect. You know Tiger
I've
Aspect?
heard of them as well. Yes, yeah.
Right. So they produce all the big comedy series, like the very well-known British comedy series that we know. Like
I want to say East is East. Was that them? Tiger
I'm
Aspect.
not sure if it could be, but I'm not sure if they did film. They probably could have done, but they've done absolutely fabulous.
Mm.
All of those kind of things. Yeah, Rick Picker will be, I think, probably everything that we know is a thing. So I was in the Actors Centre. So basically, when I got my equity card through Holby City, I got
Mm.
an equity card. Yeah. And that opened a lot of doors for me. So it meant I could go places because of having the equity card, right?
Hmm.
So I was able to go to the Actors Centre, and in the Actors Centre was just this kind of not small, but it was a building in Covent Garden, yeah, where actors would go for like further on training. So they've been to drama school, they've done the drama school, and you have very famous actors teaching there.
Hmm.
People like Judy
Oh, cool.
Walters,
Yeah, yeah.
um, Prunella Scales from Faulty Towers.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, Richard Wilson from One Foot in the Grave. I
Yeah.
don't believe it. But they were all teaching there. That was their way of giving back. So I
That
could
was a good impression,
go
by the
and
way.
go.
But I
So
don't believe it.
I don't believe it, Margaret. So I could so I could go there and I could do a 3-hour class
Mm.
with Julie Walters
Mm.
for so it was all kind of working at things to get you the job.
Mm.
So it wasn't nothing to do about learning acting because you've already done that, yeah.
Yeah,
Even though
yeah.
I didn't, I came
You just came in off the streets, yeah. Just
I came off the streets, I'm the extra, So they basically, so it was kind of helping you how to get the job, how to learn scripts
Mhm.
without looking like you're reading at in an audition process,
Yeah, yeah.
and really about getting the job. So they were teaching things like uh, for radio, how to do voice working on radio for a radio play or
Mhm.
etc. So these are the type of things Judy Walters was doing. And there were a
Mhm.
lot of famous actors. I'd be just sitting in a tiny little cafeteria, and they're just all floating around, like well-known actors. So I would did there, and then I seen something on the notice board.
Mhm.
Was it like they had a notice board there, yeah, saying, and it was. Do you remember "Gimme, Gimme, Gimme"?
Yes.
I think you'd be right.
No, I
Okay,
remember that. Yeah.
right. So they were doing a series called "The Real Gimme, Gimme, Gimme," the
Mhm.
real men behaving badly, the real one foot in the grave.
Yeah.
So they were interclipping shots, so from the series with people in real life who kind of were similar to the actors
Mhm.
in the series. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the one I was up for was "Gimme, Gimme, Gimme, Gimme," and then basically. So they came to I had a few meetings with Tiger Aspect, came to my house and everything. They weren't giving me any money initially. Initially, I was managing to get some money out of them.
Mhm.
But what they wanted was they wanted me to really. So I was going to play the part of Tom,
Mhm.
yeah, and my friend. So they were going to set up all these speed dating things for us and set up all fake auditions for me going to so I could fail, make it funny, you know.
Yeah.
And they said they want you to really exaggerate the character.
Mm.
And I thought I can't do that. You know, look, I'm quite OTT anyway. I'm quite happy with that. Do you know what I mean? But they wanted me to be really, really, really OTT.
Mm.
But the issue with that was with my by this stage I have an agent, you know, or like a proper acting agent.
Yeah.
So if they send out, you know, when my agent puts me forward for something and she sends, however she does the you know the photographs across to the casting directors, depending on the relevant job she's putting me forward for, and the casting directors see that and say, oh, that's that guy. He was really over the top. Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was, you know, and they would think that was real,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
So it would go against me, right? It would really go against me. And so in the end, I pulled out of it, and Tiger Aspect weren't happy with me at all. Okay,
Oh.
they felt I wasted their time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what happened when you're saying everything for a reason? What happened was very shortly after that, we finished the show, the theater show. I was sitting in a coffee shop near where I lived, and the director Roz of the theater show, she rang me and said, "Damien, you know, here's a bit of good news here. There's good thinking on pulling out of that Tiger Ass, that thing you're going to do, because you're selling your soul, you know, and it's at what price?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. She said, two Irish papers have come out with reviews of the show we've just done, and your name is the only name mentioned in most of them, right? So because of my singing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she said, just to show you, you know, the way the universe, when you don't sell out, you know, so you've done something of value here that you did with me
With
in
the
the
singing.
shows,
Yeah.
and now and acting. It was I was acting, I think, and it's been reflected in the reviews. So that's the real cake for me, you know. So
Especially because if they were saying that, oh, we want you to play you, but an exaggerated version of you, that's like a bit. But if you were playing a particular character, if you are playing a completely different character, then obviously you could do whatever you want. But when you're trying to play you, and then they're saying, oh no, make it more, then it's not natural. It's not you.
Well, the issue was, demand that it was a reality it was a reality documentary. So I wasn't playing a part. I wasn't acting
As
you
a
know,
character.
yeah. So the audience wasn't being led to believe that we were an acting role.
No.
They were just being led to believe that I was the same. They're making similarities between me and the main character. So they show me going to whatever, doing whatever, and then a clip from the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, so it was that. So, but the audience will be left thinking that
that's how you
was,
are.
well, which I don't particularly not that bothered about that, but when it came to the casting people, the directors, when they're seeing my photograph putting across their desk, they're going, "Oh, that's not bloody crazy mad." You know what I mean? And I'm like, "That's not me. That's not me at all." You know. So that was the thing. So
yeah, no, for sure, everything happens for a reason.
Everything for a reason. I do. And so I get a few people say to me sometimes, "Oh, would you not go back and do that?" And it's kind of just what you're saying is, no, that was for them. This is for now, you know. So yeah, everything has a time, its own time frame. Do you know what I mean? So now,
sorry to interrupt you. There's just a couple of comments here, and there's one question for you. J-Fu says, "Oh,
LBC."
it's something about how business saw. Well, his uncle remembers J-Fu from Palladium nightclub, 1988.
J-Fu was at the Palladium.
Yeah. He says he used to go there quite often about the same time. Limelight was my favorite, 1990s. You guys have got some good
yeah. He said the light. Sorry, J-Fu used to go to the Limelight.
Yeah.
You won't remember that.
No, I've got no clue what these. Even if I had been there myself, I would have no clue. Yeah. I'm really bad with names, places, and all this stuff.
The Limelight was on Shaftesbury Avenue. So basically, you know where the Cambridge Circus, that theatre company is there, and they have
on the corner.
On the corner, and they have Dawa stalls outside.
Yeah.
They run. So the Limelight was just the other side of the road. And it was run by a guy who I knew. No, he wasn't a friend of mine, but he was a friend of a friend. And it was used to be on. I think it was just on one night of the week, but you'd get every. It was quite a smart nightclub. Yeah.
Okay,
So
nothing
yeah.
bad.
Well, no,
Business. Sorry,
yeah.
business says Limelight was David Bowie's favorite. My uncle said so. I think David
Yeah, that was
Bowie.
probably
Bowie.
It was kind of yeah. You'd get people. You would get figures in there. I wouldn't say wouldn't be right to mention people, but I've been in a few situations where I thought, oh my god, if the press got a shot of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously not by me because I'm nobody, but
No,
there was a few very well known people.
that probably
You
goes
know,
nicely with J-Fu's comment of wild place.
yeah, it was. Yeah, no, there was. Well, I think the '90s London was very different.
Yes.
It was just a different. It was a different animal.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? So we had places like, and Jay Fu probably knows this. We had the piano bar. Now that was a regular place of mine, and we had Madame Jojo's. Do you know Madame Jojo's, the man? No. So that was in Rupert Street, basically in Soho. So it was the first big cabaret bar with drag queens, but that looked like stunning.
Mm.
I would come on and do a show, and it was mostly hetero customers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was all really beautiful, red velour layout with this very
Glammed up.
cabaret.
Mm.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It was just very ostentatious kind of thing. And so the straight people used to love to come to see all these stunning looking men looking like women,
Mm.
with figures to die for. You know what I mean? And they loved that. That was the attraction.
For me, it
So
was
they
Ministry of Sound. That I only went clubbing
yeah, no,
twice, I think, and that was the only place. Well, that and somewhere in Twickenham, I think it was called Oceanus, and then it
right.
got
I don't
changed to
know.
Prism.
Ministry of Sound I'm aware of. Yeah.
Uh,
Went to fire. Went to fire. So somebody was saying bring on the fire. Went to fire. There was a club called Fire. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it.
nope.
But in Vauxhall, which was a very late night, um, kind of a big thing going on. But no, I think the '90s was very different, and I think kind of in 2000 everything changed in 2000. From then on, I
Mm.
think after 9/11, everything is just changed. Everything is disapproved of.
Mm.
Uh, maybe I'm just getting older. Maybe part of it is just my age. You know what I mean? That,
No,
but
I hear this
mm,
from everyone in different jobs, in different life things that people do. It's like they're always like, oh yeah, back in the day we could do
mm,
this. Now it's like, oh, PC gone mad, or it's like health and safety gone mad, or whatever. It's just
mm,
everything's just encroaching on your ability to have fun and enjoy life a little bit.
mm.
But the question from business for yourself was if you like Angel Heart, director Alan Parker.
Alan Parker, I think I know.
Angel
Yeah,
Heart
I
is
the
the
film,
movie.
the film. I don't know. No, but I know the Alan Parker. Yeah, I can picture Alan Parker actually. Alan Parker is a very straight looking, uh, studious looking person. Almost you could almost put him sitting in an office. Do you know what I mean? As an accountant, he's got that kind of look about him. But Alan Parker, is it Alan Parker? Let me just double check.
I just had a Google of it. Angel Heart is a horror mystery.
Right. Okay.
Uh,
Is it? And does it say Alan Parker? Is that who the director is? You got that
that's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just see. Let me just remind myself of.
What was that movie with the baseball
Oh
and
yeah,
the
yeah,
angel? Was
yeah.
that
Which one?
the baseball one with the angel?
Oh, I don't know it.
That was the one that popped into my head when I heard Angel Heart. I thought it might be that baseball one. Baseball angel movie.
No, no, no.
Angels in the Outfield. Angels in the Outfield. That's a movie I like. A good old family
Right,
movie.
right. Yeah. So you think you might go down if the weather is man. I mean, when I went out this morning, I did. You think you're going to walk out when I see -3 on my phone. I thought, oh, for God's sake. And so I was quite surprised actually. I thought, oh, no, it's okay. But I think it was because I was quite insulated in what I was wearing.
Mm.
Oh, so I'll see how I feel on Sunday when
Yeah,
I go down. I can't imagine our friend being there, but
it doesn't matter if he's there or not. I'm not even
I'm
there
not
for a
even going to
particular
go there. Yeah, I'm
conversation.
not.
It's
I'm
just
just. I'm
literally
just.
just to show my face, just
Yeah,
have a look around, say hello
yeah,
to some of the people that I know,
yeah,
and that's pretty much it. I don't think I'm gonna spend all day there either. The
yeah.
first few,
What was the thing? Sorry, Evan, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the first few times I went was literally just me standing there until about 8, 9 o'clock in the evening. I'd get there early
Right.
at 11 o'clock, and then I'd just stay there all day until about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. It was dark, everyone's going home, but there's still patches of people talking,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
was
yeah. I quite like that. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but
I did one, not the last time. I think the time before um, I was there when it was dark,
mhm,
and I could hear people were starting to talk about going to the pub. You know.
yeah, yeah,
No, it doesn't bother me. You know, I can go. I actually went and had a non-alcoholic Guinness from a can. It was lovely.
mhm.
Absolutely. They gave me one free because I had food and there was a bit of an issue with it. Um, so there was me. There was. I think one of your videos. Actually, you were talking. You know the guy that sits by the fence with all the signs.
You're talking on
He's
that side.
Yemeni from Saudi. He says he's the new caliph. His name is his name. I know. His name is Saeed.
So, oh
He's a,
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes, the Somalian
yeah,
fella, the one.
yeah.
Yes, yeah, he's a really nice guy.
He's very very nice guy.
Yeah, he's got a
Um,
poetry book that he made
yes,
himself.
I
Yeah,
watched it.
yeah.
Yes, yeah. And I really big things like that up when I see people who are kind of brought up in a very heavy doctrine,
Hmm.
you know, being able to think for themselves and to kind of go against that and say, no, I'll have my own thoughts, my own things in life.
Yes. Yeah.
So I've always kind of supported them in that, and I try to say, Saeed, what you do. Not many people would do that
Hmm.
because most people, wherever, I think specifically within that particular religion, they just follow. I think,
Mm.
I think you, I think the thing with Islam now for me is what I'm left thinking with is everything is done for you. You don't have to think for
Oh
yourself.
yes.
You know what I mean? That kind of came to me. I thought like how you walk out of a room, how you walk into a room.
How you
You know,
wipe
you
your
everything
ass.
has how you wipe your eyes, or how you well, yeah, but no, but every single thing of how you would lead your life
Mm.
you're being told.
Mm.
And I'm like, Harry, where do you not question that?
Mm.
And say, so that's why it's hard having conversations sometimes with people in Speaker's Corner because it's almost like I do feel a lot of Muslims in Speaker's Corner intuitively have a knowing that some things aren't correct.
Yeah, things
You
aren't
know what I mean?
kosher.
Yeah, things aren't kosher.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that. The Muslims not feeling kosher.
Well, I'll tell you, I used to work in a Jewish. When I say this, I used to work in a Jewish restaurant in the 90s. Funnily enough, 93, 92, 93 as a waiter in Hampstead for this Jewish man.
Mm.
We used to call Jewish people coming from Gordon's Green. The money
Yeah.
Jews. And basically somebody rang me one night and said, "Can you tell me is the food kosher?" I said, "Oh, it's fabulous." I always thought kosher meant like I always I always understood the word kosher meaning that
Is
it's
it
not
good or
knockoff.
legit? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's good or that is good. Like you was going or that it's not knockoff.
yeah. It's
Meaning
legit.
it's not stolen. Somebody rang me. She said, "Is the food kosher?" I said, "Oh, it's brilliant. That's fab. Yeah." Put the phone down on me. Yeah. I'll tell you the biggest one. One of the most difficult experiences I had there was a couple of four people came in one night. We'd be packed on a Saturday. Everything would
Mm.
be reserved, fully reserved. Yeah. Two couples, elderly couples, came to um, for dinner. So the wives come in first,
Mm.
and I kind of gave them a glass of Kia. I don't know if you know what Kia is. So it's
No.
like champagne and black. It's like
Oh, champagne and orange juice. Kia Royale. Kia Royale.
yeah, our Kia Royale, but no, there's one with a pink
Oh, with the
creme de
vermouth.
café. creme de cassis, is it?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah, we used to
Yeah.
give that on the airline. Otherwise, I would have no idea.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was giving these women their drinks, and the husbands were parked in the car,
Mm.
right? So what happened was, oh God, you don't want to do it when you just don't know when things is going to happen. Do you know what I mean? So basically, what happened was there was an alleyway, a very slim alleyway,
Mm.
where they parked the car, and they were walking through to come up to the restaurant, and it was all very kind of slopey before you got onto Heath Street where
Mm.
the restaurant was, and the man tripped in the alleyway
Mm.
with his friend. His friend, I don't think fell over, but he tripped or something happened, and he had a heart attack, and he
Oh.
died in the alleyway. Oh my God!
Oh.
So can you imagine having to go? The two women are just sitting there enjoying their Kia.
Yeah.
You're thinking, you know, and I have to go and say,
What?
look,
Why
I'm
did you
really
have to give
sorry.
them the bad news? Who was?
Well, that was just it was just me and my boss there, or whoever else was there. I don't know.
Oh.
Well, you know, it's just the way it was. There was
Yeah.
people, the three of us there. I was on the floor. I'm dealing with the women. My boss, probably I can't remember the ins and outs. But
Yeah.
my boss
Yeah.
said to me that this had happened.
Oh.
We'd have to, you know, so I had to go up, and then she came down. She was in the alleyway. Kind of gave her some, you know, brandy to try and calm her nerves. But can
Mm.
you imagine in that moment you've just got out for dinner and
Yeah.
you're called part of the car and you just like that, you know? So
That's why we said
yeah,
at the
so that
very. That's why we said at the very beginning. You never know when it's your
you,
time. I
you
might
just
think I'm young or old, but it's relative to how long I live.
yeah, you never. Well, yeah, I do find myself asking people, you know, I hear somebody talking about, oh, somebody's had a heart attack, they were a heavy smoker. I say, how old is he? Because I'm aware that I'm kind of going into that age group. You know what I mean? I'm going to that kind of criteria level, you know. So, yeah, so I forgot what were we saying, to man. I'm going to let you go now in a second because I'm going to have my dinner.
Yeah. No.
Um,
Worries. What you got in the oven? Was it pizza or?
yeah, no, I made it. What I do is, I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Can you see that saucepan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I bought this cast iron um, saucepan a few years ago, and it's just brilliant for cooking. So what I do is I'll make up a chicken casserole over the weekend. I'll have a beef stew,
Mm-hmm.
and the lid is great. Everything keeps all the thing, and then I just throw loads of stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it lasts once it's in the fridge. Once it stays chilled, it lasts for 3 or 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I can get a few meals out of it.
Nice.
So
Nice.
so it saves me, you know, when you just don't want to think, I'll have to prepare food or whatever, you don't want it. And it kind of helps me just reduce spending money on takeaways, you know.
Yeah. No. And it's better for your health as well with a nice home cooked meal.
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's, yeah. So where do you live, man?
Down next to Heathrow at the moment.
Slough, is that Slough?
No.
Ealing?
Hounslow. Next to
Oh,
Hounslow.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
Between Ealing and
Right,
Slough. Hounslow.
right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So let me have, I shoot off now in a second.
Yeah.
I'm
No
gonna
worries.
have a
Thank you for coming
food.
by. Appreciate the conversation, and I hope you enjoy your chicken casserole.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I hope. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I was gonna go back to you. I love the stuff that you do, man. All your stuff. Yeah. And I think what's nice about your content is very authentic. You know what I mean? You're
Mm.
very authentic.
I just
You
try
know.
to be me. Like, there's
No,
no point putting on a show.
you can't be anybody else.
Exactly.
And I think that's good enough.
Mhm.
Do you understand what I mean? So I think that comes across very much in your videos. And I think also you have great fun with you know, with your editing tools. You know,
Sometimes.
and why not? You know, that's what it's about. You know? So you're thinking of the viewer. You know, you're really putting stuff together.
Mm.
And I think when I spoke to you at the beginning of the week, you, I think we were on with Jay Fu,
Yes.
and you said, oh, shall we do a 24-hour? And I thought, why is he talking about 24 hours? And then when I looked back recently, yesterday or the day before, looked at a lot of your videos yesterday.
Mhm.
So I looked at the one where EF Dawa, you
Yep.
know what I mean?
Yep.
Talking about the mountain. I was a bit confused. I just bloody mountain. So talking about the mountain, I see the one with Hamza doing his hijab and then getting you out of there in the hijab shop. So I've seen quite a lot of your stuff.
Oh,
So
thank you. I
I think
appreciate it.
yeah, but you've got good content. So I think the live streams, I think, is a good way to create um, more subs.
Uh, yeah,
Yeah.
it can be. It can
I
be.
don't know if I could do a 24-hour thing, the man. You
To be
know what I
honest, that
mean?
24-hour thing was really popular. That 24-hour thing, I think, got quite a lot of views. Like, just because I do normal live streams where I just sit for about 10 minutes,
Yeah,
sometimes an hour, sometimes 2 hours.
yeah,
I don't get
yeah.
that many views. When I did the 24-hour one, I didn't actually complete the full 24 hours. But when
Right.
I did the 24-hour attempt, I think I got up to
So
17
what time
hours.
did you start and finish?
I don't remember exactly what time I started or finished, but I just kept going, and I think I finished about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And that
Right.
was only about 17. I think I started at midday. And then
Right.
I
Okay.
finished
Right.
about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, okay, if I get a chance to do another 6 hour stream, that could fall in place of the rest of the thing.
Did you get many people calling in?
Yeah. There's I don't think many people came up on stream, but there's quite a few people in chat, and there's a lot of people who were watching, like ninja watching.
Right.
I call them ninjas when they just don't comment or say
Ninjas. I
anything.
think I'm a bit of a troll actually. I'm sitting there thinking about that today. I think I could be classed as a bit of a troll. Well, no, I'm not obviously a malicious or negative in that
No.
way, but I think yeah. So I think when especially during the night, people are thinking, "Oh, where can I put my attention?" Isn't it? So we're all looking for something that's live. We want to interact and connect with, and I think we all kind of have that. I was mentioning that about Christopher yesterday. I think so we all kind of just want to connect, you know. It doesn't mean we're coming out, we're changing the world, and I do think sometimes it is just about that connection, you know. So I met my friend today by accident. I have this friend Gabrielle. She's so lovely and it's so authentic. You know what I mean? It just blows me away. Um, but and she's an amazing artist, painter.
Oh,
She
cool.
was absolutely amazing. So so she kind of come up. I'd be sitting there. She come up kind of from a hidden way. She'd go, hey you. That kind of way. I don't know, bloody hell. I was wondering, I hadn't seen you. And then we sat down, and then some more people joined us that we were, there's a kind of a nice group of people that kind of use my cafe. Do you know what I mean? Um, so it's kind of interesting. Then we walked around the market. So I sell antique collectible china.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So I had to go and part with £50. So I'm down to my last £80 till Tuesday, which is
Oh,
fine.
oh, till Tuesday.
Yeah, come on, it's only a few days. I have food, so I don't particularly have much to get. So I had to go down and get this china. So it's all it's all damaged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all a lot of it is highly damaged. But
Do you do repairs to it or just
no, I don't do the repairs. But it's basically from a very famous. It's a name, a particular person who died in 1930s. Yeah, and she was a woman who was ahead of the time of design. Yeah, so she was basically really an artist in the Cubanistic style. A lot of her stuff was coming from that Cubanist kind of so but ahead, like way ahead of her time. And she was initially started on the shop floor, and then she ended up, she had to really kind of push, tell the old bogies, the men, it was all men run, on the boards of these China pottery companies, and so she started doing these things, and people were looking, wow, these are brilliant. So anyway,
something
now,
different as well? Yeah.
yeah, loud, bold, but very kind of groundbreaking for the time. But one of her plates, just a plate, sold in Sotheby's a few years ago for £33,000. Yeah. So she's the number one collector in. Her name is Clarice Cliff. So when I seen all this stuff, the guy said, "Look, it's damaged." Uh, but I know I won't fix it, but I'll put it up but some of the pieces I will, even though they're damaged, the collectors will still buy them,
Hmm.
and they will bid for them. You know,
Hmm.
in the so I will get my money back and probably
Oh,
and a bit more.
so
You
it's an
know, so
investment. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's definitely and it's a hobby. I
Mm.
enjoy doing it. You know, I have to fund this stylish pad of mine somehow, the man. You know,
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
especially during this cold winter, it must cost a bomb to heat that place up.
well, and the cost of bomb to heat, and also the cleaner. You know, I can't be getting my hands dirty, so I have to pay the cleaner's wage on this. You know what I mean? Listen, the man, have a good evening. Yeah, so sorry, when you done the 24-hour streams, well, you were getting a lot of people, a lot more views. I mean, what would be the you'd get? What was the maximum you'd be getting at
I
one time?
honestly can't remember. Like I say, I typically live in the moment, and
Yeah, yeah,
once
yeah.
it's gone, it's gone. It's not something I
Yeah,
dwell
yeah,
on.
yeah, no,
The
totally.
only thing
Yeah.
I think about is how could I have been better? Like, was I cutting anyone off?
Mm,
Was I being rude to anyone? I'll focus on
mm.
myself, and I'll
Yeah,
try
yeah,
and.
but you're not like that's the man. Yeah, with me, you'd probably be in the right kind of interject, because like I'm very on autopilot. You know what I
Just
mean?
sometimes,
I mean,
just sometimes. No, no. The
yeah,
thing is, you're really
recognize
interesting
that.
as well. You're
Yeah,
really interesting, and you've got some really good
yeah,
stories. So it's not something I
yeah.
want to keep
But I,
interrupting with.
yeah, but I recognize that about myself. Do you know what I mean? I think part of that is being Irish. You know,
The
Irish people could talk to you for
gift of the
hours
gab.
about a stone. Do you know what I mean? They talk to you about the smallest thing, and there'd be no, there'd be no substance to what they're talking about. They go on and on about for hours. And I think I look back. I mean, at the first live stream I did with you at the beginning of the week, and I looked back at that.
Mm,
So the whole thing. Can you imagine that?
yeah.
My self-obsession. And I thought, my God, Damien, you can talk. Really? And you could just go on and on and on. It's
But
like,
I like
you
it. It
know,
shows that you're comfortable. It shows that you're open to share. You're open. You
yeah,
feel comfortable to share here. I'd rather have that than.
yeah.
And the thing is, when I do interrupt you, you are like, oh, sorry, and you kind
Yeah,
of
well,
like
I wouldn't take, because I can see
offensively
who
no.
you are.
Mm,
So I know who you are. So I know it's coming from the right, place. So I wouldn't take it the wrong way. I think, oh,
good
Damien,
man.
you're
Good man.
going on about it. You need to tell me. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be upset about it. So, um, but listen, man, have a great evening.
You too, buddy. Thank you so much for joining, and enjoy your chicken casserole.
So, yeah. All
Uh,
right.
take care, man. I'll see you next
See
time.
you soon. All right. Bye bye.
Bye, bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was nice. I love talking to Damien. Oh, he's always got some interesting stories. And he tends to remind me of stories of my own life because I very rarely think about my own life. Like as in the past things I've done. I actually forgot that music video I played earlier where I had the turban and I'm in the music video. I forgot I'd done that until he mentioned it. And then he did mention something else as well, like when he was doing the lessons with the famous actors and at Covent Garden, he was saying that they'd get people ready for actually applying for jobs and getting the jobs and working on radio and stuff like that. It reminded me, oh yeah, I've done radio as well. I used to do a radio show for a local radio station, a local Indian radio station, which was hilarious because I could not speak the language, so I had to do it all in English. And when I had to read out the when I had to read out the name of the song, oh my god, it sounded so bad. I used to get messages from my friends laughing at me. They're like, "That's not how you say it. That what you talking about?" But I managed to do a bit of radio show. That was kind of cool. That was fun back in the day. But yeah, once again, I completely forgot I did that until he mentioned that training and the radio thing. I was like, oh yeah, I've done radio too. Let's have a quick look at the comments. Oh, tell Damien I went to Turnmills nightclub, London, 2003 onwards. Oh, so you're not just in Australia, you do come down. Awesome. Maybe you could come down to Speaker's Corner as well. Tell Damien I'll be in London again in about 5 to 6 weeks. We hang around Portobello Road. Awesome. Yeah, if you're around, come down to Speaker's Corner. Let me know when you're about, and I'll probably turn up to Speaker's Corner just to say hello. We can have a drink or whatever. If I'm still here. I never know what I'm doing day by day. Go with the flow. Business says, I trained hard today, but gonna sleep now. Good night, guys. No worries, Business. Appreciate you being here. Hope you get some rest. If there's anyone else that wants to come up and have a chat, you're more than welcome to. The link is there, pinned at the top of the comment section. Otherwise, I'm just gonna chill, talk about life and whatnot. But I don't really like talking about myself that much. Mainly because I don't remember most of my life, but it's typically like I like listening to people. I think people have got interesting stories and interesting perspectives on different things. So yeah, if you're feeling talkative, you're more than welcome to come up. If not, no stress. You could just sit back, grab your popcorn and listen to me go off on whatever the topic's going to be. Okay. I was planning on New UG's back, says squash the beef. Hashtag squash the beef. Wait. I was gonna practice a bit of guitar while I was waiting to see if anyone wanted to come up. I bought this a couple of years back, but I was working at the airline. I was cabin crew at the time, so I barely had time to practice. But I learned a few of the chords. Yeah. So I'll probably play a little bit of this either with you guys or without you. I don't think you guys want to sit here and watch me play the guitar. Maybe once I'm a little bit better, once I get a bit practice in. I used to play, what was it, the beginning of Daniel, I don't know if you guys know that. It was an Elton John song. Daniel's traveling tonight on a plane. That song, if you know it. And a couple of anime songs, because I like my cartoons, so I had to learn some of the anime music for myself. But I can't remember it off the top of my head. Let's see if I could. I think one of them goes. Nope. Nope. Yeah, that's it. Goes. Oh, no, I lost it. Yeah, so I've got the first three notes. And that is from One Piece. It's just one of the epic songs that gets played, which I will play now just because I want to listen to it and share the epicness of One Piece. If you guys have not watched One Piece, I highly recommend watching it. One Piece. Is it that one? Yes, I believe it is that one. Let's share the screen. Share screen.
I got used to the feeling of rejection because my writing just wasn't up to par. Then I found Grammarly, an AI writing
Hashtag not sponsored.
more impactful.
Yeah, it's only a 2-minute song. We'll just play this. Bam, bam. I love it. Love it. Always gets me pumped up when I hear that. It's called Overtaken. Good little track to get you in the mood to do anything. If you're about to go for a walk, if you're about to go for a run, if you're just about to clean your room, if you're whatever you're doing. Good little track to get you pumped up and go, yes, yes, I can do this. Oh god, that just reminded me. Oh, I'm gonna have to play this now. It's so funny. It's stupid but funny. I love it. It's I'm in my anime mode at the moment, my cartoon mode. It's Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. I can do this. This is the way you guys need to be. Let's go with this one because it's slightly longer. Hope you guys appreciate this randomness that I'm sharing. Because I love it. There we go. Epic music again.
Wow, unreal. My gosh. This is amazing! I feel incredible! Yes, 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 yes! I can win! I feel great! I can do this! Ugh. Yes, I'm home! I'm alive! This is all a miracle! I'm awake! I'm wide awake! Hang on, Gohan! Here I come!
I love it. I love it. I can do this. Yeah, that just came into my head when I said that. I can do this. Yeah, so if you guys aren't big kids and you don't watch anime, you need to watch some anime. Anime is needed in life. I think everyone needs a bit of anime in their life. If you're looking for a good, quick anime to watch, I recommend Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's really good. You got One Piece, but that's about over 1,000 episodes, and that requires real dedication. That requires serious dedication. Dragon Ball Z is good. You can watch the Kai version, which is without any of the fillers, or you can watch the abridged series, which is on YouTube, which is hilarious, by Team 4-Star. Team 4-Star. Go subscribe to them. They're amazing. But yeah, anime is needed in life. Oh, Naruto's another good one. Naruto's an amazing one. That one's about a kid who... He's a ninja. He's a ninja, basically. A ninja brought up in a ninja village. Absolutely epic. Love Naruto. They have these Kagebunshi no Jutsu shadow clones. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a big kid. I love my cartoons. Everyone needs a few cartoons in their life. But yeah, otherwise, I am just chilling, still sitting around. I'm probably going to hang around here for another 20 minutes, talking nonsense, and then I'll probably call it if nobody comes up for a chat. If Niyuji, you're still there, you want to come up and speak about Buddhism? Because I wanted to ask you, if Niyuji, you're still there, about what Jay Fu said the other day. Jay Fu was saying something about how there's a difference between being the Buddha and the Bodhisattva, and I'm just wondering, on your journey of life, are you going for the Buddha or the Bodhisattva, or are you going for neither? Have you found another path? Excuse me. Yeah. look outside. Let's see if the skies looks just as good as before. So I might go for another little walk in the night. It'll be a beautiful walk right now with the stars and the moon out on the clear skies. If you guys do decide to go for a walk, please do share. I haven't actually used the link for what's it called? Because I do have a Discord channel. It was meant to be for a community to have a conversation with, but nobody really has conversations in there. They just kind of drop one-liners and disappear. But if you want to use it a bit more, I will stick the link up and you can always go in there, drop your pictures. I always appreciate pictures of nature, stars, moon, whatever. It was good to see. Discord, plants, flowers, animals, anything you want. Anything. Well, I say anything. I know what some of you are like. I don't want no dick pics, please. There we go. Let's get that link. Do 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 do. Here we go. There's a link and it's post. Oh, I can't post it in that chat. I have to post it in the other chat because I'm not using StreamYard. Hopefully soon my StreamYard powers will be returned. I did do a couple of long streams the other day. I did a 9-hour stream and then a 5-hour stream and then another 6-hour stream. So I ended up going through my 20 hours allowance very quickly. So yeah. But we make things work here. We make things work. We find a way around life. But that's the Discord link in the chat if anyone wants to jump into the Discord and share any pictures or anything from life. I would appreciate it. Obviously, once again, like I said, it's more of a community thing. It's not just a way to talk to me, or just to, drop comments. You could do whatever you want in there, like spiritual conversations, general conversations, whatever. Get to know each other a bit. Get to know each other a little bit. Yes. So let's have a look. What we'll do is we'll watch this trailer. This is the trailer for Angel Heart, because I was thinking about watching the trailer later on, so we could watch that together. Now, while we're here, just because I want to see what it's about, if it looks any good. Here we go. And share screen.
My schedule. This meeting got canceled. Hooray! We didn't really want to go anyways. But now I have a free afternoon and 1,000 things I need to get done. So what?
Mr. Angel, my client, Monsieur Louis Sacre.
Do you by chance remember the name Johnny Favorite?
Oh, Robert De Niro.
My interest is only in finding out if he's alive or if he's dead. You want me to check it out? I'm a private detective paid to snoop around.
He's dead, Mr. Angel.
Well, you know what they say about slugs. They always leave slime in their tracks. Are you afraid? Yeah, I'm afraid. I'm a murder suspect already in 2 cases. Did you kill him? No, but the cops might think I did.
The Prince of Darkness protects the powerful.
The egg is the symbol of the soul. Did you know that?
The egg is a symbol of the soul. Did you know that? Okay, so from what I can see, it's just about a detective following the story of someone who's apparently killed 2 people, but he hasn't. I'm guessing the guy who's apparently killed 2 people is called Mr. Angel. So obviously he's innocent. Listen to the name. It's not as if his name's Dr. Evil or something. I don't know if I'll watch that, but thanks for the share, business. Thanks for the share. I don't know. I'm tempted, but I'm not tempted. Seems interesting though. Different. Alrighty, so let's have a look and see if there's anyone in chat. Jafu's back. Jafu says, Body Vista. I would not mind to have a nice talk with UG. Yeah, you could come up and hopefully he comes up as well. Or if you don't want to talk to me, fine. Jafu, it's fine if you don't want to talk to me. But yeah, like I said, probably another 5-ish minutes. I'll keep the stream running. Otherwise, I'm going to go for my little walk and enjoy the night. Because it's a beautiful night. It's a beautiful, beautiful night. Oh, this is my Popeye jumper. As you can see, it's very well faded. Had it for years, but I love it. I love it. Used to be my favorite, but now I've got another favorite jumper. There we go. Jafu, if you want to come up, I do want to ask you more questions in regards to your beliefs, because I'm still very confused on exactly what you believe. From my understanding, it's more of a feminine deity, not the father deity, more the mother deity. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm assuming things. Maybe you could correct me. But that's the kind of just feeling I get from you, because I'm still trying to understand how you perceive Allah as like one of the negative deities. So maybe you can help explain that to me a little bit better, if you've got some time, if you want to come up, if you could be bothered. If not, like I said, next 3 minutes I'll probably end it. And then I'll go for my walk. And I hope you guys go for a walk as well, you know? It's a beautiful night. Go enjoy the night. Go enjoy the stars, the moon. We're not going to get this opportunity to see this many stars again until next year. So, yeah. Well, not next year, but towards the end of this year. So, yeah, please go out. I was going to say get some sun. Go get some moonlight. Go get some moonlight. Go enjoy the stars. I thought I saw a UFO, but then I realized it wasn't. It was just a plane. And then I saw another thing that I thought looked like a UFO, but I didn't know what it was. Because it was... So with the plane, as they're flying by, if you're looking carefully enough, you could see the flashing lights on the side. And you go, okay, cool. It's an aeroplane. Jafu says 5 minutes. Perfect. Awesome. Come on up whenever you're ready. Normally you could see the flashing lights on the side of the wingtips as it's flying by. But the second thing I saw was so far up that I couldn't see any lights flashing. All I could see was a single dot. Just, it looked like a star. A single dot just moving slowly. Some people say that it might be a satellite, but I just get confused because I'm like, if it's an aeroplane, the aeroplane has the lights on the front, not at the bottom. So the aeroplane's lights should be shining ahead of it, not downwards. So I shouldn't see the lights of the aeroplane. If it's a satellite, they're usually quite small, and I shouldn't see without... I don't think I should see it without a telescope, but apparently you can see them without telescopes. If we could get a scientist in there, that would help explain the science behind it. Oh, Jafu says he will. Awesome. Awesome possum. Awesome possum. I did want to ask Damien if he's ever seen a UFO, but I forgot because yeah, the conversation was going from different things. But yeah, hopefully I'll remember to ask him next time he comes up, because I think that'll be interesting, hearing different people's experiences with UFOs, or kind of like strange things that are unexplainable. especially when it comes down to the whole drone thing at the moment, where people are like loving the whole drone thing. I think it'd be interesting. See that song? I'm telling you, anime knows how to make songs. When they make songs for anime, they really, really know how to hit hard. The better animes anyway. Oh, shall I play this song? I'll probably get in trouble for that one. Screw it. Oh no, actually, if J-Foo's gonna come up, I won't ruin it, because normally when I play one of these songs, they end up stopping the stream, and then I have to wait a good 5 minutes after for it to release the stream. Release the Kraken! There we go. Yes. It looks dead in chat at the moment. Where's all these ninjas at? They keep coming and going. Come on, ninjas, where you at? If you want, we could talk about Muslims. I'm joking. I really don't want to do a stream about Muslims. I actually, tell a lie, I did have a topic that I wanted to discuss with some Muslims, which I think would be an interesting conversation. But it's nothing that I've got like ants in my pants about. It's something I could kind of wait for. Also the Christians as well. I do have some questions for the Christians too. But yeah, those are things that I can wait to do. I'm not itching to have those conversations just yet. And it'd be better if we had some variation in the chat of people. J-Foo, welcome back. How you doing, sir? How is your evening going?
Good evening, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. How's your evening going?
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, awesome. Did you go for a walk? Did you
Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Did you go for a walk? Did you enjoy the beautiful night that it is?
Yeah, actually I did.
Awesome, awesome. Did you see anything?
Yeah. I just enjoyed myself, just zoning out. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was just walking around singing. Do you do any mantras or anything? Any kind of like repetitive words or anything like that?
Sometimes.
Any particular word or any particular mantra?
Yeah, I don't want to really talk about it too much. Maybe one day, but I do. Yeah.
Why so secretive?
Yeah, I do.
No.
No.
I'll tell you what I do. I just go around and because I was brought up in a Sikh family, we were told that the name of God was Waheguru. So I just walking around going Waheguru, 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 Waheguru. And that's it. Just keep repeating that, and I just go for a nice long walk, and I just in the vibe, in the zone, and yeah. That's why I was just wondering if you do anything like that, because I did it.
Yeah, something similar.
Oh,
something
awesome.
Along these lines.
Awesome. So, which answer did you want to give me? Because I asked a few different questions.
Well, first of all, I like to make like correction. It's pronounced Bodhisattva.
Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. Yeah, I may have said Bodhisattva.
It's no big deal. But just so that way, if somebody will hear you speaking, they'll know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no worries.
Because you may have some term. Maybe that's some kind of term with a cosmic term that we don't know about. And it's something very special without knowing.
Maybe. Yeah. No, good point. Honestly, I'm not too big on learning technical terms, as you know. That's why I'm usually like I like things in simple language. So for me, Bodhisattva, I have to really think about it.
Yeah, Bodhisattva, yeah.
Yeah. So, Amanda says, wow, that's nice. Daman, do you know the Gayatri mantra? No, I don't know any other mantras. It's literally just that word of name of God is the only kind of thing I say, because I'm like, I think if you're focused on the name of God, that's more important than any other particular chance where you don't know what you're saying. Because Vahe means amazing, Guru could mean teacher, or it means Gu from darkness to Ru, light. So whichever way you say it is like amazing teacher, God is the amazing teacher, or God is the amazing teacher who takes us from darkness to light. And yeah, as long as that's in my head as the translation, I know what I'm talking about, I know what I'm thinking about, I know where my focus is. But thank you very much. I appreciate you saying that was nice. Sorry about that, Jefu. I just had to read that.
I was going to say, I listen to many mantras,
Mhm.
and I tell you, especially when I'm busy with something, when I'm really busy working on whatever I do,
Mhm.
I listen to those mantras.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit, still breaking up.
How about now?
Oh, still breaking up. I can hear you go now. Now. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Still breaking up a little bit. Have you got your Wi-Fi switched on? Just to make sure that.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Is that better?
You're definitely louder. And say something else.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, it's still breaking up a bit crackly.
Okay, hold on a second.
No problem.
Give me 1 minute and I'll come back again.
Yeah, no problem. See you in a sec. Manda says, what do you think of Sadhguru? Interesting fella. Very interesting fella. I did find a few of his videos last year, I believe, or the year before. I liked his idea of inner, what does he call it? Inner technology, or inner... Basically, he's just talking about trying to understand your body more and your ability to heal and control yourself in certain situations. So I like that kind of aspect of it, but he does kind of say that, oh, don't worry about God so much, and I kind of think that that's kind of important. When you have certain people, what they tend to do is their aspirations overtake any kind of spiritual development. Some people go into like the mystics to learn how to control powers or this, that, and the other. And typically when you go into something with that kind of motive, it can taint the spiritual experience you're potentially able to have, because you've got these desires that aren't about understanding yourself or the bigger world. It's more about people trying to attain some kind of mastery or powerful techniques. Do you know what I mean? It turns into something else other than the spiritual journey. So I think it's a bit dangerous with the way he does it sometimes, but yeah, I don't see it as a completely bad thing, because I think it's important that people understand how the body works. And Jefu's back.
Okay, can you hear me well?
I can hear you, but it's still crackling. Funny. Weird. Let me see if I could change the settings on my side. I think maybe if I do this... Say something now?
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, perfect. It was setting on my side that was messing it up.
Okay. So, so what I was saying is that when I engage with when I start to listen to some mantras, I actually can verify without, I'm not making the stories up, actually, those so-called chakras, the points of energy, actually, some of them actually I feel being awakened.
Okay.
Which is very bizarre, I tell you, so bizarre, because I'm thinking, wait a minute, it's a mantra, and yet I literally feel my body responding to it. It's a really bizarre thing. However, the trick for me was that I'm engaged intensely in some kind of work, let's say creative work, and that's when it works. Let's say for me. So anyhow, I'm just perhaps maybe somebody would do the same, and we'll see. Actually, that is quite something.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense because potentially, I'm guessing with those different mantras, you have different vibrations or different, you know what I mean, and the body responds to those vibrations, and especially the spirit. The spirit definitely responds to those vibrations. So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, maybe I should learn a couple of mantras then.
Yeah.
Sorry, what else were you gonna say?
No, that's it. So I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say. So, yeah, one day we have to. I know today you wanted to have easy night because I do want to.
Doesn't have to be that
invite
easy.
Damien. No, yes, but when I sent you via WhatsApp a proposal about following about some discussion.
Yes.
About
death
and sickness.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be
Anyway.
a long one, and yeah, I wanted to do that maybe next week potentially. I don't want to be rushing too much down the esoteric side just yet.
Yeah, I thought so. So I'm not pressing you on it.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, it would be nice to have like a head, just some heads up. So let's say we can say, oh, let's do it on this day, that day.
Okay, yeah. So you can get prepared and for sure. Yeah. We can do that. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm gonna study for it. I'm not saying none of it. I assure you. But just mental preparation. Yeah. Let's say, because it's a powerful discussion. We're gonna speak about death.
Yes.
And we're gonna speak about sickness and illness. And how, I mean these are powerful topics. I wonder whether in one night we can cover all of it, or maybe just start with that. Yeah. So anyhow, yeah, let's see if we can sometime next week we can perhaps pull it off, and have some good talk. Something I was going to also verify today. Today I reviewed some things that what Francis said, and I realized that when he asked me about the heaven, I did not mention anything about the divine. But you see, and there was a reason for it. You cannot have esoteric knowledge without having the concept of divineness obvious.
Yes.
It's like so that's the reason why. Anyway, I just reflected on it.
No, I think you did kind of mention it because you said you needed to have a connection in this life while we're here.
Oh yeah, later. You're absolutely right. Yeah, good for you to have such a good memory. Yeah. Attentive memory.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember names, places, or anything like that. But when someone says something important like that, then I'm like, no. I'm trying to understand in it. That's why. So, yeah, no, I think you.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to sink in. It's going to take a while to sink in. Some subjects we spoke about yesterday, it's going to take a while.
Oh no, for sure.
Sink in.
Yeah. It goes on the back burner.
Even if the conversation was, I tell you.
But I wanted to ask you.
So anyway, you had some questions.
Yeah. Because it was. I'm still trying to get my head around this whole Allah is a different divine being thing. I still can't get my head around that. So you believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, correct?
Hold on. First of all, do you remember when we discussed that a little bit at Speaker's Corner?
Yes, but it confused me. That's why I thought we'll just start the conversation again because I never really truly understood it back then, and I'm hoping that my journey so far might make it easier for me to understand what you were trying to explain to me back then.
Well, you see, it's kind of connected with the conversation that we're going to have with next week. So I'm not sure if
it's related to
go
the death
that
one.
way.
Okay, cool.
But I tell you something very interesting. I do know some Muslims, and when we have conversation, and when they realize that I put them to challenge, so for they share, and these are not European Muslims. Let's say Nigerians, by origin, for example. So, and their relationship with death and understanding through Islam is very peculiar. Allah actually interacts with death.
Oh, what, like the angel of death?
And in a sense, death is a determining force within Islam.
You mean like
so
the angel of death?
That's also very interesting. But again, we can put all that on later. The death, the being of death. You can call it angel of death if you want. That's a kind of that's a bit like calling it the angel. I don't know.
It's only because I know that
Angel
there's
that's a different quality.
I know there's an angel called Azrael who is meant to be like the angel of death. So that's the only reason I brought that up. And I think they believe in Azrael, and I think Christians believe in Azrael.
Well, that's what I mean. The conversation is going to be quite spicy next week because my understanding of death is one of the most powerful. It is.
It's deep.
One of the most powerful beings.
Mm-hmm.
That even in let's say in the Old Testament, it speaks to divine beings, describing them, you are gods, yet you would die like men.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows to what extent death reaches.
Mm-hmm.
And also what we spoke earlier about the yugas,
mm-hmm.
the epochs, you know, this and so that's what means it's going to be quite powerful subject. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think that's a subject that, let's say, people with fragile minds should listen to, because they might actually get disturbed. I mean, I'm serious.
No, I understand. That's why
they actually get disturbed.
This is why I asked yesterday whether esoteric should be shared openly, when obviously people may not be at the level of understanding to be able to process that kind of information. That's why I was thinking that we need to have this conversation on whether it's something that should be public, you know, because I could always do a private stream. Where we could just meet up, and those who apply for a link, like if you guys send me an email and say, hey, I want to be part of this stream, then I can send everyone a link, and then we could just kind of do it a private chat kind of thing, rather than it being...
Let them get over it.
Well, you don't want to trip anyone up either. You don't want people to go nuts and
okay.
do anything.
I'm joking right now. It's you do what you wish. It's your stream. You do what you like. No, I'm not going to tell you.
We'll play by ear. Like I said, that's why I wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just jump straight into it today. I was like, okay, let me think about this. I want to do it in a responsible way.
I sense that. Of course, I sense that. I mean,
it's a great conversation topic. Great conversation topic, and I've got a lot to say on it as well.
Yeah.
But it's just will people be able to handle that kind of information?
Yep.
And I don't think
especially
Muslims
would. No. It would be. I think. See, this is what I can say. It's a revelation, and the revelation is already within you.
Mm-hmm.
And from one point of view, what we are really discussing are interiors of interiors.
Mm-hmm.
So esoteric is the interiors of the interiors. And that's where the things become very interesting. It's like with this, it's just think of this Big Bang Theory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there was explosion, but hold on 1 second. If you look from esoteric point of view, so was there an exterior to the place where the Big Bang took place?
Mm-hmm.
Where did it happen?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is there an exterior? And this is where things become interesting when you wanted to know about Allah.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Allah is, as I would often say, is a divine being,
mm-hmm.
because in a message in the Quran, he himself reveals through the writings that there's an exterior to his existence.
Mm-hmm.
The very thing that he's divine, it shows that it's not the Most High, because the Most High, in my view, is incomprehensible in any way.
And there's
you cannot phantom it. You cannot phantom it in any way. You cannot name it. You cannot even call it a god, because again, God by its description is in some kind of realm. And to me, the highest it cannot be reached by no sense or logic or reason. However, interesting enough, if one takes the prism, to me, the prism was the incarnation of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And through that, I can say, okay, I see what's this all about. But again, you see, when I speak like this, there's something very important, which is that the event of 2,000 years ago did not lose its validity even today. So it's a continuum taking place.
Mm-hmm.
When I looked at other writings, quite often they're already in past tense. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
this happened, and this happened, and that happened.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't fly with the eternal, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because it's beyond time and space.
Exactly. So how can it be the past tense?
Have you ever experienced your third eye? Asks Damien. Sorry to throw that curveball, but I just saw the message pop up.
I mean, is that for you, Damien?
He asked me to ask you if you've ever experienced your
Damien?
third eye.
Damien?
Yeah.
Damien? Ask him to come up.
He was up here earlier. Come back.
Unless he's still having his chicken.
It must be a really good chicken casserole. Cool. So I had a question. So you, because
wait, hold on. Let me reply to him this way.
Cool.
You see, I like. There was something fresh about the consciousness of the mankind around the incarnation of Christ. They were very sharp people, like really sharp. If you ever choose to read some writings, just for the purpose of seeing that the level of the consciousness was very tranquil in the messages, how they were presented. They literally, they had our level of understanding. They probably would laugh at the same jokes as we do. So they were not some kind of like weirdos, like somebody would say, but actually they would probably, those very early Christians would adapt to modern day in a matter of months, if I think about it. That's how somehow I see fluidity and intelligence being very sharp and very awakened. It's interesting that Damien spoke about being in a state of continual awakening. Hello, Damien. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, have you ever experienced the third eye? Have you ever experienced?
Wait, hold. What? You see, I know what you mean by third eye. I know what you mean. And no, I have not experienced a third eye. However, I'm fully aware, and I'm not afraid to say it. I am capable of. I hope this. I'm not sure. Please, I'm not showing up. We're just having a conversation. Yes.
Don't apologize.
We're just speaking about human facility, human spiritual facilities, which everyone can develop.
Yeah.
You can through the astral world, which is spelled ASTRAL world.
Astral traveling.
You're able to be wherever you, in a sense, you choose to be, but it's not whatever you choose to be in a sense like frivolously, like a kid with lots of money is going to spend, but rather it has to be backed by sense of truth. So actually that can take place. So again, the dreamer will think, oh yeah, right now I'm going to find myself an Empire State Building, but actually that's not the case. It's all fantasy. However, if one has sense of truth, one can actually move through that realm of astral world and actually experience the place without being there, and also visualize as it is. So so in a sense, so the third eye, if somebody speaks of as a fixed thing, that is something in the forehead, well, it's like saying that something is attached to our bodies.
Well,
however, go ahead.
Yeah, I would kind of go back to what you were saying earlier when you were talking about when you were doing visualizations or meditations on the chakras, and you start to experience certain chakras. You experience them at work. Yeah,
I see what you mean. Yes.
So obviously the third eye is the top one.
Yes, but okay.
First one going down.
There's a crown on top of it.
That is very interesting. That is very interesting what you're saying. That's very interesting what you're saying. However, if you think about it, this is the reason why I said I was surprised when I realized that my body was responding to the mantras.
Right.
Because if you think about it, that means that chakras within human body are form of activity, a continuum of activity. We can wake it up. We
Yeah.
are able to wake it up, but for it actually to properly to experience it, there must be an activity. So the eye, you speaking about the third eye, we I don't think we are able to be conscious of it that it's there, but we're able to um, um uh experience
Mm.
uh activity of it.
Right. But right. So but you know all the chakras are on the energy body. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
sure.
Okay. So in that base on that basis, you can experience the third eye. So I went through. There was a period of time. I won't go too much into detail where I was doing meditation related to what I was doing in the spiritualism world in mediumship.
Yeah.
With this amazing Japanese man over in Belgrave Square. I used to go every Thursday for my class. It was very exciting, and I was like a child, and you have this new something amazing is happening, and you're experiencing things. And I used to cycle through Speaker's Corner coming back, oddly enough, and it was just like wow. I was in a wow state, basically, for quite about 2 or 3 years with this whole new thing. So basically started with my, like I said, coming out of my body. That was the beginning. And what I
Hmm.
learned from that, what that was the key. I was going through a difficult time at the time, but I had a very real experience of being outside, looking back at my body. But what I learned from
Hmm.
that was that I'm not the body. That was the message for me. Damien, you're not the
Yeah.
body, you know. And then I started to have other even bigger experiences, all within a very short space of time after that, with a connection, feeling connected to everything as one. I've had this real
Yeah.
experience in a real way, but with no
Hmm.
mind, no consciousness, and no nothing of the I in the experience. But I was on some way being able to be made aware I was having the experience. And I would say what happened was I was being shown my true nature for 3 minutes. So there was nothing of
Hmm.
me, but in some way I felt connected to absolutely every living thing, animal, nature, tree, and human. So that was the, and then after that, so once I went started to go down that path, um, I went through a period, probably for maybe a year, where I started to actually experiencing my third eye. Now I believe that's what was going on. I was doing a lot of doing a lot of stuff around energy work, anyway. So I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised I would have that kind of an experience. But what I was going to tell you was how I experienced it, in the sense of how I physically experienced it, what it felt like,
Hmm.
and it felt like in the third eye area, um, that there was serrated paper,
Yeah.
right, and that behind it uh, there was somebody blowing with a hairdryer.
Hmm.
That's how I experienced it. And for a good long time, it was just like there was these something was serrated, like the third eye was kind of serrated, like paper, like cutting paper, and behind it, something was blowing the paper. And that's how it was like. That's so I had that physical experience probably for about a year. So something was going on.
Uh,
So,
Damien,
mm,
and Daman, a small favor to ask.
Yep.
Can you continue conversation while I'm listening?
yeah.
Because I'm going to be driving the car for several minutes, and I'm not going to break the law
No
by
worries.
holding the phone. So I'm going to put you guys on speaker. I will listen to you intently, and
Yep.
I will
Yeah.
join the conversation. Actually, that will give me. So I
Mm,
am very interested to also, since you Damien speaking about it, I'll be interested to know how did it stop. Okay, so I'm going to
mm,
put you. I'm going to put you on speaker while I'm going to
yeah.
be driving, and I join you shortly. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Don't be careful, Jafer. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So basically that was it. It was just I went through the man just it was basically based on what I was doing. There was a process, so I started having experiences. Then I started. What was interesting was when I had the out of body experience, then the second experience was about a month later.
Mhm.
Um, and basically, I just felt connected to everything in a real time. I felt the cord going through my side with a pulse in the cord, connecting me physically. But it was a physical experience, but I wasn't experiencing it in the mind.
Mhm.
It was another part of me was having the experience. So I really felt that I was being shown the soul. That's how I believe what was going on.
So you
And
believe the third eye is the link to the soul?
no. I believe that's the third eye experience. I think it was all like I think what happened. I think the out of body experience was the first experience.
Mhm.
Then I had this other experience. So what I think was I had an awakening
Mhm.
experience. So I think I went into a kind of an awakening. The second experience was I felt connected to everything.
Mhm.
Um, as I was lying there, I just felt like there was a thread going through my side, and it was moving out the other side and connecting to everything. I
Mhm.
thought there was one thread connected to everything, and there was one pulse in the thread. I was awake, I was completely awake having this, but I wasn't in my conscious, my mind and my ego, everything that goes on in the mind, that wasn't there. I wasn't experiencing it with that.
Mhm. Mhm.
If that makes any sense. Um, and then in the stomach area, I could hear something, or I was something telepathically was communicating with me,
Mhm.
and it was like Buddhist monks. So I believe the experience I had would be what I would expect people Buddhist monks who've been meditating for years in, years out, like purely in solitude, and then after maybe 10 years would experience what I experienced.
Okay.
That that's where I was at.
So, like Jefu asked, so what made it stop?
It just stopped all on its own. I
Just
went through a period. I was very active in the field of energy, working with energy and becoming learning about things. Um,
was that Reiki, or was that part of the medium thing that you did?
the parts of the medium thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
I did have Reiki a few times. If I really could feel because I have a high sensitivity,
Mm.
so I could really experience the Reiki. An interesting thing around Reiki, I have a friend. He lives in Austria, um, but he was in London, and he's a Reiki master.
Oh,
Okay.
cool. Mm.
Now I knew him from doing filming work. We met on a train about 6 in the morning, going to some film. Something we were working on, and you just know when you see people lone travelers that you're going to the same thing. You know what I mean?
Especially that early in the morning.
Especially that early in the morning. So we kind of became very good friends
Mm.
from there. And so he's Austrian, but he's moved back to Austria now. So he got into alternative therapies. He was doing Reiki, um, what's the emotional freedom technique, all these alternative therapies, and then hypnotherapy and everything. And he bought his own
Wow.
apartment basically on the strength of that, you know. And he was working at the National Theatre with the actors 2 days a week and stuff, doing massage. So he was working with all that. So when I was in the height of this,
Mm.
you know, so I was in it for a few years, and then I came out and did whatever. But I was sat in front of him, and he started to talk to me in his house, his flat, about Reiki.
Mm.
And as he started to talk, I would have very instantaneous responses to things.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? It's kind of the way Fu was saying. I would react, not consciously, but I would notice I was reacting. Something was going on.
Mm.
You know? So as he said, no, I didn't know. I wasn't aware too much about the ins and outs of Reiki, but at this point, um, so he basically said to me, he was talking to me about Reiki, explaining to me Reiki, and as he said it, it was also so I was sitting opposite him. All of a sudden, a white light just appeared in
Nice.
from his crown up
Mm.
like a beam. It just
Yeah.
came straight up as he was on. I'm like bloody hell. So I said, Christian, I'm just seen this really big beam of white light, just coming up like a kind of when you put on a torch and you see that ray
Mm-hmm.
from a torch in the night. That
Yeah.
kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not just seeing that come up your head. And he turned around and he said, "I can't believe you just said that." He said, "That's my Reiki channel."
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I didn't know, but the minute I said it, he said, "That's my Reiki channel,"
Yeah.
and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, because there's nothing
But
about your own energy. It's about channeling that higher energy into
yeah,
the healing work.
yeah. But it was just interesting. I was actually able to see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And for him, it was kind of like a confirmation or whatever. But so I was having a reaction to doing that. But no, I never. I just with the third eye, I went through a period of a year. I'll tell you an interesting story. I was just recently thinking of buying some bindi. You know bindi?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a group of people just taking over my post office, and they're from Pushka.
Okay. Don't know where that is, but I'm guessing somewhere in India.
Rajasthan.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know Pushka, all around the lake. Very famous for the lake.
I barely know England.
Right. So they've just taken over, and they're from Rajasthan, and they're just so nice. Do you know what I mean? And when I go in the morning, the guy behind the counter said, "Good morning, Damien. How are you?" He's just there's a calmness and something just that blows me away. Mostly by this one guy, and he'll just really go into a connection with me and say, "Damien, how are you?" And I say, "I'm fine, thank you, Raju." And he say, "You have a good day." And I say, "You too." And it's nothing much, but yet there's something really value in the connection that kind of really lifts me. But they were Bindi, and I was kind of thinking there's an Indian shop, kind of like a food store selling, it's a small. It's actually a Sikh shop.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's run by Sikh guys. So basically, if you need it for the food cupboard,
I was going to say, you could just use like red dye or something. It doesn't have to be an actual sticky bindi thing. But I was just wondering, why would you want the bindi though? Is it just a reminder?
But it's a reminder. And what I found was, I did do it before, because I do believe when you bring your focus there, and try as much as you can to stay in the focus, it helps keep your focus. It's something about it keeps your focus in the third eye. And I'm assuming that's probably, if I done the research on it, I'm sure I would probably end up finding out that's what that's about. Or in some level, there's probably something in about keeping the third eye and helping you.
Yeah, it could have been originally like that, and then over time it just turned into a cultural thing, and then
a cultural thing. Yeah. But I'm assuming there must be a reason originally behind it. But when I do things like that, I kind of will feel like I don't even have to think about it. I feel drawn to that. I want my. It's like my spiritual self is saying, "Right, Damien, go out and get that bindi and do that." And it's not about, even though I think there's a lot of value in the Vedas, just I don't know much about it, but for me, there's a lot of value in Hinduism, and I think the practices and a lot of you're just generally the whole, look at we're practicing it in the Western world at the moment. Do you know what I mean with the yoga and meditation? But an interesting thing, I wanted to ask Jay through something about Nirvana when he said he believed the other night that the soul dies. So with the bindi, it's something for me. I probably get a lot of strange looks. I don't mind. I wear every day. I wear a necklace. I don't know if you would have seen it when I was with you, and it's the It's the Tibetan symbol of the It's a kind of a blue on a silver chain. It's never off my neck. It's part of my
Ensemble.
my whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's talking about ensemble. And it's kind of like a protection. I do it so automatically now, so it's kind of the same thing with the bindi. It's not me consciously thinking about it. If that makes any sense, there's almost like there's like a second me kind of coming into the play. It's another part of me coming in.
The higher self that you mentioned.
It's a higher self.
Yeah.
Now here's the interesting thing about you mentioning the higher self. You were talking about the other day about meditation, about you coming out of your body.
Yes.
You felt the lift.
Yeah, I felt some kind of lifting, but
Yeah.
I don't know if I was coming out of the body yet. I think I was just like about to, but because I started.
And the fear and the mind and the ego kicked in and stopped you letting go.
It wasn't the fear; it was the fact that I was like, "Oh, this is new. This is interesting. What's going on?" And as soon as I started analyzing it, I took myself out of the being in the experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally get that. So I was doing a meditation with this guy, this Japanese guy, Hiroshi. He was absolutely amazing. But it was basically around mediumship. But we were doing Hindu mantra. We'd start with a Hindu mantra. And then we'd be working with auras and seeing each other's auras. So we do loads of exercises, things, and opening and closing down at the beginning and the end of the thing. But I remember one meditation before I was aware of I'll tell you how I became aware of the higher and the lower self. I was in this meditation, and we used to sit in a kind of a half circle, about 8 of us in this room, and so I was kind of, I was used to doing this. And on this one particular evening, I really felt I was in the zone. I think you used that phrase earlier on. I was in the zone, and what I felt was I was going into a blending.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So I felt that my conscious mind and everything, my awareness, all of that, got past the whatever I would normally experience in the mind, and I felt I was blending into a oneness with everybody in the room, and I could just feel. So it would probably be similar to your experience. You knew something was happening, and you were starting to. You could feel that something was happening, and that's what was happening. I was getting, but I felt everything was breaking down, and I was blending whatever it was of me was starting to blend with everybody else in the room. And soon as I was getting ready to, I thought, I could think I'm going now. I know I'm going. Right. So I was in that space.
Yeah.
And then something came very dark.
Oh.
Swearing at me, saying, "Who do you think you are?"
Some kind of superstar.
No, but it was on the right side.
Okay?
Yeah. Something in my right side of my awareness. Something was speaking to me, or not in a voice, but in a very loud thought voice, saying, "Who do you think you are? That you're going to have these?" And that's when I became aware of the higher and the lower self.
Oh, you think that was the lower self talking to you?
Not at the time. I didn't know about the higher and the lower self at that time, right? So I just became aware I was getting ready to go transcendental, whatever. I was going to fall in, blend in with everybody else, and I was going to become part of one of it with everything around me. And then something came in of a very dark energy to pull me back. That's how I became aware of the higher and lower self. And then I started going to a place called College of Psychic Studies in Kensington, watching lectures and doing different things and stuff. And I started hearing people talking about. That's how I started to hear about the higher. But I already knew it from that experience. I had a real experience of the higher and the lower. The lower self wants to pull you. The higher self wants you to go,
be free.
be free. But the
Yeah.
lower, which I believe is the God part of you,
Mm.
but the lower self is the devil.
Yeah, he's like, no, come back to reality.
Well, it just wants the lower self wants really. Its lower self is very destructive,
Mm-hmm.
and it wants you to take your piece of crap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people struggle with addiction and can find it very difficult to come out
Mm-hmm.
of addiction, because the lower self is very powerful.
Definitely.
Yeah, so it can be, in that thing. But I wanted to ask Jay Fu was, he was talking the other day about, he said about nirvana, and he was saying about uh, he felt at some stage the soul stops transitioning. I think he
Yeah,
meant,
and then it dies or something.
and then it died. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
trying to understand that. I was trying to work out, where does he think it goes? What does he think happens?
Well, I think he might be back, or he'll be back in a second. But not to put words in his mouth. But earlier we were just talking about how he said that death is the most powerful thing, and he quoted a part of the Bible where it says, "You are gods, but you will die like men." So I think with that, from what he said there, I'm extrapolating, and I'm thinking that he's going along the lines of, even that God energy will die like man. I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll have to. We'll have to get him back for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. That's the first time I've ever heard of that.
Same for me. The way I see it is that the soul is eternal, and it returns to the source, or it comes down to earth. It goes into source, or it comes down to earth. But there is. I didn't think that it dies, but I'd love to hear Jay Fu's thoughts on that when he's back. Because that intrigued me as well. I was like, okay, so you go through all these levels of ascension and then you die.
Yeah.
And then you.
Like,
but then he does say you can come back. That's where I got even more confused. I was like, okay, so it dies, but then it can come back. So I was like, oh.
Yes, I remember him saying that, and so I'm not really I'm not really understanding. Because I don't. My belief, in this part really is about belief. Is that the soul, the higher self leaves this, which is part of the soul after the expiration of the body, and goes off on its journey. But I kind of, I do think that we live in some. Maybe I just have too much of a butterflies ecstatic kind of thing about it, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense to.
Yeah. Do you think that the lower self dies and goes to heaven as well, or do you think the lower self stays here?
No, I think it stays here.
So you think like the lower self is more part of the reptilian brain, and that's why it's
well, I think it's part. I think it's part of the satanic. I think I have this strange look. Who am I to know anything? But I'll tell you a funny story. I just opened a new YouTube page, and there's a video showing up. It's only 3 days old. Hatun Tash near death experience.
Ah, that's probably from when she got stabbed. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The wake up is from 19. Well, I'll have a look at it in a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've kind of come to the idea. I think you might remember me saying initially I was at a big high, thinking everything was wonderful. It's all about God, and then I realized about the duality, and then I realized because of the duality that the opposite must be to God as well. So there must be an opposite to God, and that was a difficult thing for me to kind of take on. So I believe at this moment, until I kind of learn something else, I believe there's some kind of a contract between God and the devil for our souls.
So do you think that the devil is just as powerful as God, or do you think
Yeah,
God is more powerful?
I think I think nobody could answer that. To be quite honest, demand. But I think it's powerful in the different kind of power. If that makes sense. Then I think it's kind of I think it was Jay Fu was talking about free will and choice. I think it really and knows loves to go on about it. You know, with his thing about the rapist kind of thing.
Yes,
You
yeah.
know,
That's a scary example because he always uses himself, and I'm like, why do you want to keep using yourself as an example, as if you're doing the deed, like if you're doing the bad thing? I'm like, bro, what's? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But it's just weird.
Let's hope he's not projecting. But,
I didn't want to say that, but
yeah. I said it. Don't worry. I'll pay the penalty. But no, I think. Sorry, what were we saying? So
the devil.
No,
and
what
free
I
will.
think. Yeah, what I think is, and I think there's a lot of kind of I wouldn't call it evidence, but I think both we have both in us. I believe, and I think this is very much the belief in Sufism. You know,
Is that what they say
that
as well?
well, they believe in the their divine nature within. You know, and they believe, you know, that the soul is part of the divine, and I believe if we going to take the Bible as its word, when it says God says, "I created you, we created you in our image," I think it's referring to the soul. And most Christians don't believe it's referring to the physical, but I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Do you know what I mean? So I believe it's talking about the soul. We created the soul is the divine part of you that we sent down from us to incorporate into your physical, and that's what's going to come back. And that's what I believe. Anyway, yeah. And I kind of, I hear if I go to speakers corner, most people won't be saying that. Most people will be talking about the physical.
No, for sure.
But, yeah.
So with the devil, do you believe that God created the devil then, or do you think that they both always existed?
I don't know. To be quite honest, man, I don't know. I don't. They say that the devil was a fallen angel. Well, in the Quran it does anyway. That refused to bow down to God.
Yeah.
You know, Lucifer is fallen angel. You know. I don't know if we know. All I think, we can kind of get caught up in that kind of stuff and kind of take our eye off the bigger picture. Is that if we believe that within us we have, going back to the free will, that we have free will and choice to
be selfish or selfless,
basically, you know. So do we go to the higher self as much as we can and be and going into that awareness of the right thing, or do we give in to the lower self, with addiction and anger and all of those kind of things? And this is where the Quran falls down for me, because the Quran, from what I understand, paints the afterlife from a very lower self perspective. You know, with the whatever, it's just everything in the what's going to happen with the virgins and all of this. This is all, well, it's all lower self stuff, and this for me was the biggie where I thought this is not correct. So the higher self, when it goes on, it has no desire. Desire is all lower self stuff.
But don't you think desire is important? Like, don't get me wrong, I say it's part of the selfish path, but I also say that it's not something that, because anger you could have during, like, a father. I've used this example before, getting up angry at his child running off into the street.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not saying there's not a place for it
Yeah.
within this existence.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, there won't be a need for it in the next existence. That's the point to make.
Mhm.
So the higher self, it's kind of going back to the blending. So it's the higher self that's going up, and it's going to blend within whatever. But we won't be thinking about the lower self, the mind, think about thinking about sex, food. They're all human conditioned desires. That won't be of requirement in the upslide. So that's where I kind of thought, the crown got this wrong.
Oh, for sure. I think Jafu's back.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm already near home, so near private road, so I'm all right.
Where are you living, Jay?
Here's what I was listening again to things were spoken. So so a few subjects were brought up. God versus Satan. We can talk about.
Oh, you're breaking up a bit, Jafu.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, simple question for both of you, gentlemen. Do you believe in reincarnation?
Yes.
I'm very open to the idea. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go with Daman because he's more certain. And same on my just for clarity. I also do believe in reincarnation is a fact.
Yeah.
Why is it that you don't remember your previous parents?
So you say you believe
throughout lifetimes, and how?
Yeah.
Hold on.
You say you believe in reincarnation.
Why don't you remember your previous parents, or the places you were living in, or how come you don't remember the languages you have spoken in previous lives?
It's from my perspective. My perspective is slightly different to the typical reincarnation story. If you were to have access to all of that information, you would go absolutely nuts. Like, the brain would not be able to handle it, especially, as you know, when we're born, we're not born with the full faculty of being able to think. We learn the ability to think and become different people. You know, God likes, in my eyes, God likes variation. And when you have people starting from a place of zero, they could grow any way they want. Whereas if you are born and then you've got the full memory of everything, then it's going to be kind of boring. It's like okay, he's just going to copy that lifetime or that lifetime or that lifetime that he prefers, rather than just trying to grow and be him. That's my perspective.
I believe. I look at
Okay. You don't. Go ahead, Damien.
You know, I looked at some stuff about that before, and from what I looked at, I mean, really was just reading or looking at stuff. It basically was saying that we do have the records
Akashic records,
the cosmic on the Akashic records, whatever, on a level, but they're just switched off based on what the man was saying, that there's no benefit to us on this existence to know about the previous existence. It would complicate too much this existence. So, but the records are there, but they're switched off. When we come back in again to the soul, like this time, that
yeah, but
it's not
put a folder into a place, and hold on, and then open it only at your own request. Otherwise, that folder is going to sit there for eternity.
In the other realms, yes, there wouldn't be any benefit for you to know it. You know, some people do have these experiences where they remember past lives, and sometimes it's very young people. You know, you'll hear the family saying, "Oh, he started talking this," or "He remembers this," etc., etc., etc. So there is stories and incidences of where people have recollections of past lives.
But the funny thing is, when they have these recollections of past lives, they just become more of a circus freak where people go like, "Oh yeah, cool, show us the trick, show us what you know."
Yeah.
It's never
Yeah.
a situation where they're like, "Oh, I remember my past lives, and now I know all of this stuff, this stuff, this stuff, this stuff, this stuff." At 6 years old, it's like no,
Yeah.
they still need to learn and grow as individuals. They'll
But-
remember bits.
Yeah, but if the thing is, man, if we believe, and I say this to Jay as well, if we believe in the creator, or whether it's one or many, we don't know, you know, and I'm kind of open on that idea, you know what I mean? But I would imagine I would have to come to the conclusion that before the soul, you know, comes into the body at birth, the decision is made for whatever reasoning
Mm.
to switch off the previous memories of previous incarnations, because it would just be too disturbing to this existence.
Well, it just stops you from having your own little
Journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
We've lost Jay Fu, but he'll probably be back. But yeah, I'm under the same thing where it's like it doesn't serve you on your journey. Once you've hit
It
some,
just, no. So they're doing. So I think in a way it's kind of like. No, I'm not saying we can't question. You know, we should be able to question anything, but there's the kind of thing of some things. It's just not for the soul in this existence to know.
Mhm. Have you heard of Avatar: The Last Airbender?
I know. Sorry, say that again.
Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's a cartoon. Yeah, I love my cartoons, but it's a really good cartoon. It was made by some American guys for Nickelodeon, but they talk about chakras. They've got if you got time at the end of this stream, type in chakra avatar, and there's a really, really good explanation of how chakras kind of get blocked up and how we could release them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But in that show, they kind of have this character called the Avatar, and he is able to connect with all of the previous incarnations, and he's only able to do this after years and years and years of meditation and understanding and opening up the mind to the full potential that it's capable of.
There you go. There you go. Opening mind. So who closed your mind? Who said that you have to be limited? Who imposed? Have you imposed upon yourself? Is that self-limitation?
I believe so.
No, I think it's from the creation, the creator, JP. I think when your soul, whoever decides to put your soul into this body, it's decided, right, switch off the previous records, because you know, I think because there's no benefit for you to know it, because otherwise this existence will be hampered if you did.
It's like watching a movie. It's like watching a movie when you know exactly what's going to happen.
Well, actually, what you're saying is, I know exactly what you mean, and this is precisely where actually what I'm going to say is going to be quite controversial, but this is exactly where you have the split of humanity. And here's what I mean. You have, I don't know if you remember, I spoke about India and how I was able to observe that the same souls were coming back to India. They kind of looked like they've been there for hundreds of years, if not more. They did not look, they didn't have that vitality that the soul's supposed to have. And the split in humanity is that those who go through that process of let's call it from a nirvana, where the soul completely dissolves oneself and is able to rise back in its divine constitution. And I'm going to stop for a moment. If we are created by the Most High, therefore we are indestructible. Therefore we can go through a complete disappearance and we'll come back again. Why? Because we've been created by the Most High. Unless one is not created by Most High, and one knows that is not created by Most High, then such a soul will choose not to go through what the Muslims call that place, the door of fire or the gate of fire. And the thing is, this is where things become interesting. If somebody wants to hold on to one's own soul, that's actually, from one point of view, already a beginning of a mental illness.
Well, sorry, holding on to the soul is a form of mental illness.
Yes, to hold on to one's own, to think, oh, it's my soul, and the devil wants to take it. That's actually a sign of mental illness. But it's not mental illness. I'm not saying that the intellect won't function. Yes, intellect will function, the reason will function, but now, nevertheless, to only limited extent. The devil is not interested in human soul. Why in the world would the devil be interested in human soul?
For
now,
hell.
look, is it? It's. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you don't believe in heaven and hell, Jeffrey?
No. Hear me out. Even my 14-year-old kid, I have a quite bright little girl. She says, "Well, if the devil takes all these souls to hell, that means he's doing his job." So 14-year-old can figure out there's something that this is odd, and we have to re-examine the concept of what has been, what devil has become, and what really is. And I'm emphasizing is. So let's go back first to the soul. What to be aware of one's own soul is no different than be a rodent living in some hole. Okay, a person who has a spirit within, and a spirit is a godly spirit, understand that soul has to be, in a sense, given up, has to be sacrificed. And how does this manifest itself in the physical world? One, you do realize that your parents are that one's own mother, my own mother, your mother was a vessel we came through into this world, but of course with manifestation of love. Nevertheless, you are on your own being. There comes a time that you have to set your own sails, and you have to go your own direction. And we're not dwellers like in the old days. This mentality, as I said, this mentality of separating oneself from earthly parents exists already for 2,000 years. Yes, that exists. I'm not saying anything new. One has to recognize that you are your own self. Yes, we do come through biological act of the parents. Yes, we do. Yeah. Nevertheless, as soon as possible, we are free from it. Now, soul, if the soul is being looked in an unhealthy way, then one does not want to leave the parents, does not. It always finds an excuse to become a dweller, which is extremely unhealthy. So the soul must be must not be treated like some kind of something on pedestal, and devil wants to take it. No, God fights for it. It's with in my view, and I'm not dismissing other people's views, but in my view, that sounds so childish. As I said, my kid already can figure out this. It doesn't hold the truth.
Yeah.
To think like this. However, let's think for a moment. Then, what would be the role of the devil? Well, and here's the interesting thing. Now, for example, for the sake of argument, I am your enemy. Yeah, I'm the devil. For sake of argument.
Okay.
And what is it that I would want you to do? I know that your higher self knows where to go.
Yeah.
Therefore, I will act with my whole power on the lower self to either delay you or make sure that you don't reach where you're supposed to go.
That's what I believe, yeah.
You see, then the role of, and that's interesting because the word devil and Devi in Hinduism is quite interesting, because Devi serves that purpose of diversion, actually. And so then the whole role of the devil becomes entirely different. The whole idea of hell and so on. Okay, that is something that again, if we believe in reincarnation, have you met somebody who's still in that smell of the sulfur and smoke all over it? No, we have not met such a person. Does it mean that souls have not experienced it? Yes, they have. However, this is what we're going to have to speak next week. There are several, not one, but several. In fact, there's in a very tricky way levels of death. It's not only one death. It's not that if somebody thinks that death is when the body expires, again, that's childish. That's only first step. You see, I'll give you an example. I'm sure we all have met people who have quality that they're able to deaden another human being. They're so toxic that they actually the forces of death that permeate through them. There are men like that, and there are women like that, and I call them man eaters, meaning porn. Porn is a perfect example of man eaters, meaning they devour each other. But we have that exactly the same thing in clubs. We have the same thing in a social, this online dating. These are all man eaters. Well, I mean, men and women, of course. And the only thing they do is they devour each other. Again, you see, as a devil, that's exactly what I want to do. Instead of creating something, let them devour each other.
But so what's the point, Jefu? If that's what the devil wants, what's the end result for the devil?
It's exactly the same like for the termite, where it sees the healthy wood. It wants to turn it into something useless.
Yeah, but okay, but why?
And I wouldn't say it's something useless, because termites don't turn it to something useless. No, other things use the things that the termites. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, can you use the wood that has been completely devoured by termites?
I can't, but the insects that live amongst
No one can. It becomes already just a soft, gooey thing that just is gonna rain is gonna wash it away
and gets absorbed.
It's kind of the same. And you see, and that's what, and this is the interesting thing. You see, again with the soul. If soul would be eternal, then that soul that is devoured in such a way will never be able to rise up again, because that would mean that already the enemy of humanity had its way with it.
Okay.
And therefore, one has to ask oneself, if we are created by the highest, can that happen? Can the human soul be devoured that no longer is able to resurrect itself in the image of God because it was devoured by a force which is more powerful than oneself?
But that's where choice and free will is coming into play.
Hold on. You see, now I can say, now I understand what all those lefties and woke, they say, oh, white privilege. Yeah, you can say that, when you're comfortably living in a peaceful place. What about, let's say, if you were born in Chicago right now, where every year more black kids die from gun wounds than in the war of Iraq.
Yeah, I know, I agree. The picture is saying, but but I think at a fundamental level, as a human, on a human level, we have choice to either make our lives, improve our lives, to go to the higher, or to take the easy option, which either using drugs.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. You would say that. Now I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you something very interesting about the choice. I tell you, this is really fascinating. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna send Damien via Daman. I'm gonna send Daman via WhatsApp 2 symbols.
I can't see them.
And no, I will send it to you now.
No,
you don't have it yet.
I won't be able to see it because my phone is the camera I'm using. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Hold on. So it won't pop up on the side?
I'd have to disconnect it from the camera thing and all that stuff.
Okay, so let's reverse it. So I'm gonna. Are you able? Oh no, I don't have your WhatsApp. Okay, so for a moment, just disconnect yourself, and you're gonna confirm what you're gonna receive. Is that okay? Because this is very interesting. We're speaking about something important.
Yeah, if it's really that important, I'll have a look.
I might have to disappear just to do it. Let's see if I can do it without switching off. Daman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm sending you. I'm gonna send you something. Now, don't say what I sent you, okay? Don't say anything what I've sent you. This is important.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Damien.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a series of. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and please just answer. We'll make it very short.
Okay.
So, have you ever played cards? You know how to play cards?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how many colors do you have in cards? Colors. Color.
2 colors.
There are 2 colors, yeah? There are 2 colors, yeah? Red and black.
Right.
Yes?
Okay,
Choose one.
Yeah.
Choose one.
Red.
Choose one color, Damien.
Red.
Red. Okay, red. You have hearts and diamonds. Choose one. Just make it fast. Make it fast because we don't want to waste time.
Hearts.
Hearts. Okay, very good. Now we have let's make it quick. 6 cards. Ace, king, queen, jack, 9, 10. Choose 3. One, like fast.
5, 6, 7.
No, it's between ace and 9. So ace, king, queen, jack, 10, and 9. Choose 3.
Oh, okay. 9, 10, jack.
Okay, you left with king, queen, and ace. Choose 2.
King and queen.
Choose one between them.
King.
Okay, king of hearts. Daman, what you've got? What did I send you?
You sent me a king of hearts.
Okay.
But I'm gonna play devil's advocate here.
That's the devil's choice. When you say you have a choice, that's the devil's choice.
But you kind of like, as soon as hold up, if I get the camera back on. Yeah, because when he said his 3 particular ones, you then ignored the ones that he chose, and you said, because he didn't choose king originally, he chose 9, jack,
He said
something.
Yes.
And then at that point you could have gone, okay. You chose 9, jack, and queen, or 9, jack, ace. Out of those 3, pick one. But you didn't, because he chose the ones that you didn't want in the selection.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's part
I know
neuro-linguistic
exactly
programming.
what you mean.
Yeah. Go.
I know exactly what you mean. But what I'm saying to you, this is how devil calls the shots.
Yes, if you don't
He
see it.
puts the choices. He puts the choices in front of you. You don't have a choice.
So
I
you
You
don't
don't
believe in
have a
free
choice.
will?
Sorry, J-Fu, I do have a choice. Look it. I have a choice.
No, you don't have a choice. Trust
Hold
me.
on. Look it. For example, I'm 20 years sober. That's a choice. So I have a choice.
No.
Stay sober and feel better in my mind and have a better life, as opposed to being hungover, getting nothing done, waking up, negating experiences and meeting people because I'm too tired from a hangover. So that's where the choice in that scenario comes in. When I have a clear head because I'm not addicted anymore, I make better choices. I prepare meals. I keep my home clean. You know, I do things. So my personal things are better and more positive. If I'm always feeling rough from addiction, from drink or whatever, I take the easiest option. So it'll be a takeaway, or it'll be, I won't want to do anything. So yeah, I do think I have a choice.
I think what J-Fu
No, these are
let me try and explain it, J-Fu. I think I know what you're trying to say. So, for example, when you watch something on TV, you go, "Oh, I could choose what I want to watch," but you could only watch what's been produced for you. So the choices you've been given are this many programs on this many channels, and you can't choose to watch something that doesn't exist. I think that's what you're trying to get at, right, J-Fu?
Of course, even Google, even internet, it's all based on the same concept. You're being provided with so-called choices, but none of it is actually a choice. Now, what Damien is talking about is something different. I agree with you, Damien, that you have a choice of a well-being,
Yeah.
Yes, but hold on. But notice what happens. You're talking about the well-being, which then enters your inner self, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But we're speaking now of the choices that are in front of you. In front of you. People that you meet. The job that you have to do, or anything else. Suddenly, with this realm, all these things are not something that you have, those things were actually facilitated in front of you. And until the point, hold on, because I want to make this clear. Until the point where the inner self no longer is bound what's in front of you.
Right, okay.
That's the important part. So there can be the most beautiful lady in front of me, but if, for example, I know down the line, for example, I see betrayal, I would say no, thank you, because I already can see with already there's the inner self tells me, be careful.
Yeah, but that's not a choice because
no, that's what it becomes. The choice is within oneself.
Okay. So it's not about the external options. It's just about whether you're
it's not about what's
internal.
It's not about what's being offered in front of me.
No, it's about recognizing
discernment.
from it's discernment. It's about recognizing internally that something externally is either good or bad for you. And
there we go. So now notice what happens. You separating it from one point of view. You separating yourself from the outside, and the truth within is guiding you.
Yes. That's the soul.
But it's still a choice, though. That's still you still got the choice to
no,
go. You had the choice to go with the lady that's going to be betraying you, or you had the choice not to go with her. So you made the choice from internal. Yes, I agree, but yeah, go for it.
But wait, but hold on. But this is where things become interesting. As we speak, from one point of view, it's like there's some force that imposes itself on me. says, here, do this, do that, go there, do this, and this, all this for you, or whatever else.
Mhm.
Now, so there's a force that continuously is trying to enter us with its own mind.
Well, the force
And
is already inside.
but wait, hold on. I want to make this point. Hold on, please. And just let me finish this point.
Mhm.
And the idea is to counterbalance it with one's own mind, saying, I know where I have to go, and I know when I have to go, and I know with whom I have to go. Suddenly, that force with its own mind that wants to give it to you and make sure you're part of it. And this is exactly how the souls start to act in this tribal way, which you can see, especially America's perfect example of it. In every high school, cheerleader, jock, there's goth, and there's this. The whole variety in every single high school, from state to state, all the souls act in exactly the same tribal way. Oh, that's my high school sweetheart. Everything was provided. They're not going to go anywhere else. Everything is facilitated. From one point of view, the only time that one is free from it is pretty much, I have to say, when you're entirely on your own, pretty much like homeless. That's it's better to be homeless than to actually act out of the tribal soul.
You're really talking, Jofu, about being in the system, about being stuck in the system, or the matrix, the matrix of what is being created for you.
Which I'm really confused about, because I thought it was good to make money and to do all that stuff, because you were telling me the other day, oh yeah, you should have a feature to make money. So I'm confused, because you understand the benefit of money, but then you're also saying, no, you need to be homeless.
No. Okay. First of all, when I said that to you, I know that. Again, you see, just like we spoke about words, I know the money from one point of view. You take it as a compliment. It's a nice one. The money is beneath you, meaning the money would not affect your clear judgment.
No, it would affect my life, but not my judgment. No.
Exactly. No, nothing about your life. I'm talking about judgment. Would not affect it.
Yeah.
Therefore, when I was wishing that to you, again, you see, if I'll be an enemy of yours, if I'll be Satan, I'll make sure you get all the money so you can be saturated with all the things that, the greed and everything else. You will want more and more, and perhaps thinking about being famous and, internet superstar, whatever else. Yeah. Yeah. But since I know that's not the case, so yes, I wish that I wish something which is good for you, in a sense that won't affect you. Yeah.
So, are you gonna go homeless any point, or are you already homeless, or is it something you're looking to do in the future?
No, I'm not homeless, but since you asked, when I had to throw everything online, I'm by my own choice. I have become homeless at some point in my life, very early in my life. I was very young, and that's because I refuse to live a false life. I refuse to live. I said I rather go where I know my heart is, instead of being stuck somewhere I knew I did not belong. And since I was young, and I was not afraid of it, I chose to do that. Yes, I spent not a long time, several weeks. I slept in the car.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Cool, in the car. So that's what I was gonna ask, because it's like, okay, so you go homeless, then how long for? Because I did mentioned on previous streams, back in late 2023, I went on 2 journeys. Both of them where I was just literally me on the road, just walking and sleeping on benches. I had a little tent where I'd find a park and I'd find a little corner and I'd just set up my tent there. So I was kind of pretty much homeless for those few days. It was about 3-4 days each on both trips, so it was about 8 days total. But there's always a thing where, okay, it's time to come back home and it's time to recoup before I can either go on another journey or experience more in life to learn more.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, like,
No, for me it was several weeks.
so it has to be several weeks, or does it?
No, I'm not saying it has to be. I'm speaking in my case, was several weeks. And guess what?
Once you find the freedom, it's okay to come back. You're saying, yeah?
No, wait. I tell you
Okay.
something interesting. I'm not going to betray the details, but I'm going to say it in this way. Since I knew what my heart was telling me, and of course I was on my own in the car. I had a nice car, Camaro, old Camaro 70. Yeah. And I went to see this. I would go to churches often when I was without home. And I would go to this church in San Francisco. It was St. John's Church. It's famous. There's a square, like a nice place, and North Beach. So I went to that church and I would spend some time over there contemplating about matters. And I said, and yes, without home. But I knew what my heart was telling me. So this priest stops and he looks at me and he asked me if I'm okay. I said, if I want to talk, I said, I would like to actually tell you something. He says, yes. So he sits down. I said, I would like you to be my witness. And he's like, okay. He probably thought I'm some kind of freak, weird, or whatever else. Yeah. I didn't care. I really didn't care because I don't drink.
I thought it was witness as in for your communion or some kind of religious.
No. Witness of what I was about to say.
Okay, cool.
And so I told him what was in my heart. If somebody would listen to me, and probably just like, I should maybe excuse this priest. If you would hear what I had to say, you would say, this is one of those high on drugs, crazy loons. And he has no place to go. And guess what? In my life, what I knew in my heart to be so, what I told this man, can you believe it turned out to be true? I'm telling you part of my biography without giving you details.
Yeah.
So I told him something. Which I knew within, and yet it was invisible to the world. And yet I knew it will become visible in the future. And that's exactly what happened. And the reason I'm saying it to you, that you see, we have, especially being a man, is so easy for us because nobody's gonna try to take sexual advantage of you or whatever else.
Speak for yourself.
All right. Okay, perhaps.
Yeah.
And what depends what kind of vibe you put out, since you put it this way.
No, I meant women have tried to take advantage of me.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, sure. But I'm speaking. Yeah, of course that
You
can
remember,
happen,
like
yeah.
you said, the man eaters.
Yeah. And so anyway, so I'm just saying to you that I guess for men it's easier because then, well, even that is sad, man or woman.
Yeah.
That once we put ourselves on that edge, right? The things that it's like being on the edge of a knife. Things become more clear. You know, especially it's such a wonderful. This is why I think every young person should do it in their life.
Yeah, I think
experience that.
I think the Aborigines had this thing of a walkabout, where when the kids got to a certain age, they would go on a spiritual journey of where they just walk off into the desert and come back a few weeks later. So no, I agree. That's kind of why I did my little journeys a couple of years back. Was a new sense of appreciation, a deeper connection, the true feeling of being free, where I had very little money and it was just literally talking to people, making connections, and just traveling. And just some of the people looked at me weird when they were like, "Oh, what you doing anyway?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm on a spiritual journey trying to get closer to God." And they'd be like, "What? Where are you going?" I'm like, "I don't know. I know I need to go this way, but I have no idea where I'm going."
But you see, when the idea is also to experience, for example, 3-4 days, it's a good beginning, but personally, I never forget when I was experiencing that my body was eating itself. They become so hungry. They become so hungry that literally I could feel that my body was feeding of itself. And I tell you, interesting thing. You see, sometimes the divine helps, just like Damien spoke about 10 pounds. So I came back to him. So there I am in San Francisco. I was hungry as hell, and I saw a Chinese food. There was somebody left the Chinese food on the sidewalk. And I look at it, but I have certain principles in my life. I don't touch food that is on the ground. So as hungry as I was, I say, I cannot eat it because it's already on the ground, so it belongs to earth. That's how I have this kind of belief. And I'm walking literally about 50 feet further, and there was a mailbox, and there was a blue mailbox. On top of it, somebody left the full dinner. There was a chicken and rice and macaroni salad and everything else. Because I was so hungry, that lasted me for 2 or 3 days. So what I was saying is, sometimes, yes, and another time I was passing by, there was some party and outside. I was invited. You want to get something to eat? Yeah, sure. So I went. And
how old were you when this was going on?
I was 25.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, and wild times. But I'm just saying that. See, why am I saying all these things? Because you see, then the devil cannot catch you. Because your thoughts are clean. You know, Damien, what I'm talking about. Daman as well. Yeah, your thoughts are clean. You're in a clean contemplation. You're not thinking how you look. You're not thinking. You don't fix yourself up. You don't look. What's the word? Groomed. You're not groomed in any way.
No, I don't know.
If you look at.
I don't know if you saw me when I first came to Speaker's Corner. I had a big ass beard.
Yeah, I saw you. I remember. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. You see. From one point of view, America is all about being groomed. Everybody has to be super clean with super white teeth, and everything has to be super tidy and everything else. Yeah. But once you let it all go, yeah, totally. Once you drop that, yeah, then the new reality opens. It opens up, and that's when the devil can no longer give you any choices. That's the interesting thing. Also, I tell you something interesting, because I was crossing, the time when I was 25, I was crossing America. And when I was in Las Vegas, I know Vegas very well because I used to go there many times when I was living on the West Coast. But that particular time, I could not sleep in my car in Vegas, anywhere on the street. I felt so, I felt so uneasy that I had to literally park on a church's parking lot. Only there I was able to sleep. So I pulled into near some church. I said it was a church, and the parking space was open. So I just parked my car, and that's when I was able to sleep, just to continue my journey. Next thing, but Vegas, that's so because you start to experience everything slightly different.
So you saved up for this journey, right? Because you were paying for petrol, you had a car and stuff. Oh, did we lose J-Fu? I think we lost him for a second. While we wait for him, Damien, have you ever done anything like this? Have you ever done like a walkabout or a?
Oh, I've done a lot of madness. You know the saying, damn it, everybody has a story. You know what I mean? My kind of thinking is, I am where I am now, and that's where I want to be, rather than where I was. You know, so I have a lot. There's a lot of dark parts in my my history, but I don't blame myself for they're just all parts of experience of growing and your life's journey. But I would say that overall, I think I'm in a better place now. I don't have a lot on a major material level, but I have a contentment. And if I want to go and get something or I need. I have a bit of cash, but um, I don't have. I think maybe it's an age thing partly. I have done a lot. So I think because I've had a few. I worked for the NHS for a few years. I was a waiter for a few years, and then I had my acting for a few years, and now I'm selling rockety China, damaged China. So I think what it is, and then I've done all. I think I've been to India maybe nearly 10 times, maybe 8 times.
Damn.
I had 2 years, one time in India, between India and Nepal. So I have done a lot. So I don't I feel like now I've gone into I'm coming up to 60, so I've come into a lower speed, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I'm more,
You're not looking for that.
I'm not craving. I'm not searching for things. So I'm kind of content.
What about this thing about divine union, like partnerships, like where I don't know if you heard Fu talk about it on previous conversations, but it's like the other half of your soul is somewhere out there waiting.
Oh, you mean in like
Twin
a soulmate?
flame, yeah, twin flame soulmate thing. Because I think that's what you're saying. Like the journey leads to finding that.
Yeah, but if that's the case, if that's the case, that's where he was going. I would like to say, okay, Fu, we've heard where you've been. Now tell us where you're at. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want to interrupt him because he spoke a few times about his son and about taking his son traveling around India, and then he mentioned nothing tonight about his daughter. So I kind of would be more inclined to, I would be more curious to think, right, Jeffrey, where are you now? Are you in a relationship with somebody? Are your kids with you?
He's married, yeah, happily married.
Yeah, and so what's going on now?
That's his soulmate that he found.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think do you know what it is, Daman? We can overanalyze absolutely everything. Do you know what I mean? We can really
very easily done. It's what we do as humans.
It's what we, you're right. So I think we can, we can really tear things apart, trying to find answers. And sometimes I think that can be a way. I'll tell you an interesting story. I was in India, maybe the second time I was there. I had a big bag, like a rucksack. I had about 20 books in the rucksack. I was moving around a lot, staying in cheap hotels, wherever. But every time I never read any of the books. That all I did was carry them on my back, and it was heavy, with all these books. And I remember one day thinking, before I'd move, I think, oh God, I've got to pack all the books back in and the clothes, and it put me off, and kind of, packing to move again, So I realized that all these books that I was carrying on my back was actually holding me back, right? So I remember I went and I gave all my clothes away. I had a very lovely blazer. I remember the man getting great pleasure from it, this elderly man. I gave him this nice blazer. And I gave all the books away. I gave everything, and I reduced my bag down to a tiny little thing with enough room for my toiletries, shirts, and shorts. You know what I mean? And then once I did that, then I started moving because I didn't have the whole head messed up about, oh my God, I have to pack all that up. You
just got the bare essentials.
But I had the bare essentials, and I thought I need that now, so I got it.
Oh, was it the bare necessities?
Bare necessities, yeah. So in a way, the reason I'm saying about that is, I think sometimes you can take on try. I like Fu, but a lot of it I'm struggling to understand. It was kind of a bit intense for me to understand the meaning and what was going on. Do you know what I mean? So I think
Intent about what? Intent about what?
no intense, J. Fu.
Intense, like as in you know the camping tents you have. You're in. No, I'm joking. He's saying
Oh,
intense as in like.
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
No, so I was saying the what you were saying. It was difficult to kind of. It's probably more about me, but to try and really understand what it was you were trying to say. And what I
Well,
would,
look, I said it earlier. The forces, the forces that want to overwhelm you.
that's the simpler way of putting it. That I gotta get. And for me, it is what I was trying to say to Damon is about the thing with the rucksack thing. It's about keeping it simple. Do you know what I mean? And we can complicate it so much, and then we
No,
lose
it's not
the
about.
simplicity, you know.
It's not about complication. It's about finding the joy. When you say keep it simple, you see when people say some people say body and soul. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says, yeah, yes, that's simple. Yeah, it is simple. However, it's like, and it's perfectly fine. Is it the same like with classical music? So, when you listen to Bach or Mozart or the great composers, especially Bach, his music is so exquisite through variations that he puts into his creation. And then you had, and on the other hand, you have Aborigine drum beats, and which is fine too, or native Indian music, which is perfectly okay, to a folk music, which is perfectly fine. So it's not a question of simplicity in a sense that simplicity, and the both considered music.
Yeah,
For some people,
but but they're appealing to different. You know, I have listen to a lot of world. You're talking about like world music. I listen to a lot. You know, I have quite a bit of world music from different tribal stuff from Africa. I listen to Jewish music. I listen to Spanish Gypsy Kings. I'm sure you know Gypsy Kings, Jay.
of course, yeah.
Yeah. But I think different music. I listen to a lot of country western. I love Frank Sinatra. I love it. You know, Adele, and yeah. So I think different. I think music brings you to a different places. You know, there's different whatever and your mood is on the day. So you think, oh, I want to feel reflective and a little bit deep, so I want to listen to something like Bach that kind of really have something like that. So they're just different. I think they're just playful, aspects of your own personality and different playful parts of your own personality that you want to have fun with in that moment. Do you see what I mean?
I know what you mean, and you see, to me, to me that's I'm speaking for myself. One can lose by how to say it. I mentioned earlier about how in America you find the whole spectrum of. They can find Irish and Polish and German and Nigerian and native Indian and Eskimo. They'll find everything there. So they're going to say, well, this country is made up of everything. Out of every idea, every concept, whether it's goth, whether it's gay, whether it's this or that or that, it's all there. It's this melting pot and everything is there. And why am I saying it? Is because if somebody just wants to go on easy, you don't know at which point you may fall into that pot. and I stay clear, and I always did stay clear from being part of it. That's why no matter how much once somebody lives there for long enough, they're always people become Americanized, and that never happened to me. I stood my ground. I did not permit that to somehow. It did succeed for a short period of time, and then I woke up from it. And it's like you know what?
Being in an environment over a longer period of time that you could become part of that environment.
Yeah. and I believe that we should be free from it. It's like when you it's like anesthesia that gradually enters your system and makes you sleepy, and you don't realize that you fall asleep, and suddenly you start to speak things which otherwise you wouldn't speak. Suddenly you watch news which you wouldn't watch. You watch Fox News or CNN, whatever else, and suddenly you do things which otherwise you wouldn't do. And in my view,
I do understand that point. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
yeah. So in my view, we have to be always sober, and we have to be at the command at all times.
This is true, but that's a full-time job, Jay.
Yeah.
Keeping aware of where somebody is trying to get your attention to bring you a different direction, you know.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, but I also think, Jay, not to give herself too much a hard time, you know, I think it's important to look on where we've been and where we've come from, like where we're at, you know. That's
why? Why?
Because I think, you know, I won't go into my personal stuff, but you know, there's all the I can look at members of my family, for example, yeah, and all they want to do is sit. Their life would be sitting in the pub, you know, and day in day out, you know, and I see that their choices, they've decided they don't particularly want very much, and that's a very family thing in my family. Do you see what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
So my mother's alcoholic. She's sober now 7 years, but my whole life was my mother's drink was terrible, you know, and it's just completely dominated and controlled everything because she was so chaotic. You see what I mean? And so what I'm saying is, I look where I'm now and think I've come through all of that. I have been affected by it, obviously, on some level. But I think I haven't sunk, you know? So I could have been under such a pressure. I was brought up in a very, very chaotic childhood with a lot of violence. My father was terribly violent. Then my mother married several, you know, my mother was just surrounded by violent men because she was alcoholic. Do you know what I mean? So I came through that, but it didn't send me. And really, what it was like, you know, I just got away from it as much as I could to protect myself. So I think for now, I'm 20 years without a drink, and I can kind of almost like that's enough. You know, I'm in a good space. I don't have a majorly exciting life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know, but I'm happy and content with what I have, based on what I came from. If that makes sense, you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. Yes.
So
no one.
When I look at my brother's lives, they're just very different to me. You know, my brothers would hardly they've no confidence because they're so alcohol dependent. So they struggle with really having any intellectual kind of conversation. Do you understand what I mean? Now that's just their journeys. You know, I can't live other people's lives to them, but I just have to thank God that God showed me enough things to get me on the straight and narrow. And you know, when I say about keeping it simple, it's more about right, what works for today. You know, in AA, you know AA, Jay?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of sayings in AA, and it's only when I got many years sober I really got the power of them. You know, so you know, in AA, it's like keep it in the day, keep it simple, keep it in the day, just for today. You know, so I try not to live in the past, definitely, because there's not very much benefit to me about living in the past, except to see that I've come through it and come out the other side, and that I'm, you know, that I'm sitting here in a nice home. I'm not, you know, for the most the basic things. You know, I'm making a meal. I'm keeping myself clean. I have people I can kind of ring up and say, how are you? Do you want to meet for a coffee? You know, it's on. I have my life at a level that it's a contentment. I've been through all the turmoil, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So for me, that's where. So I think it's more about just trying to stay it's kind of a new self. I think I might have said it. 20 years ago I wasn't like this. So it's kind of a new self. So it's just recognizing, and I believe it's the higher self of me recognizing what's important and thinking, put my energy into this person who maybe needs some help, and not allowing, for me, I don't know. Nobody knows the answer, Jay, what's actually real. I just a new kind of a newish thing I've came to in the last few years that the soul issue is it's a conflict between the God and the devil, and the devil is going to try as hard to keep you in as much pain so your life is
Yeah.
really destructive
Yeah.
and your life is a mess, a bit like what you were saying about the termite. But really, God wants you to reach the higher and come back. So
I hear you.
I don't know. That's what I. That's how I kind of. They're the things that keep me on balance.
Okay. Now, do you mind if I reply to it?
Yeah.
Now, first of all, I sympathize with you, and I did experience a fall myself. I'm not ashamed of saying that.
There's no shame in it.
I do believe that a man is defined not by his fall, but by his rising up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and that's one. And two, but in my case, I as I'm rising up, I said that was only round one. Here's round two, and now I'm going to go after you this time. So this time around, I'm not somebody who's going to. I do appreciate you saying because you have different circumstances. I know what a fall is, and what I'm saying to you, I got pissed off, meaning I will go. I'm not afraid of the evil. I'm gonna go to wherever it is to fuck it up in return, because I'm not afraid of it. Have I? Did it have a first shot? Yes, it did. It always does with humanity. Humanity, as we as people, we always get a first blow because we don't expect it. We don't expect those people who lose their lives in of drug use or whether it's alcohol or whatever else. All those things is because they do not expect that this is a weapon to destroy somebody.
Absolutely, Jay.
But this time around, but the thing is, I'm see. This is why I'm a little bit different of a guy. So no. That was round two. That was round one, and here's round two. So I am after it. That's the reason for the sign, the man at the speaker's corner. And I will not, and I'm not going to. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you have something written on your leg, don't you?
Not a leg. I'm written. There was a sign. I was carrying a big sign on my neck.
Right. Sorry, I meant to ask you about what it was. What does the sign say?
The man, tell him.
Says, I challenge Allah, if I remember correctly.
Not too far away from those.
Is that correct, Jafu, or is it slightly different?
That is correct. Yeah. That is correct. With small fine prints about conditions. Yeah, so...
I think a lot of the issue with Islam and Jafu is cultural. Yeah, I think there's a huge part of cultural thing that's playing out in Islam. Now, you know Mehdi Hassan?
No.
I know the Mehdi, Chris.
No, not that Mehdi. No, not the Al-Naqvi Christopher, no. No, Mehdi Hassan is a journalist I think he's sacked from Al Jazeera. He's English, British Muslim guy. And he had, yeah, you'd know him if you've seen him. But he basically, I watched the debate with him, and do you know Marie Walters?
No.
She's very anti-Islam. She's Irish woman, yeah? She's very speaks out heavily against Islam. So they
At the speaker's corner? At the speaker's corner?
No, it's on they debated each other at the Oxford Union about 11 years ago. for the pros and cons of Islam, basically, right? But what I was going to say was he came up with a figure at 11 years ago saying there's 1.6 billion Muslims. Okay, they've now changed the narrative. Do you know where this is quite funny. There's the saying Islam is a religion of peace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Do you know where that came from?
Yes, I do actually.
Go on, tell me.
It actually comes from the ancient writings which describe. It's not what you know, so I'm going to tell you what I know. Before the physical world was created, the spiritual world came to existence, and there were several realms in it, and within those realms there were additional realms, and from the hierarchy of the four eternal realms, the fourth realm was the realm of perfection, of peace, perfection, and afterthought.
Right. What I was going to say was actually what I was going to say was where that saying has come in today's narrative, where it's actually where the origin of that saying came from. Who was the origin of that saying?
No, I don't know.
Okay, George Bush.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's funny.
He's the one just before he went into Afghanistan that came up with Islam. Before he'd done all his destruction, yeah, said Islam is a religion of peace. We're not against the Muslims. So that's where that's come from. Yeah, and then of course it's grown exponentially. They say Islam is a religion of peace, but I say the evidence says different.
George W. Bush or the elder?
The son, not the father.
George W. Bush.
When he went into Afghanistan looking for Osama bin Laden, so that was his kind of.
I don't think it was Bush who went there. It was Rumsfeld who went there.
Could be, but I read something the other night on a video, I think, and it was saying that. So obviously it was like a carrot giving, saying we're not against Muslims, we're doing this because Islam's a religion of peace. But apparently that was the first time it was said within our understanding of hearing it, basically. So the reason I'm bringing up Mehdi Hassan was, so he says there's 11 years ago he was saying there's 1.6 billion Muslims. Now they're saying the figure is 1.9 billion. I just don't believe that. I'm going to stick with the 1.6 billion that he mentioned as a Muslim in the Oxford Union in 11 years ago. And the reason I say that is because Mufti Menk, I don't know if you know who that is, right? So Mufti Menk had a debate or a talk with Mohammed Hijab, so I'm sure you know who that is, obviously. Yeah. And he was sat on the sofa, and he said the video went viral. I don't know, have you seen it, Emma? And he said, people are leaving Islam in droves.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah. Because I think I think David Wood or Apostate Prophet did a little clip on that, and I think I watched the clip.
And the things I look at now is Islam will evolve. There'll always be Islam, but it will change. It will evolve for the modern state, right? But
how do you think it's going to evolve? How it's going to evolve? How do you foresee that?
From within.
From education.
It's because of this is why I said I think a lot of it is cultural. A lot of it is cultural. A lot of it is lack of education. Look, when you see a woman in Pakistan who just happens to be wearing colorful dress, and it's not, and the people around her are perceiving that it's Quranic text when it's not. It's just a colorful dress, and she gets mobbed, and then it's a female police officer who has to protect her and get her into somewhere for her own safety. That tells you it's lack of education, right?
But hold on, please. We have to be realistic about what's happening. Iran,
100%.
Hold on. Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, they were the countries. There was Muslim countries in 70s, 60s, Lebanon, Syria, and
Very
women were educated.
Yeah.
They didn't have to wear scarves. They were wearing skirts and everything else. There was no issues. In fact, when you look what's happening, the
Yeah.
more of the Islamic rule gets hold of these countries, the more freedoms disappear from those lands. Actually,
Well, that's the thing that happens. But I think there's a resistance going on. I seen a video yesterday. It's somebody in Iran. I'm not sure if it was in an airport lounge or something.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
but
about-
wait, hold on. Wait. Like, let's say the fall of communism in Eastern Europe. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, when you look at that, that was a resistance.
Yeah.
People actually went out. They fought militias. They fought army. They fought governments. There was actual fight going on.
Mm.
Okay, I know it because I saw acquaintances of mine heading to a city center to do that.
Mm.
I myself didn't care about doing it, but actually they did. Yeah, I know. And actually, I left before the Berlin Wall collapse and all that. But what I'm trying to say is, if people want to fight, they do fight. They rise up and fight. When you're speaking about one incident here or there, when I look at the Iranians, I know the students did uprising. Obama didn't do anything about it. So if you want to go into politics, I'm sorry, but I do have a tremendous admiration for the Persian people.
Absolutely.
But they act extremely weak. Afghanis, same thing, or Pakistanis, they're extremely weak. They don't have that, or somehow they're so suppressed, they don't have no strength of overthrowing the religious governments.
Can I ask you a quick question, Jay? You mentioned all these Islamic countries back in the day. Were they Islamic back then when they were wearing miniskirts?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were Muslims, yeah.
That's what I thought. So I just wanted to say, from what it sounds like Islam used to be more central, where it was a balance between the right and the left, but it sounds like these countries decided to go really far right in the whole, these are the rules, these are the punishments, and this is the strictness, and instead of being balanced in the middle, they've gone to the right wing of...
Well, they were secular, the man. Lebanon and Iran were secular, and Afghanistan were secular countries. They were very westernized in how people.
Yeah, Iraq was very wealthy.
So what it needs is more balance. So it needs them to go from the right, where they've pushed themselves to, back to the middle. And if they could go from the middle to the right, they can come back to the middle again and find that middle peaceful ground. But like you said, I think it comes from the education. It's because they've been so suppressed for so many years, where they've been told, oh no, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid.
Yeah, but that's like I'd be very afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the only change that can happen over there if they overthrow those religious governments.
But I do think I do think in Iran it's going to happen. All the signs that I see in Iran, and things about it. So just so as I can tell the man about the video on Twitter, Jay Fu, because he might not have seen it. So there's definitely a lot more people saying, "What the f?" Don't give me your bullshit.
Yeah.
So what it was a woman, a young woman in, I don't know if it was in the airport lounge or something, or a supermarket.
Cleric. There was some Islamic cleric.
Yeah. So she was maybe in a shopping center, like a lounging area.
Yeah.
This Islamic cleric came over and started shouting at her to tell her to put on a hijab, but she wasn't wearing a hijab. So she grabbed his headdress, and she started wrapping it around her head.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that energy that energy is alive. So there is a resistance going on. So I am hopeful. I do. And in relation to the Western country, look, Jayfu, the internet. I came across a video of some Arab guy. Now he was speaking in English, so I was able to understand it. But he was in the Middle East, and he was, like God Logic, for example. He was doing the God Logic thing, but in an Arab country, and he had Muslims ringing in, and he was, highlighting the different issues and verses, and they were like, "Really?" So the problem is, before people were going along like sheep, being told, indoctrinated what to do. They weren't able to really, since we got the internet, so the internet is like the new printing press. So, so really now people are able to find information. The amount of ex-Muslims. So I do think the change will come from within Islam, and there's
Absolutely.
so that's why
Absolutely. What you say is very important.
mm,
Yes, the change
there's
has to come from within.
but it's happening. I think it's right. There was a statistic initially where that 1 in 4. This is going back about 5 years ago, where 1 in 4 people who were born into a Muslim family were leaving Islam. Right now, that's quite a high statistic.
Mm.
Yeah, and now that statistic is reduced to 1 in 3. Right, but that's because of the internet. People can educate them. Because of the internet, people can educate themselves. You know, there's almost like no, I wouldn't call it say there's no excuse because there's a lot of peer pressure and a lot of different things that play out. But people are getting the message. Is I'm not saying for me, I say Jesus is the nearest thing to the truth. If we're going to go down religious ways, I'm more coming from the esoteric. That's why we were talking. So I'm more looking about that
Within.
kind of that within and all of that. I think that's really where
Next week, all next week.
well,
Who knows, J-Fu? I might be homeless next week. This might be the only opportunity.
I think I say, like I told you about this guy who comes and asks me for something, my coffee shop, and he looks. There's just something very godly about him. If you look at him, there's just something about him, and basically, I say to people, if I hear negative comments, I say, sorry, you need to learn gratitude. To the people that would say something, I would say you need to learn gratitude because be grateful
There's so much to be
that
grateful
you
for.
that you're not in his position, that you're able to sit here and pay for your cup of coffee with your card or your phone. You know what I mean? And I just think that I'm kind of a person. I'm kind of come to a point where I can see things, and I try to just observe them without putting something in on it. It's not my place, and I think maybe this is one of the reasons I kind of enjoyed India so much because if I was allowed myself to be, I can't fix everything. I'm very little really at that point. I can hardly fix myself most of the time.
By the way, you mentioned Pushkar. I love Pushkar. I
Have you been
absolutely
there?
love it.
Yeah.
I've been there. Yeah, it's a holy city with 500 temples around the lake.
Oh,
Right.
wow, that's
Okay.
cool.
I've never been. It's a famous tourist place. I'd like to get there. So,
Yeah.
so
Amazing thing.
but for me, I just think it's just about, we can look at everywhere, everywhere, and see things that can upset us, about how other people's lives are.
Yeah.
And I think the most important thing is really saying, yes, God, my life is difficult, but thank you for getting me through another day. Do you know what I mean? It's those very simple keeping. That's what I mean about keeping it simple, keeping it in the day, and just being grateful.
Yeah.
Because we could.
Damien, I totally understand your point of view.
Yeah.
But that's why, again, we all different animals in the jungle.
Absolutely, no, 100%. No, you 100%, and that's how it's. J-Fu, listen, it's very interesting to listen to you and to hear other different thoughts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who wants to be stuck with their own mind all the time?
Who wants an echo chamber? It's just,
who wants to?
you don't learn
absolutely.
anything in echo chambers.
No.
Let me put it this way. I set out myself on a journey. As I said, not only for myself, I realized something, Damien, you said, because you mentioned your family as well. And I see this I personally see it as a violation of human entities by that lower deity that destroys, that wants to destroy the mankind. And when I saw it, I also saw it in my own family, and I saw it in the world, in many places, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, why is it that we as humans, we just take it? We just take it. Boom. Alcohol. Boom. Drugs. I had
I like drugs. Sorry.
no, but hear me out. Yes, but you like drugs, but God forbid something happens to you because of drugs, and you're no longer gonna like it. And this is exactly what I was gonna say to you. Now, hear me out. This is quite an interesting story.
Mm.
I was 18. My sister was older, and she was together with this man who actually had a heart of gold. I don't know if you ever met people, Damien or Daman, that have such a good heart that you know it's a gift from Christ.
Yeah, and it makes you just feel ashamed of your own sexism.
Yeah, and you love those people unconditionally.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a brother-in-law like that. However, as much as his heart was made of gold, he was of a weak mind.
Mm-hmm.
And even if he knew, and he told me I was at his place, and I remember everything, the time of day. I look at him, he looks at me, he says, I know I shouldn't be hanging out with this guy, he told me, the buddy of his. But nevertheless, so him and his buddy went to the old city in Warsaw. They bought some drugs, and those drugs were somehow faulty.
Mm.
So my brother-in-law was dying on the street, and this buddy of his was just standing over him, didn't know what to do. Now, if that would be me, I would immediately stop any car, throw some person out, put him in a car, and take him straight to hospital. But he was waiting for ambulance, which is the buddy of my brother-in-law. He was waiting for ambulance about 40 minutes or so, and he died. So he died on the street.
Right.
So when you're speaking, and he left a 9-month-old beautiful girl and 2-year-old son. Yeah. So I'm saying to you, when you say speak about drugs, and again, we see when I look at it.
I was being a little bit jokey. I don't like drugs. I actually don't even like paracetamol. I do
anyway,
smoke weed, but that's a plant. But that's besides the point.
Yeah, I hear you. So let me continue. So when I look at those, so yes, I've experienced some tragedies in my life like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see those things, I'm thinking, I don't see it as I knew he was a good man, yeah, and he was a very extremely decent person. I mean, he's a really decent person, and everybody loved him. Even some like a troubled person in the neighborhood who said to me, you know what, I really love this man, this and this. So everybody loved that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And why am I saying it? There's this deity, in my view, that violates human beings.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And I personally, since I don't have fear, I want to challenge this deity. I'm not afraid to fall into hell for that, because I'm not afraid of it. But what I'm saying is, I know it sounds crazy. I'm not some nutcase, but I just I saw too much of it, and I'm thinking, I know you exist. I know you bring people down. I know you make people fall. And I know all the deceptive tactics of them being used.
Mm-hmm.
Every single deceptive tactic. And what pisses me off the most is actually that it's permitted to do so. Yeah, that pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like let's say what happened in the former Yugoslavia, the war, where the boys, the Muslim boys, actually were carried out. 10,000 Muslims were carried out by Serbian forces and executed in the forest.
Oh.
See, there's a permission of doing all this evil. Or child soldiers in Africa, you name it, or what's happening in Mexico, or El Salvador, you name it, yeah? And I'm thinking, wait a minute, enough is enough. Fuck it. Maybe if maybe one person is going to stand up, maybe also somebody else, because they're going to realize, wait a minute, all those people that turn against each other, and that's exactly what this deity wants later on too, turn against each other, or think that this guy's crazy. Think of me, Damien. This deity wants you to think I'm a freak and I'm talking that I'm some kind of psychopath. I'm talking some gibberish.
I don't think
you understand?
I don't think that's true.
No,
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So, and what I'm saying is, do I look for followers? No, by no means. Do I want to lead an army? No, I don't want to lead an army. Actually, I want to go on my own and see if I can find a way, if I can exert myself spiritually and mentally and through will to say, hold on, round 2, let's do it. That's what I'm looking for. And for it to happen, you have to be. This is Damien. Between you and I, the differences. I really feel strong enough that I want to continue with that journey. Could I just chill, relax, and somehow just keep it steady? Yeah, I could. Do I want to? No, I don't.
Jacob, do you have commitments?
Yeah, I have commitment.
Right. So you're with a wife and children. What's the story?
Yeah, taking care of. Yeah, I'm a provider, of course.
Fine. How many children have you got with you?
I'm taking care of 5 kids altogether.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
How old is the youngest?
14. I mentioned her when she said that when somebody wants to speak about devil that way, she said he's doing a good job because that's what he's doing, what he's supposed to.
Yeah, it's a difficult, you know. I just, for me, I don't know. What I do feel, looking around, I do feel there's an awakening of consciousness going on globally. I do feel people are waking up, and I think a big part of it is because of the internet, and are saying, no, I want, you know, I want more for myself. Do you know what I mean?
In this last year and a half, I've seen the amount of Christian content shoot up, but it's not just like you got the anti-Dawa teams such as Cod Logic and David Wood and all these guys.
Yeah, I'm not bad in David Wood.
Me neither. But there's a lot of Christian content where now they're not just talking about scripture; they're talking about actually connecting with God. They're not.
Right.
They're saying,
I'm not gonna believe it. I'm never gonna believe it.
What? Really?
No, really? I do see the signs. There are signs there.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it everywhere. Like that's why I'm like, okay, cool. There is change happening. It's just
but the thing is, I tell you why I'm not going to believe it. Because if we know it, the enemy of humanity also knows it. And humanity of the enemy of humanity always strikes first.
Right.
Well, therefore, for me to rely, let's say, on internet and the popularities and shooting up and witnessing UFOs and perhaps coming with Jesus, I'm not going to believe any of that. I won't believe it because I know that what we know, that deity knows too. It's always you know how you can, you know how I compare to often when I think about the enemy of humanity, that somehow we are the ones to actually we enable him to become awakened. So we're the ones, from one point of view, to make this deity so powerful. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And therefore it becomes aware, and then it strikes first. But because the humanity is innocent in its nature, look at let's say a perfect example would be let's say what happened in Ukraine. People living their lives, absolutely normal, playing the PlayStation and all that stuff, and having their iPhones and whatever else, and suddenly, boom, everything changes.
Yeah.
And the same people, and those people are like, what the just happened?
Yeah.
They're clueless. They're clueless. What happened for most of the people? And look how the West reacted to it. So there was a build-up from the North. And the Putin was saying, oh, it's just an exercise, it's a military exercise. And was saying all this crap. And the West was like, oh, okay, that's fine. If it's exercise, that's okay. But why do you have hospital regiments along with your troops? Oh, it's just a part of exercise, boom, out of nowhere. So they made West look stupid.
I remember the day.
Yeah, and in my view, you see, if a human can fool a human like that, I refuse to be gullible to think that the internet somehow is gonna be this some force that's gonna unite humanity and blah blah blah.
Well, I'm not
BS.
saying, yeah, I'm not saying that, Jacob. But what I'm saying is there are changes going on, and I think where I look at it is you know, a lot of people, for example, on other streams, I'm not mentioning any names, but are very much the glass is half empty, and I'm just thinking I think the glass is half full.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
I think that's and I look at the you know for now we can come up with reasons for this. So where are we? We're at the 10th of July. We've had one boat crossing this year with 61 people, but we're 10 days in, irrespective of the reason, whether it's the weather or whatever, you know. So I do see changes. I just think we have to uh, recognize things.
But they're not relevant changes, Damien. They're not. Tell me how they're relevant in any way.
Well, if it stays like that for the rest of the month, you know, for me, it's about keeping. Look, there's always going to be some kind of people coming across, but I think if you can keep the figures low, you know, if you can keep the figures manageably low, so, and I mean the other thing that's actually happened since Labour has come into power, they've actually deported 15,000 people. But it's not really complicated. You know what I mean?
This government is full of shit. You know it. Since you're talking about government, they're full of shit. And what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter who's in power; they're all full of shit. What I'm saying, there's no real change. There's no real change.
Yeah, well,
you know, everybody it becomes this chattering box, but without actual real change. And the thing is, you see, and I'm not some kind of hippie. Oh, revolution, man! You know, you bring revolution. That's also crazy. I'm not one of those. But what I'm saying, I'm old enough to understand that all this change is an illusion. I already knew it when I was 17, and I'll tell you how I knew it. I said to my sister, "I'm splitting from here. I'm leaving." Yeah. And I said, because I know one thing. And she said, what? Nothing's going to change. And I was right. Nothing has changed. Before they were waving one flag. Now they're waving the blue flag with 12 stars. Nothing has changed. Before was Moscow was giving orders. Now it's Brussels giving orders. Nothing has changed. The only difference was that it became satellite from a different entity.
All said that. Do you not think going back to your earlier years, you know, from when you were very young, do you not think that that was a general thing that people would have said at the time, irrespective of where they lived?
Exactly. Look, I knew it was not a real change. That's why now it's all about money. So suddenly that part of the world tasted money and wealth. So they fix everything up. They get they're very proud about some dumb buildings, just like the Arabs about Dubai. They're very proud. I mean, those buildings were built by Western companies.
Yeah.
You know, and the architects and the firms, everything that was all built by the West. And what I'm saying is the same with those buildings in Warsaw. They're all built by Western companies. And to be honest with you, what do I give a damn about some high-rise buildings? Come on.
Yeah. But look at, I mean, a big positive is there's a massive change going on in Saudi with this new, Salman bin Salman, whatever his name is. Mohammed bin Salman. There is massive change, you know. I mean,
that woman can drive. You call it a massive change?
Hold on. Look at that thing. Well, it plays out. Women can drive, and they don't need guardianships anymore. And they can go to mixed events. You know, they're having a lot of mixed events, sports events. We had that.
That is just crazy. Who let them out of the kitchen?
Damien, that's not. Sorry, respectfully. I really value everything you say, but that's not real change. So before there were money-hungry hoes under their burqa or hijabs. Now they're going to be money-hungry hoes without it.
Superficial change. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just superficial change. There's nothing actual deep rooted where it's changing the people inside, where the change comes from within. Yeah. It's external changes to make it look pretty. Put makeup on it and go, here you go. Look, it's better, but it's not. No, I understand what you're saying.
But I just think there is change going on, and when I see, I think it was Tyson Fury had a boxing match in Saudi, and when he finished the boxing match, he stood up on the microphone to the whole of Saudi Arabia when he was interviewed at the side of the boxing ring and said, "Christ is King." Did you see that?
Yeah, I did, and
Well, I just, I wouldn't have imagined something like that happening before. So there's things happening in Saudi that just wouldn't have happened before.
no,
So,
are you aware that actually the Saudis bought Leonardo da Vinci's
yes,
The Savior, the painting, which is the most expensive. They
yeah,
own it too. I get it. Listen,
yeah.
none of these are cosmetic changes.
Hmm.
These are not real
Maybe,
changes. And also, wait, hold on. One more thing. If we'd be in the 60s, if right now we'd be sitting together back in the 60s, we'd say, oh, there are changes. If we're sitting in the 30s, we would say there are changes. If we're sitting in the 18th century, it would be saying there are changes. Of course, there are always changes.
J.P., are you
But we have to look.
Yeah, but are you not optimistic?
No, it's not about being optimistic. No, I'm not. I refuse to be gullible.
No, I'm not saying to be gullible, but I'm not saying. Can you not see? Can you not see changes going on where
Do you consider a change that this government knows exactly what you're buying, where you're buying, and has control of your bank account, has full control over you leaving the country, coming back to the country, and everything? You consider that a change?
No,
You
I find
consider
that.
a change?
No, I know. Yeah, I know. There's a negative thing, but I do worry about traveling now, and I'm kind of stuck to traveling for a month because if I go away for any longer, I could have problems. You know what I mean? Whereas before, I'd go to India for 6 months, kind of yearly for winter. So yeah, there's definitely. I know there's a tightening, but I suppose I'm being selfishly. I kind of look at the fact that I'm coming up to 59. So I kind of think, once I hit 60, the government will take the foot off the gas as in relation to me personally. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, but what about the generations after you? Are you optimistic? Are you optimistic about the generations that come after you?
I think so. Yeah, and I tell you where I see it. I live in Labrador. Do you know Labrador?
No.
All right, so it's Portobello Market.
If I would look at, I'm sure I know London quite well, but the names kind of blend with me. So
I'm just down from Notting Hill. Basically.
I don't live in London, but anyway, go ahead.
So there's 2 bus stops outside my house, like literally outside my house. So I can get the 23 or the 7. One of them brings me into the West End if I want to go Speaker's Corner on a Sunday, or just if I want to go into the West End. So it's convenient for me and accessible for me to quite quickly just walk out my door and end up at the bus. So where I see something is about 3:30 maybe every day, all the young people coming from school, and they'll be congregating at the bus stop, like a lot of them, to get on the bus. And I do see an energy, and there'll be kids of all different backgrounds. Do you know what I mean? And this is where I kind of am optimistic. And I just see a positive interaction with how they're interacting with each other, irrespective of their faith or their whether they're white, or Muslim or whatever. I just see something within them. So I think the generation growing up now. I'm not saying there's not issues with the wokeness and all that, but I do think that the next generation growing up, like I said yesterday, I never thought I could see peace in Belfast in Northern Ireland. Now we have it, and now we have it. You know what I mean? And we have
But wait, hold on. You see, you speaking in a specific way. I'll give you examples, which are extremely worrisome to me. One, online dating and online marriage arranging and all that stuff. Okay. Right now, if you look at statistics, everybody knows that majority of dating happens through dating apps. Now, this is the sickest thing in the world. In the world. And I'm going to stand my ground on it. Why? Because before, you would go out, you would meet somebody, you would send somebody's, hold on. You would send somebody's energy. You would know, yeah, she's cool. Okay, let's, and all that. Now, it's entirely about what suits you, like in the shopping, online shopping, and somebody can tell any crap they want about themselves, and they're going to use filters to make themselves look pretty. And this is what it came down to. What happened is the whole idea of actually what karma was originally, even from that point of view, disappeared. So all the sweet kids you're talking about, when they're about to choose, let's say, to have some relationship, they're gonna go online. To 80 or 90% of them are going to do it. So to me, it's like leading a sheep to slaughter. And this is just an example of relationships.
I think, Jay Food, we live in, compared to, say, 1990s, So I'm sure you and I don't, probably not the man, remember when there was no internet.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you? Okay.
Well, I didn't have internet in the house.
Right, but I think we live in a very different, because of the internet. How the last 30 years has been very, very different. Do you know what I mean? So, but what happens is, what usually happens, I've kind of noticed, is things are very cyclic. So eventually people will kind of change their habits. So they go, I've had enough of this.
I am a witness of such a situation. Okay, what are you talking about? And yes, so there are instances, but they're extremely rare. It's so rare. For most of the time, it is already to me. I just personally cannot comprehend that somebody would choose to resort to internet to find himself a mate.
I'm not.
I can give you a couple of examples. Sorry?
Are you, Devon? I'm not. I'm not.
I'm not at the moment. You have in the past. So obviously, when you go to work, you meet people. You go to a bar, you meet people. And obviously, when you're working with people, you get to know them, and you're like, yeah, nay, whatever. When you go to a bar, you're typically meeting people who typically like to drink and go out and do these certain things. You could try and find someone at your local church or your local religious institute. That's probably a better way. But when you're younger and you don't understand the deeperness of life, when you are just like Jay-Fu said, you're being brought up into this atmosphere where everyone's doing it.
TikTok society, yeah.
No,
it is definitely.
It does make it more difficult. But I've got a question, Jay-Fu. Do you not think Jesus is coming back to save our asses? Because I'm just hearing a lot of no hope, no hope, no hope, and I'm like, wait, Jesus, he's hope, isn't he? He can save the day.
What do you say?
No, just for clarification, do I sound pessimistic to you?
No, not pessimistic in your own, not in your own reality, but of the general world.
Your paradigm sounds quite cynical, Jeffrey.
Well, actually, I call it being realistic. But, if you call it cynical, so be it. But I see it as a realism. I look, I observe, and I hold no judgment over anyone who's doing those things. So that's when the cynicism would probably not really apply, because I don't judge anyone. I really don't judge anyone.
No, I agree. It is more realistic, because I understand where you're coming from, and I can see where you're coming from, and I could agree with where you're coming from. But for me, in the back of my mind is that hope of Jesus coming back to save our asses. So as much as I see when you speak realism,
hold on,
I have the hope. Yeah.
When I hear you speaking like that, yeah. First of all, are you referring that somebody would physically appear, and the cameras and the cell phones will capture the image of Christ coming down from heaven, and everybody will be at all holding the iPhones and filming it for the rest of So live streaming it
Well, I
for
think
the
that's
rest
what
of the
people
world. Is
do.
that what you're saying?
I think that's what people think to some degree. That it
Possibly.
will be that kind of an event.
Yeah, possibly.
You don't think that sounds absurd?
No, because I know God is real and I know
No.
God can do anything. So it's like at that point,
Do
I'm
you
like,
think?
yeah.
And do you think that? So, do you think that who I'm considered to be the Lord of the universe, the Lord of heavenly hosts, who brought things into existence, would come to the era of cell phones, plastic surgeries?
Yes, 100%. Because he goes for the lost sheep. He doesn't go for the sheep that are already in the pen. He goes for the ones that have wandered
But
off.
hold on. What makes you think they lost? This is exactly what they want.
It's what they. Well, the sheep that wanders off wants to wander off, you know, but the shepherd knows best. So the shepherd brings them back, and he goes to where they are. That's where I'm seeing it at the moment. So if this is the time that we are at our worst, this is a time that we need him the most.
I don't think. Okay, maybe this is why I'm pessimistic. I don't think we achieve our worst yet.
I think we're very near. I think we're heading there. JP,
Heading is one thing, but we're not there yet.
No, but I definitely look at when I say, I mean, I know it's kind of a bit different, but what happened in LA, but all those fires, and the scale of that is shocking. We had about 4 years ago, we had a very extreme summer in the UK, and we had people's fires, people's gardens, houses all in a row, whole streets, in just on the outskirts of London, all going on fire. So we're having extreme events happen, irrespective of the thing. And I just think with LA, I mean, it's just it is quite shocking. So there is things happening that are quite major. So I do think we're heading towards, and now with Trump coming in for a second term,
things are going to get worse.
Yeah,
but
I just think
it's always darkest before the dawn. That's what I like to think of.
Yeah.
It's always darkest just before the sun starts breaking up.
So Daman, you believe that Jesus is coming soon?
Yeah, I hope so. Like
Do you think he's gonna? Do you think that Trump would see Jesus?
Yes, he might be blinded and turn into a puddle of orange liquid, but yeah.
Do you think that EDL or Tommy Robinson will see Jesus?
I think everyone will. I think if God comes down and he sorts us out at that point, he's gonna make sure that he's recognized. I think, in my opinion, like I said, it's just a hope. I have a hope.
You talk. You don't know it, but you talk like a real Jew.
Oh, is that what?
Because they're waiting for the Messiah to come.
No, essentially, yes, exactly. So they're waiting for the Messiah. The Muslims are waiting for the Messiah. The Christians are waiting for the Messiah. The only people who are not waiting for the Messiah are the atheists. But if the atheists then see the Messiah and he's there and he's doing his thing, and everyone else agrees,
I never forget. I never forget. There's this. There's a train called Path in America, which connects New Jersey to New York City. And one of the stations of Path is near Christopher Street, which happens to be a gay street. I don't care about that. But what happens, because sometimes I would go, that would be a station to go into other parts of Manhattan, which I would like. And there was a store with all those funny signs on T-shirts, and one of the T-shirts would have a sign, "Jesus coming, look busy." and I thought, yeah. Till now I remember it as to be a funny T-shirt. Now, why am I saying it? I think let's not trivialize spiritual events. I believe that. I do believe that the advent of artificial intelligence is going to overwhelm everything very soon. And the question is that actually whether you will acquire that spiritual state that you're not going to be overwhelmed by AI.
Mhm.
That is the issue.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the issue. I'm sorry, but you tell me one reason why Jesus will have to come. Give me one reason that Jesus will have to come here right now.
To help people and guide them.
Okay, read the Bible and you already get that.
What I would say,
Mhm.
sorry though.
No, go for it.
What I would say, Jacob, is that we're coming up to the 2000-year resurrection in
Yeah.
I think is it 2030 or 2033?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah. So we are moving towards in the next kind of 7 years or so towards a very significant time frame. In the sense
Yes,
of
I'm aware of it. I am aware of it. I know what you mean. I know the calendar, and I understand about the how the calendar is divided, and there are many astrological elements indicating some things.
Mhm.
But again, in my view, we have to be we have to be firmly on the ground. We cannot be dreamers. And the
No, I
fact of
agree
the
with
matter is, hold on, let me just make this point. The fact of the matter is that AI already has surpassed us in many ways. And it's going to happen faster and more powerful and so on. Now, in my view, there's one thing that AI will never understand is the spirituality. It cannot, because it's a program. And program cannot understand something living, and spirituality is something living. So a program deity cannot, a programmed manifestation cannot comprehend that.
Mhm.
And this is where we have to. Daman, here's how I'm thinking. In 21st century, in 22nd century, and so on, we have to strive to become Christ-like.
Mhm.
Not that Christ will come and, like a hen to its chicklings, is going to take us under his wings. No, you have to become Christ-like.
No, I agree that that's why I do this righteous paths thing, is to get people to be more Christ-like, is the truth, love, compassion, contentment, and humility, rather than looking at the world with fear and going down the self degeneration path. Is that they actually move towards the Christ-like path and try and ascend higher and higher. But that's as far as we could go, because like you said as well, you said this as well, change has to come from the heart of a person. Like we can't force a change on anyone. It has to come naturally. And if they have to go through the dark night of the soul, i.e. a bit more shit, before they start realizing this, then that's the choice that they've made, right? Like, whether if it is AI Terminator style, if that's what's going to get them woken up and go, okay, no, do you know what, we need to be better, then that's what's going to have to happen. But it's up to the people when they choose to change, to be more Christ-like.
Do you know it's minus 17 degrees in the Scottish Hamlet?
It feels like that in my room. I started to put the hood up. I was like, damn, it's cold.
You just don't hear of temperatures like this normally in the UK.
No.
Yeah,
so what do you think,
pretty
Jafu? Do you think that's possible to get everyone to wake up without having anything bad happen? Or do you think sometimes people need to go through that badness? Not that I want badness to happen to people. I'd rather people wake up before the badness.
Honestly speaking, again, I'm speaking in a straightforward way, and I'm not hesitating. So this is my view. It's interesting. I held that view, by the way, for many years, for about 30 years now. So when I said actually in the Pirates of the Caribbean, I kind of laughed a little bit. I do believe that humanity is like on a ship, but the ship is on the desert instead of being on the water. And they all pretend to be sailing ahead, and the sails are nicely unfolded, and the captain looks, the humanity has a direction, but the ship is still sitting on the sand.
Yeah.
I saw it. I said, "F it." I jumped off that ship. I'm going my way now, and that's why that's personally, that's my view. Not because I'm selfish. It's because I'm not going to be
You don't wanna wait
pretending
around.
I'm on a ship that goes. Yeah, I'm not going to be sitting on a ship if I know it's not going anywhere. Simply speaking, and that's how I see what's happening. No, I don't. I don't. I rather take that route on my own. I'm going to take it, see where it's going to take me. So far, the many amazing things happen. Also, very dreadful things. I spoke to you before, the angel and the beast. The manifestation of both I have experienced, and nevertheless, I am alive. I'm strong. I'm stronger, and I continue to have no fear, and I'm not afraid. I'm not, just like I said, I do believe that Allah exists. I'm not afraid of it, and I'm just saying to you these things to you because I'm showing you that now, if humanity wants to remain on the ship, whether the ship is going to sink or whatever is going to happen, or perhaps Jesus will land on that ship, so be it.
Well, maybe Jesus makes it rain. And then all of a sudden the ship isn't in a desert anymore, but it's on a new ocean. Because, where have I heard that before? Something about like, I think it might be one of the Jewish channels I was listening to. They were saying something about how the knowledge of God will come back to the earth like a ocean, a new ocean or something like that. So maybe that mixed in with your analogy kind of, it's like God, because personally, like I said, I think God is waking up a lot of people. He's connecting to a lot of people, and he's giving them a bit more understanding as much as he can, in order to make sure the rain keeps coming.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm trying to look at it from the bigger picture rather than the. I know you say grounded on the feet and don't be such dreamers, but I think you need a balance of both, because if you're grounded on the, if you're completely grounded and you don't have a dream, you're wandering aimlessly. But if you have your feet on the ground, but you have that dream, you have a direction, you have a purpose, you're going towards that thing. And I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah,
hopefully.
I agree with you. I agree with you on this one.
Guys, I'm going to shoot off.
No worries, Damien. Thank you so much again for popping by. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm going to
Good talking to you, Damien. Good talking to you again.
Take care,
See you soon, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
All the best.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Oops, sorry. I removed you for a second. There we go. Yeah, so you see where I'm coming from. So it's not like a completely pessimistic view, but it's not a completely head in the clouds view. It's a...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes,
it's a balance. Yeah, there's a balance.
We've got to make physical changes, yes, 100%, but we could only do as much as we can. The change has to come from the people, and at the same time, I think God is trying to do as much as he can by trying to spread wisdom, spread love and understanding, because like I said, some of these Christian channels, I'm hearing them talk about how they don't just need to believe in Christ, but they need to connect with Christ and have that relationship. The Muslim channels, as much as we got the Dawah teams pushing their agenda, you do have other Muslims who are talking about like the Ahmadis and all these other guys. They're trying to push this idea of connecting with God and trying to build up yourself spiritually and moving away from the old religious paradigms into something new. So yeah, and then like you mentioned with the Jews, and I've mentioned with the Jews, they've got their channels at the moment where they're spreading, they call it Hasidus, where they are trying their best as well. So I can see all these different groups trying their best. You've got the Hindus, represented by Chris and the Kalki. You've got all these different groups trying their best, I think. Obviously, the best isn't always going to be exactly what we hope for, but I think it's a slow progress. And you've heard the story of the tortoise and the hare, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So I'm seeing it more like as a tortoise. The hare is the devil, and he's always a step ahead or 5 steps ahead, and he's miles ahead. And at some point, he's gonna get complacent. He's gonna sit down and relax. And while he's sitting down and relaxing, we're just gonna slowly walk on by.
Yeah, but you see,
and then keep going.
but you see, when you say like this, you're already presuming that that's what devil's gonna do. Is gonna go somewhere and relax because that's
Yeah,
story
he's
as the
arrogant.
story goes.
Yeah, no, because
But
just
wait.
because he's arrogant. He
Now you
thinks he's
talk. Now
won.
you talk like the Muslims. Now you're quoting Quran without knowing. Now, but what I want to say to you is this: there is, I don't. It's again this. It's a question of SO and EXO.
Mhm.
When you tell me about the rise of spirituality and what Christians do and what the Jews are doing and the Muslims, I look at it and then I tell you what I believe personally.
Please.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to pretend. All those people are attention seekers, and they actually diverting people from the true light.
You
Okay,
reckon?
so when they, yes. Why is it because I would listen to them what they have to say, and they are talking heads. You name me right now, prove me wrong. Show me one right now. A spiritually minded. Go ahead, put it on online if you want to. Show me one that's actually spiritually minded imam or preacher or priest or whoever else. Go ahead, show me one. I challenge you on this one.
Unfortunately, I kind of agree with you. They're more in their head. They're more in the rational and trying to understand it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when I see it, why you say unfortunately? You don't like agreeing with me?
No, because I'd like to give you because I would like to give you an example of someone, but I'm like, unfortunately, I can't because you're right. As much as I have hope, no, you're right. They are mostly trying to come at it from a head perspective, and the heart needs to be there.
And to me, the moment that happens, why even wasting your time? Come on.
I gotta have hope. So with
wait, are you gonna have a hope that it's like hoping that somebody who like this American fella who speaks 1,000 words per minute, and you're hoping that maybe out of all that word salad, maybe there'll be at least one thing you can pick it up. That perhaps is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah, well, I don't know. From my personal experience, I've learned that you could either always prepare for the worst, and yeah, you'll be prepared for the worst, but you're not living a peaceful life. You're not living a balanced life. You're constantly in fear. With hope, you have that ability to see the BS, but you could also see that there is a chance and there's light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's so important. I think
look at the odds you're giving me. There's a BS or a chance.
Well, as in BS, as in the same BS we've been doing, different BS we're doing, other BS we're doing, blah 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 blah, up to the point of there is hope. It's a spectrum of options. That's why I rather instead of looking at the options and going, okay, yeah, it's going to shit, it's going to shit, it's going to shit, it's going to shit. I'm like, no, I see hope. Like even with the big nose, I don't want to bring up the big nose again, but I still have hope that he reflects on those videos and he starts changing. I'll probably never get my apology, which I really don't care about. If he starts changing his behavior or the way he speaks to people, or because he starts talking about, oh, we're all about love here and stuff like that. So he's trying to push this narrative. As much as I think it's fake at the moment, I hope that over time it becomes real. So I could be pessimistic. I could go, no, big nose, cut him off. He's never going to change. He's a horrible person. I could go and say that all day long, but it's not going to actually lead to anything good. have to choose hope. I have to choose that he will reflect. He will slowly start changing. Everyone goes at different speeds, but yeah, it's one of those situations. It's like, yeah, I'd rather see light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope it's not a train.
Yeah, you know, one of the reasons that many people are discouraged from going to the speakers corner because every Sunday you hear exactly the same BS
Yes.
over and over and over and over and over. That's exactly the same BS.
One of the reasons I stopped going. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the place when they're supposed to exchange ideas. And if you try to make some kind of new perspective, they neither will walk away, reject it, look at you a funny way, or they're going to continue with their own agenda, completely undermining what you have to say.
I agree, and that's what they did. But this is the thing, they don't realize when they've changed their agenda to now do it this way, what they've done is taken a tiny step towards the direction they need to go. It's not a massive change. It's not exactly where we would like them to go, but because they've had to start changing their tactics or start doing this or start talking about this instead, they've taken a small step. And if they then take a second step, then they'll start realizing, oh, we are supposed to keep growing. Yes, it's not just about the reading the book and then just believing it. No, we have to connect. We have to open our hearts. We have to find the light within. But we can't take them from 0 to 100 overnight. And I think that's where I say, like, I have to have hope. I have to have hope that...
Hold on, let me ask you something.
Go for it.
Personal question, but for a purpose. Have you ever fallen in love?
Yes.
Have you actually?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't that from 0 to 100?
No.
No? You sure?
Yeah, because I'm a bit of a weird one. I'm what they call a sapiosexual. So it was more about me falling in love with the person's mind and their heart, and you learn that over time.
Have you ever had a feeling? Mm-hmm. So you never had a feeling? I'm sorry for interrupting.
No,
that's important. Go ahead, finish.
No. I was just saying that it was more about falling in love with their heart, their mind, and that happens over time. It's not something that I've not had what you've had, where you've just seen someone and you've gone, that's the woman I'm going to marry. I know I've not had that yet.
Okay.
Like to, but
okay,
not just yet.
Okay, but when you do, and I wish that you do, you realize that's also the same thing in the sense with spirituality. I think this small steps, good stepping, and so on, applies to one's own for one's own betterment when we have some deficiency that we continuously grow and we have to fix the deficiency within us. Yes, that makes sense. But I'm not saying that oh, we have to be these crazy people like in America you often, I don't know if you ever seen those stadiums full of thousands of people, and they lift their hands up and they're crying. And right after, when the show ends, they go to their cars, pickup trucks, they roll out their barbecues and they eat till they can no longer fit food into their bodies.
Yeah.
Okay. So first is this tearful expression, and going into this spasmodic behavior. I tell you something else.
Yep.
But they're already thinking what's in the coolers, and to make sure the barbecue is going to work well while doing it. Okay, so this is pretty much what you get, or televangelists and all.
No, for sure.
So what I'm saying is we have to be, again, to me, a sober mind sometimes has to act decisively. When you're giving me about the talk that all the small steps for those people, I I'll be so happy that you're gonna show me one day in the future. You see, I was right. I couldn't be more happy if that's gonna happen.
We'll see if it
But
happens.
however, I tell you one thing. I'm not gonna be waiting for that.
No,
No
no, no.
offense.
No. It's not just about waiting for it. You still take proactive steps. Hence, my doing this whole YouTube thing. Me going to Speaker's Corner. That was me trying to take proactive steps. As much as I have hope in God, and as I have hope that people are going to learn slowly, I am still like I said to you the other day. Yesterday I think it was like, yeah, I wanted to go off and do my own meditation thing, but at the same time I was pulled back here, where I was like, no, I still need to do some more here. So I'm still trying to be as proactive as I can, while still understanding that it's not in my hands. I have no control. God is in full control, and His plan is the better plan, because I could never conceive of the plan that He has. You know what I mean? And I'm going to let you respond to that before I come to you with a question. If you wanted to respond to
it. Yeah, I want to respond. You say God is in control. And I say no. I say you are in control.
Oh,
God gave you control. Hold on.
Control of me.
Hold on. God entrusted control to you, and says, "Go ahead, take over." Now, it's like having a car. You're driving a car. You can choose the direction, and you can choose which way you want to go. In a sense, right? But when we say God is in control, if God will be in control, that means that nothing that you do is of your own experience.
So I'm in control of me, like I said, because that freedom thing that you mentioned earlier, once you break free from these chains that people have put on you throughout your life and society has put on you, once you break through these chains, you are free to make your own choices. However, in regards to other people, I think there's a...
I'm talking about you, not other people. You speak about God as...
No, because I said that earlier when I said the whole thingy, I said that I will be as proactive as I can be in regards to my life and what I can do around me. But on the big scale of things, I can't expect me to change the entire world. But I know...
Why not?
Because I'm an idiot. I'm just a guy who's... Because half the stuff I'm going to say, everyone's going to disagree with. And I know you're going to disagree with it as well. So
how do you know? How do you know?
Because I say we need to allow the light and the dark to dance together. I don't believe in this whole thing of we have to eliminate the darkness completely. I think that it's about the balance in life. I like the yin and yang I've mentioned before. It's not about just having pure ecstasy all the time and then just living in pure bliss forever. Because think of your favorite meal. If you had that every single day for the rest of your life, you get kind of sick of it. You need variation, and sometimes you need the downs in order to appreciate the ups. If you're just constantly on the up and you're just feeling that's your new zero. You need the ups and downs in life in order for it.
Yes, of course.
So for me, it's the dance between the light and the dark, and it continues. So we don't need to eliminate the darkness. We need to balance it with the light. So a lot of people wouldn't like this because they're like, oh, well, obviously you're a devil worshipper. You want darkness in the world. I'm like, no, I just appreciate the darkness. I appreciate that when it's nighttime, it's nighttime. When it's daytime, it's daytime. You have to have that balance. If it was daytime all the time, life would be pretty messed up.
Yeah.
You know?
But haven't I show you similar thinking when I spoke about the manifestation of the angel and the beast?
Yes, you did.
How are we in disagreement? You see, I would disagree with you again. You putting something in front of me without my consent.
It's not just you. I said most people.
But what do you give it? Since when you give it them what most people think?
I don't. But that's what I'm saying. It's not about what I think about them reacting to my... But you said, how can I not change the world as a single person? And I said, because not everyone will agree with me. And if I want
But
to
the change can
change,
only come. The change can only come when the whole of the world would disagree with you.
disagree or agree,
Disagree.
that's when change will happen.
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't change them. They will remain the same in an agreement.
So why don't I just
They
go?
have to.
Why don't I just go
They have to
full?
disagree.
I'll go full beast mode, and
Okay.
then they'll have to go full light mode, and then hopefully we find the balance in between.
No, well, that's one way of putting it. Or, well, you see, a disapproval
Mhm.
of majority is already a great compliment.
I agree. I agree.
Therefore, therefore, and the more they disagree, why do you think they killed Christ?
No, that's what I mean. That's why I say that I disagree. I mean, I agree, is because I know that disapproval isn't a bad thing. It's just trying to get everyone there with the little as bloodshed as possible. You know what I mean? It's just trying to get people. Not my blood. I don't give a shit about my blood. But it's the kids, the elderly, the people who are caught in between the fights and stuff like that. It's like rather give everyone
But that was always the case.
It is, but I want to do things differently. I don't know. And plus, let's stop talking about me because I'm nobody special. Like, I have the same ability as you have, and
you cannot make a change in velvet gloves.
No, you have to get your hands dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know.
Anyway, it seems like you hiding yourself or withholding yourself. Suit yourself. Again, I already told you what I did long time ago. I jumped the ship. I'm heading my way, and I couldn't care less who thinks of me and what. You know it. So I'm just saying, and I took that direction, and as I said, it was a wild ride, but it's still going. It's still going. I tell you.
The way I see it, maybe it's not the best way of thinking of it, but I kind of try and look at it as a parent. I try and think of it as like a father trying to teach his children. He could go down the I don't give a shit what you think because I don't care and I'm gonna do things my way. Or I could think of the father who's like trying to communicate with his children and trying to allow them to understand there's different perspectives. Do you know what I mean? I think that's my issue at the moment is that whole fatherly kind of outlook I have at the moment. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not an issue. Maybe it is the right way. Who knows?
Hold on. I hear what you're saying, but again, you see, this is where the spectrum comes into place. There are many excellent fathers, who worked honestly all their lives, who always paid taxes, been faithful to their wives, and brought everything was possible just to accommodate the children. And the children didn't get the message, right? They didn't get the message.
Well, that's why I don't want to spoil them. I want to get them to think. If that, like, that's why, like I said, me turning up to Speaker's Corner and asking the Muslims these questions.
Okay, hold on. So you said you want people to think.
Yes.
But we spoke earlier about all this when I challenged you to show me online.
One person, yes. No, I knew you were going to say that. Sorry.
And they all, hold on. They all do the thinking. And they try to fuse things and explain this way, that way, maybe this option, maybe that option. They all do thinking. Thinking doesn't work. It works to have your car running good, an airplane to take off and land. But in terms of life, suddenly the thinking is not sufficient. If it would be, we're living in paradise.
Hopefully soon. So with the thinking,
Now you're speaking like a Jehovah Witness.
I'm going through all of them today.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
With the thinking, I think thinking is the first step, because there's a lot of people who have God in their heart, but they don't do any thinking. And because they have God in their heart and they go, okay, yes, I've been born a Muslim, they push down that route, and then they end up indoctrinating themselves and stopping their freedom because they've now filled their head with crap. So the way I see it is, yes, I agree with you. Just the rational thinking alone, no. But it's the actual thinking, self-reflecting, going into their mind and clearing out all the BS. Once that's cleared out, they can then go down into their heart. But it, from my perspective, it starts with thinking first. Because, like I said, people, Christians, say that, oh, I've got Jesus in my heart. That's all I need. I believe in him. That's all I'm gonna do, and that's it. And then they don't use their discernment. They don't. You know what I mean? They don't go down that route. Then you've got the Muslims, like I said, where they're like, oh yeah, I've got that fitra. Yeah, since I'm born Muslim, now I'm gonna use that in the Muslim way, and then they end up indoctrinating and messing themselves up that way. Or the Jews, where they're like, yeah, they love God. They want, they call him Hashem. They want Hashem, but they then just go down this checklist of, okay, I've done this thing, I've done this thing, because I think they've got 613 mitzvahs, what they call them, things that they have to do. So all of these people, they may have it in their heart, but if the mind isn't set up right, it would lead them back to chains. So I think that...
Hold on. I know it's late, but I'm still challenging you to think.
Please do.
We just spoke that the thinking and all these great scholars, and when they go online and they're trying to make their points through thinking, they don't go anywhere.
Because
so what do you mean by thinking?
Like I said, it's more self-reflection. It's the thinking about why I think this is true, why. So it's the self-reflection. It's the esoteric. It's not thinking about the text. It's not thinking about, because I agree with you. This is why I say to most Muslims or Christians when I speak to them, it's like, okay, if all you need is the religious books, then all of your scholars should be the most righteous people in the world and super like high level spiritually, but they're not, because they're just memorizing and they're learning ways to argue. They're not learning to think. They're not learning to understand. They're not learning to look within themselves and reflect and think, how can I grow to be better?
Okay, but so let's say they reflect and they become better and they become gurus or bodhisattvas. They come to this world and they bring the light to this world. And we had, I mean, the earth has experienced many of people like that. And yet we still live in in the dump that we're living in.
Yes, because unfortunately back then, as you can appreciate, that when they did turn up, the bodhisattvas and all these other people, when they turned up, they didn't have the same kind of reach we have now. They tried their best to reach as many people as they could. They traveled from cities to cities, villages to villages, and we know the evidence that they made a difference, because a lot of these places are named after certain people. You know what I mean? Or there's certain temples that are built there and it changed the culture around it. So we could see that how one person walking around makes a massive impact. Now, if we have 1,000 people in the modern day and age doing something similar, but where they don't have to physically walk around, they could sit there in front of a camera and do what they need to do to spread that light, that should be just as powerful, if not more. Personally speaking, like, that's from my perspective. Obviously, you may have a different perspective on that.
I do. When bodhisattvas came to this world, there's only one thing that mattered. I mentioned that in previous conversations. It's the confirmation. There's something that the word is born into this world, and the word is and the word or the enlightenment is a living thing. Therefore, I could be living in a forests of Northern Europe back in 3,000 years ago, and Bodhisattva could be in India, and that word would reach me because it's a living thing.
I agree.
Okay. So,
but you'd agree that. Oh, I hope you would agree. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I hope you would agree that the level of that word reaching that person in the Amazon forest isn't going to be the same as him actually meeting the person.
Actually, it could be actually the other way around.
Oh, you think it'd be more powerful from not meeting him?
Yes.
Interesting. Why do you think that?
Because Bodhisattva still assumed a physical state. And when Bodhisattva assumes a physical state, it has to, nothing comes without the price. Therefore, the physical state could be a hindrance, and probably most likely was a hindrance to somebody who was in that state. Therefore, it will be easier to communicate without that, because in a
of the
sense,
physical world. Yes, I understand. Yeah.
And that is interesting because that's actually, it's represented, believe it or not, in the Old Testament as they speak of Messiah. The words go, "Who would have thought that the King of Kings would be?" And they speak of somebody disfigured, unattractive, nothing that your eye would stop and gaze upon. Somebody so unimportant by the external, and yet the whole world, and that the impact of that one was throughout the whole world. So you see, from that point of view, physical manifestation can be greatly misunderstood. On top of that, let's not forget that, let's say, our sense of acceptance, what's beautiful and what's ugly, is changing quite dramatically. What before would be considered ugly today is considered beautiful. A skeleton walking on a catwalk at a fashion show, and people think, "Oh, how beautiful she is!"
Yeah.
And yet we know that's somebody who's in need of immediate, almost like help.
Yeah, a sandwich.
So yeah, a sandwich, exactly. So you see, so from that point of view, yes, the physicality could be an obstacle in my view.
Cool. No, I get that. But from have you heard of this global consciousness idea?
Okay, go ahead. Please tell me.
It's just basically that there's a consciousness that permeates the earth, a shared consciousness, kind of like the Akashic records. And I think the idea is that as more people become more spiritual and elevated, the access to this Akashic records and all this extra stuff becomes like the veil between it becomes thinner and thinner and thinner. So the idea is that as more people do their individual journeys, they end up helping the greater collective in unlocking their spiritual journeys and connecting.
That's the ship on the sand. That's the humanity.
Okay, so that's the ship on the sand you were referring to. So you're not waiting for that great ship to finally move.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not introvert. Don't take me wrong. I'm not introvert.
No, I don't think you are. I just
I just again,
like you said,
I'm
you had that belief, the same thing as me, for 30 years, and then you finally got off the ship. So I understand where you're coming from.
yeah, and that's it. There's nothing else to it, and no one's going to convince me otherwise. They can say anything they want, but it's not going to convince me.
No, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just letting you know my perspective.
No,
but,
I know, I know you not.
perfect,
But what I'm saying is like somebody would try to,
yeah.
Like as I said, I mean, I at least appreciate that you agreed. There's nothing on the internet that can actually there's none of those preachers have anything to say. No, I've not come across a single one, and I did look, I searched, and I
So
don't
have
know,
I.
and rabbis, Christians, some Muslims, Hindu, and so on. Yeah, I'll listen what they have to say. Yeah, and I realize, and yes, so we have to do what we have to do. Anyway, I know it's getting late. Perhaps we should conclude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay, but probably it's time here.
No, I want to get into bed because it's really damn cold.
Yeah,
but the conversation's been so good that I wanted to keep it going. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming up again. I appreciate you and your contributions and your insights and your stories. Love the stories. I love that t-shirt one that you just mentioned. Jesus coming. Look busy.
I have another T-shirt. Actually, that one I bought for myself.
Oh, which one was that?
It was about the religion and shit. So it's like this. So Catholic religion. If shit happens, it's my fault. Judaism. Why shit happens always to me? Islam. If shit happens, that's the will of Allah. Hinduism, yeah. If shit happens, that's karma. It just goes. And actually, I had that T-shirt. I was used to wear that. Yeah, it was quite funny. And there's several of those concepts. It was so funny.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. You could wear that down to Speaker's Corner, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Probably I could find it online. I'm sure they still sell it.
Or you could just print it yourself if they don't.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Anyway, have a good one.
Thank you so much again. I appreciate you. Love
Take
you.
care.
Have
Yeah,
good night.
likewise.
Take care.
You too, bye.
Bye. Wow, that's a really good conversation. Loads of different topics. Where did we start with? We started with the aliens and stars and the moon, and then the planet alignment that's coming up on the 25th of January. Then we went back into spiritual stuff. Oh, it's deep. I hope you guys managed to get some kind of value out of this. I hope you guys learn something new, use it to grow. Who knows? If not, just a good listen to. Just a good listen. You could always listen to this as a podcast. But yes, that's it for tonight. I hope you guys have an amazing night. It is now the weekend officially. It is Saturday. So I hope you guys have an amazing weekend. Hopefully you guys stay warm. Enjoy yourselves. Spend time with your families. Think about the more important things in life. Appreciate everything that you have. Self-reflect as much as you can. Think about what you could do to make yourself better for your sake. And yeah, that's all I could think of at the moment. Thank you again all so much for joining me. Appreciate you all. Love you all.